Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Hi, my name is Debbie. Welcome to my channel. Nobody's here because I started early. I started like 6 minutes early. How you like that, Marty? Since I changed it to 9 so I could sleep later, I've actually been getting up between 7 and 7:30 because I guess my internal clock is getting me up at the same time I got up before. However, when I set the alarm clock, I didn't want to get up at 7. Now my body's automatically waking up between 7 and 7:30. So I've been up, I've had breakfast, I've had my coffee. Good morning, Marty. Hey, Wiggles. Hey, Judy. Good morning, everybody. It says I have one viewer. I know I have more than that. Because Wiggles said hi. Marty said hi. Judy put trivia in the chat. Like, Judy tells me not to trust the numbers. Why are they there if I can't trust them? I don't understand. Hugs, Marty. Ugh. Frustrating. This is a frustrating job. So, yesterday, I quit early and Travis came and picked me up so we could go get the groceries. And I pull up the little thing on my phone where I let them know that I'm here and what spot I'm parked in. And then I see a little teeny tiny line that you almost can't even see on the app that says sending someone else to pick up. Click here. Like, I could have just clicked that and then sent it to his phone, and then he could have done that. And I could have stayed at the house and kept going. So from now on, I can just click that little thing and send the stupid code to his phone. Hey, Nichelle. And then I won't have to leave, and then we can keep going. I was like, duh. Why is technology so confusing? It's supposed to be helpful. Why is it so confusing? Ugh. I mean, once you get the hang of it, it's great. But it's not user friendly. You have to get used to it. You have to figure out all the bells and whistles first before it becomes useful. Okay, I thought I had found 2 funny clips for this morning, but I only found one. I'm like, I know there was another one that I was laughing my butt off at. So there's one, the first one, I saw a similar video about this the other day. And then I saw this one this morning, and it's a cop doing it. So I'm pretty sure it's real. And so I thought it was worth sharing since this is the second video about this. It's a new abduction scheme that's going viral, apparently.
Say they're in a car seat. You put them inside the vehicle most of the time, get them out of the weather. You secure them, and then you get your groceries and you put them in your trunk or in your SUV, raise your hatch, whatever the case may be. Well, the new thing that's going right now is usually they'll send another woman to do it. And then they've got a van or somebody, a few vehicles down that they're watching you. They've already scoped you out. They're watched you walk in Walmart, get your groceries, do all your stuff, come back out. They wait till you get everything in your vehicle secured. You're not paying attention to your surroundings. As soon as you get into your car and you close your door, normally you're going to grab your phone, or you might just go ahead and, adjust all your temperatures, get the AC going, whatever the case may be. And then you hear knock, knock, knock on your driver door window. And they're most of the time, hey, I was going to let you know, but you have a flat. It's all the way on the ground. It's flat. It's over here. They'll probably say it's on your passenger side. That's one of the reports that we've gotten here recently. And eventually, most of the time you're automatically, oh my goodness. And then you get out. And as soon as you get out and you're going around, you're focusing on that. Your child's in the car. A van or something pulls up. 2 people jump out, throw you in. And within a matter of seconds, you disappear. You're gone. And this is going viral. Like, this is a very big deal in a lot of places right now. Ladies, it doesn't matter who's knocking on your window or your door. If they're telling you something's wrong with your vehicle, say, okay, thank you, great. You wait for them people to get away. Even if you need to go ahead and back out, you go ahead and back out. If you ruin that tire, even if it is flat, so what? Who cares? Drive off. Do not roll your window down, and definitely don't get out of that vehicle, because you might not ever be seen again.
Now, I don't know why he was playing with his handcuffs through the whole video. But that's the second video I've seen about this. The first one I just blew off as, well, yeah, duh. But now that I've seen 2, maybe this is a new thing that's, like, happening in a lot of places. So, I thought I would share that. The next one, is my worst nightmare. And I see many, many MRIs in my future, so new fear unlocked, because I'm very claustrophobic, and they have started actually Me too. The only place I go is Disney. I don't think I'm gonna get kidnapped at Disney. I mean, it's $35 to park. Well, I'm an annual pass holder, so I don't pay to park, but it's $35 to park. Oh, um, so I'm so claustrophobic that when I get an MRI, they have to sedate me like anesthesia. I mean, like, I go through the whole pre-op process like I'm getting surgery when I get an MRI now. So I don't think this would happen to me. God, I hope it wouldn't happen to me.
It's outrageous. You'd never guess what happened to this man during a simple MRI scan. He went to the hospital for a routine MRI, but what happened next was unbelievable. Around midnight, after being placed inside the MRI machine, the doctors completely forgot about him. His head was restrained, he wore a mask, and his phone was left outside the machine. Once the scan began, the doctors went to do other things, even marking the scan as complete in the system before handing it over to another colleague. The man was trapped in the machine for nearly 6 hours, unable to move, shouting for help, but no one responded. The machine hummed, and he was trapped in agony, unable to move. His wife couldn't find him and called the police, but the hospital told her the scan was over and he had left. He wasn't finally rescued until the next morning, when a cleaning worker heard his cries for help. Now the man is suing the doctors, seeking $1 million in damages, alleging gross negligence. The doctors and staff involved have been held accountable, but the psychological trauma is irreparable. What do you think? If you were him, would you sue this doctor? Please leave your thoughts in the comments section.
Not yes, but hell yes. I told Travis, I said I'd sue the hospital, I'd sue the doctors, I'd sue the MRI techs, I would sue everybody that I could. It's horrible. Those things are horrible. Oh. And they said he had a mask on. They're not. It's not just a mask. It's not like it's not like just a COVID mask. It is. It it gets like it's a special made mask that you have to go and get. I don't know what my microphone's doing. You have to go get fitted for it. It has to form and shape to your head, and it's your entire face. It's like netting. It's made out of some kind of netting material, but it gets rigid, and then it gets so it's completely touching your whole entire face, and then it gets like screwed into a board that your head is laying on. So your head is totally you cannot move it not a millimeter. It's completely immobilized. I would too. I would too. And now that they sedate me, if I woke up like that and there was nobody around, oh my God, I can't even imagine. I can't even imagine. Mhm. And if you're a big person like me, you're like this and the sides of it are touching you and you're all like this and you're squeezed into that tube. It's terrifying. And then to have your head screwed into a board with a thing where you can't. Nope. Nope. Okay, so the last clip I found is a funny one. My daughter's teacher. Oh,
What are you doing, buddy?
hang on.
What are you doing, buddy?
Shut up, I'm Grandpa.
Oh my.
My daddy's the king of our house.
The king?
Yes.
So he makes all the rules.
No, he has to listen to the queen.
The queen? And who is queen?
My mommy.
Ha!
She decides everything.
Are you pregnant?
What? I'm a boy. I can't be pregnant. I'm copying Dad.
Do you have a boyfriend?
No, the boys are stressful.
Oh, how do you know that?
Look, they're my dad. I have a dad.
If you spill juice, who do you call?
My dad.
Why?
He cleans quietly.
That might be the best answer I've ever heard.
Oh, those are so cute. You had to be face down for an MRI of your hand. I don't know why they can't just let you stick a body part in it. Like, well, that was my shoulder. I guess I couldn't have just stuck my shoulder in. But like when I need my knee done, why can't they just let me put my leg in it instead of my whole body? Because my knee is going to have to be done sooner or later. But I hate MRIs. And when I did get the MRI of my shoulder the first time, they gave me, can't remember if it was Valium or Ativan. So all that did was make me sleep. And then MRIs are loud. So it'll like hum and then it'll go click, 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 click really, really loud. And they give you headphones so you can listen to music. You tell them what kind of music you like and they'll put it in your headphones, but you can still hear that loud noise. So every time I'd fall asleep because they gave me good drugs, and then every time it would make the loud noise, I'd wake up, I'd jump. So they didn't get a good picture anyway. So then the next time I needed, before the actual surgery, I needed another one so they could make sure they could see everything and knew what I need and all that. And they said, "Well, we're just gonna have to put you under anesthesia." And I'm like, "Cool. Yeah, let's do it." Yeah, I hate doctors too, and I was a nurse. I still hate doctors. That might be why I hate them though, because I've seen the other side. And I know that doctors are not infallible. Some of them are real. Uh, I've seen some incompetent ones. I've seen just some real jerks that don't care. They're just, especially orthopedic doctors and surgeons. They're just like, they have a god complex, and they're, in fact, the orthopedic surgeon that did my rotator cuff repair. I kept going back in when my shoulder was hurting so bad. And the last time I saw him, he's like, because he kept telling me I needed to be closer to 60. And I kept telling him how bad it hurt. And he goes, "Well, you just need to wait till you're closer to 60." He goes, "I'm not going anywhere. I will replace that shoulder." But he wouldn't do it then. And I was crying myself to sleep every night because it hurt so bad. So I went to my doctor, my primary doctor, and I'm like, "Send me someplace else." So he did not get to replace my shoulder. I went to a doctor that was actually competent and changed it now because I was in pain. I don't know why surgeons are like that. They think, "Oh, I'm the only one that can help you because I'm wonderful. I'm the best." Or, ugh. See, now I have had better luck with PAs and nurse practitioners than I have with doctors, at least around here where I live. They do better exams. They're more caring, more sensitive doctors around here. Yep, your blood pressure will go up if you have white coat syndrome. Even me, my blood pressure is higher at the doctor than it is when I take it at home. And I'm a nurse, so I'm not, I just don't like going to the doctor. It's not that I'm afraid or whatever, because I'm not, because I'm a nurse and I know what's happening, so. Oh, before I do Judy's trivia, there was a comment on one of the videos for this trial, one of the live streams for this trial. Someone asked why um Kathleen was in a neck brace in the documentaries and the dramatization, and I did not remember her being in a neck brace. So I didn't watch the dramatization. I only watched the documentary. So I asked Chat GBT because I didn't remember seeing her in a neck brace, and they said the same year that she died, she had had a previous neck injury and was in a neck brace for a while. So at the end, towards the end yesterday, after the case was given to the defense, they were talking about her having some dizzy spells, which could have been from the neck injury. It didn't, it said that they weren't really sure, but there there was a speculation that she hurt her neck falling into the pool. But anything else was just speculation. They weren't really sure that was why. But apparently earlier that year she had a neck injury. But I don't think it had anything to do with her death. It might have caused her to have some dizziness, but I don't think she got dizzy and fell down the stairs. I don't think it has anything to do with anything. Be kind. You never know what someone is struggling with. I need that on my tombstone. My mom said she was going to have on her tombstone, she wanted, see, I told you I was sick. We did not put that on her tombstone. The 9,500 square foot mansion in Durham, in which the Petersons resided and where Kathleen was later found dead, was a prominent filming location for the 1990 movie The Handmaid's Tale. I didn't know that. The house was then purchased by PBS television host Henry Gates Jr., who at the time was teaching at nearby Duke University. Gates sold the home to a psychic who ironically was not aware of the house's history or the Peterson case when he purchased it. The home is currently owned by Azad 3 LLC. It has gone under extensive renovations and listed for sale. Renovations include a new pool and pool house and exterior. I bet if that psychic had known what happened in the house, he would have been hearing Kathleen's ghost everywhere. Not the pizza, Marty. Oh, absolutely. 100%. We are by the bedside. We observe the patient. We call the doctors and tell them what we need. If it wasn't for us, the doctors wouldn't do crap. Hey, Nancy. Depends on sometimes. Depends on how you say the honest thing, I guess. Uh-uh. No, we tell the doctors what they need to do and then they give us the order to do it. That's the other way around, honey. The other way around. In fact, when I worked at the nursing home, we had one doctor. He was the medical director and he was the doctor for everybody in that nursing home. And somebody would have cold symptoms or trying to think what else. There were certain orders that we knew what medicines he ordered for that condition. Um and so we would call him and we would say, "Can we have an order for Claritin for this person?" or, whatever it was. And he'd go, "Okay." And then we would write the order and then sign his name to it. We signed our name too, and then I think we wrote TO for telephone order. So basically the doctor did nothing but just say, "Okay." And the nurses did it all. Oh, geez. Huh? What don't the doctors do?
Dr. Lisa, when we broke, I was just about getting to a place where I was going to
A
ask
whole
you for
lot.
some of your opinions with regard to this matter. Let me start by first of all asking you, as a forensic neuropathologist, over the years, have you consulted on cases involving beating deaths?
Yes.
Okay, one more comment about doctors and nurses, and I'll stop. When I started working at the nursing home, at the hospital, I think it was July 1st. I had just started working at the hospital like weeks before. So I'm at the medication cart. The nurse that's training me is standing next to me, and I see this great big giant group of people come walking down the hall. And I looked at her and I'm like, who are they? And she goes, those are the doctors we have to teach. And I went, excuse me? She goes, yeah, we have to teach those are the new doctors that just graduated. We have to teach them. I was like, we have to teach doctors? And she's like, yep. They don't teach doctors like bedside manner and how to write an order and how to interact with patients and nurses. And no, they learn diseases and what medicines to give and how to treat the disease. They don't learn any of the other stuff. The nurses teach them that. So next time you get mad at a nurse, think about that. The nurses teach the doctors. I have done things that doctors are supposed to do because the doctor didn't know how to do it, and I had to teach the doctor how to do it. I'm talking procedures. I'm not talking like bedside manner crap. I'm talking like inserting tubes into a patient. So, next time you get upset with a nurse, think about that. The nurses do more work than the doctors, and we get paid less. Tell mom I said hi, Nancy.
Involving beating deaths in particular with regard to blunt head trauma.
Yes.
Can you even give us an estimate of the number of cases you've consulted on that involve beating deaths with blunt trauma to the head?
Oh boy, it's a very common scenario. And in a big city medical examiner's office, happens every day, unfortunately. So over nearly 12 years working with the ME's office in Chicago, I can't claim that I saw every one of them. I only looked at the cases that the forensic pathologist said they wanted me to do. But I may have cut 5,000 brains or more in that, using that terminology, dissecting them. In my tenure there, I have no idea. It would have to be many hundreds for sure, because it's such a common problem.
Have you, in addition to your own personal experience with deaths involving blunt trauma to the head, have you also reviewed every autopsy report involving homicide as a manner of death from beatings, blunt trauma to the head in North Carolina from 1991 to the present?
I assume I got every one. There were 257 of them, and I, in some fashion, reviewed every report.
Are you aware that Dr. Radish is of the opinion that Kathleen Peterson was beaten to death in the head with a blunt object? I think she said that she thought it would have been like this blowpoke at least 7 to 9 times.
That's my understanding.
Mischaracterization of what the witness said as it related to.
It's up to the jury to recall evidence in the case.
In any event, based on your own training and experience, and on your review of the North Carolina beating death cases from 1991 to the present, do you agree with Dr. Radish's opinion that Kathleen Peterson was beaten over the head with an object like that blow poker?
Yeah, I disagree with that.
Could you take a few minutes and focusing first on the lacerations themselves and the shape, any areas of undermining or abrasion, and the types of underlying injuries to the skull or the brain? Using those three areas, could you take a few minutes and explain to the jury why you disagree with what Dr. Radish said?
Okay, is there a place here for using some of the exhibits? Or,
sure. Sure. Whatever you feel like using.
Okay, maybe. Well, let me start out, and then we can segue into this if it seems appropriate. Weapons of various sorts that are used in homicidal attacks or otherwise often leave imprints. Let's just confine ourselves to the head right now. It can be something else with the rest of the body, but they leave tracks. In other words, this is something called pattern injuries. For example, if I had a belt that had a crosshatch pattern with it, and I hit you on the scalp with this with sufficient force, you might leave behind an imprint of the fabric or the leather pattern on the belt. If I had, for example, I've seen one of these with a very coarse file. Somebody hit somebody with that, you can see the cross-hatched marks. So it tells you to some degree, when looking at the wound, what sort of thing might have done it. Now, it isn't an exact science, but again, if there's a scenario, a scene examination, and a series of instruments are recovered, you can go quite a long way by putting them alongside the wounds that you see and say, well, this one works, that one might work, this one doesn't work, this one works, to try to connect things up. Cylindrical objects such as the poker that's been shown to you many times, that must be, half an inch or a little more, 5/8 of an inch in diameter. It varies a little bit. Towards the bottom, it's a little bit, or near the end of it is, it seems to be a bit more narrow. There, it's probably about 5/8 of an inch. And at the upper end, it's probably the same pretty much all the way through. Now, an instrument like that, if wielded against the scalp, may have the potential for breaking the scalp if enough force is used. And the character of wounds that are caused by instruments like that, whether this would be a heavier one or this one, would tend to be linear, and they'd be limited by the curvature of the skull underneath. You probably won't get wounds that go farther than the curve because you can't get there. But during the place where this instrument would come in contact with the scalp, you can end up with a relatively linear or straight laceration. There can be some special characteristics of such lacerations, like there may be certain edges that are typical. There may be tissue bridges where the tissue has been torn apart, because that's, after all, what happens, is that this object goes into a yielding surface, which is the scalp, and the scalp has to try to stretch away and accommodate itself to this force, and in so doing may tear itself apart. So there can be some characteristics of that. If this were a sharp object, for example, a machete blade, a hatchet, a knife, you won't have some of these things. It'll be a clear, straight cut, maybe with some variations. But again, the edges of the wound will tell you a little bit about what happened, what caused it. The dimensions of the object leave their imprint to some degree on the scalp. One of the other things that happens with blows like cylindrical objects or crowbar I'm trying to think some other examples. A metal rod, perhaps, some whatever the stuff that they use to reinforce concrete with. Sometimes that's used as a weapon. You will end up with splitting of the skin at the opposite ends of the laceration, because that's where the scalp curves away and certain forces are there that instead of just splitting the skin sideways, it'll go into a V or a Y on both ends.
Let me stop you there for a second, because I have an exhibit that I think.
Yes, we could use an illustration.
Defense Exhibit 171, page 229. Is this in our system yet? No. Perhaps you could just maybe a little step down for a second. Perhaps you could just show the jurors on here what you're talking about in terms of the splits on the end.
I can.
All right.
Do we have that on a visual?
We don't, unfortunately. So if you could step down.
Yeah, I step down.
Yes.
Okay. Let me just tell you what we have. We have an exam from, you can read it, Medical Legal Investigation of Death. It's a current textbook widely used by Werner Spitz, and he's the editor now. And on a page in here, some of these rather unpleasant photographs. Turn them back. We have some examples of wounds of various sorts. This upper one is an example. I believe these were crowbars, yes, and illustrate the point that I was making, that you end up with a linear laceration with a split on the end, an inverted Y. And that tells you that a cylindrical object of some sort with sufficient mass acted on the scalp. We don't see these kinds of things in this particular case.
Yeah, let me show you another exhibit which we may have a visual of.
I'm not sure the jurors on that.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
They may have. I don't. I just don't.
Could you perhaps show the jurors on this side?
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry.
I was referring to this illustration here. All of these parallel wax, and at the end there was this sheet. And that really tells you that a cylindrical object of some mass, in this case, it's a crowbar. All right, thank you. I don't know if everybody back, we might as well do it all. I'm talking about this illustration here with the splits on the ends. That's not invariably, doesn't happen every time, but that's one of those kind of textbook or classical examples.
Let me show you another photo which I've now marked as exhibit 240.
That one I think we have on the.
Yeah, I think we do, but let me just mark it and show it to you, and then.
Okay.
Yes. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
That's a photograph, actually a scan of a photograph that I made from another forensic pathology textbook by Bernard Knight, who's a British man. And
this book, Exhibit 235?
It is.
And just so the jury understands, who is Bernard Knight and what is his reputation?
Bernard Knight is another author of a textbook, an eminent pathologist in Wales, in England, and he's done a very good current textbook. This one is 1996. I don't know if there's another edition around or not, but it deals with all sorts of things, wounds and causes of death, everything what a forensic pathologist needs to know about, it's in there.
And what is the photo that you're identifying there?
This is a photograph, came from page 174 of that book, talking again in a chapter of blunt force type injuries and what do the skin wounds tell you about what the object was. And they have a photograph illustrating wounds that they describe as being due to a metal poker, superficially resembling incised cuts, but having edges and tissue bridges within the wounds. Black eyes are due to basilar fractures of the anterior fossa, that is the front part of the skull.
Move that into
We have this on an electronic version here.
Thank you. All right, now, on the screen there, I think you can, if you press, you can use that pen to point to what we're talking about. The wounds on the forehead there. Can you describe what those wounds are and
I bought like
what they were called by?
Okay.
Not double,
These
double.
are, according to Dr. Knight, wounds that were caused by a metal poker. They don't give us any details about the dimensions of the poker, but from this you can probably, first of all, you don't have fireplace pokers that are 3 inches in diameter. They're going to be smaller so that you can handle them, and they're probably roughly the dimensions of this poker that we have here. And so what we see is basically a linear type wound. Now on these, there's a tiny suggestion of some splitting at the end there. Let me just, let's see, I'm going to do it this way. I'll learn to drive this thing, yeah. Okay. We don't really have the inverted Ys on this one, perhaps because of the character of the scalp, which is thinner up here in the temple region. And you tend to see those Y-shaped splits when you have the more fleshy, bigger, thicker scalp. But in any case, these are relatively straightforward, linear splits in the scalp caused by a blow with a poker. And it's worth noting, underneath here someplace in the base of the skull are skull fractures.
Now, can we go to the diagram of the lacerations? Let me show you what I've now marked as Defendant's Exhibit 241. And ask if you recognize that exhibit.
Yes, I do.
And what is Defendant's 241?
This is a reconstruction in diagrammatic form. I helped to generate this using original photographs from the autopsy of Elizabeth Peterson, or Kathleen Peterson, sorry, from the different positions to try to say, okay, where are these wounds anatomically in a context, so you can step back and say, yes, I know where they are, rather than just in some small field. And so we did that. And
does it also represent the shape of the wounds prior to them opening up and bleeding?
Yes, this isn't how they were photographed, because those represent potentially the effects of shaving the scalp and doing some other things. This is just where the lines were.
In other words, where the splits occurred.
Right.
If you looked at it when it first happened.
And they're not intended to show the width or other characteristics. It's simply a roadmap. Say, here were lacerations on the back of Mrs. Peterson's scalp.
Move 241 into evidence.
Right.
All right, and so what's up there on the screen, does that represent the various injuries on the back of Kathleen Peterson's head and the location, and more importantly, the shape of those?
That's right.
All right, and can we show the two of them together? In comparing obviously here we're just comparing the shapes. Can you explain to the jury what you mean in terms of the differences between the wounds or the injuries on Kathleen Peterson's head and the linear type wounds that would come from a cylindrical object?
All right. Well, quite obviously, you have to search for, there are linear components to these things. For example, well, we can, this is as good.
Okay, let's go.
This actually is probably
go to the next
better.
one. Yeah, go to the next one.
If we can use this one, because that reflects.
Go to the next one. Yeah.
Great, thank you.
Now, what that reflects there is the wounds opened up.
As they are at the time of autopsy.
All right.
As this other photograph shows the same thing. So we're kind of on a level playing field here.
All right.
You can find some linear components here. That one, now there's sort of a linear thing along that one. I'll erase this so it doesn't obscure it. All these other ones are, well, maybe there's a linear component along there. But these are not linear type incisions or I won't say incisions because that implies a sharp object, but lacerations in the scalp. These are complex and if anything look more like splitting injuries. There's other facts that are important to develop that diagnostic opinion, which we can get to.
When you talk about splitting injuries, could you, and I know we'll get to some photos a little bit later that maybe illustrate this better, but just so the jury is aware of what you're talking about, can you sort of with a circle illustrate what you would mean by one of these injuries being caused by splitting?
Okay, we don't necessarily have to have this left-hand picture on here. If I could have a blow up, if that's possible, of the right-hand panel, then I can illustrate a little bit better. There we go. Can we blow that up a little bit? Zoom up?
No.
No? Okay. If not, I can deal with this, but
yeah, I think you can't. So he can't vote.
Oh, okay, fair enough. I'll carry on then.
Maybe it would help you if you want. You can draw on here if it'll.
Well, I can do it here.
All right.
The kinds of wounds and wound situations that can give rise to wounds like these are impacts against or upon relatively flat, immovable objects. And in a sense, we can say, I can diagram off to the side here, that if we have an impact, say here, or it's actually what you'll end up with is sort of a series like water bubbles in a pond or ripples in a pond. What may happen is that the skin may split one or more times because the major force is in the center. And the vectors of force have to be dealt with by the skin and getting out of the way. Consequently, you can have a stellate or a radiating skin wound pattern. Now, it doesn't always have to be just exactly like I've drawn it, but if one takes a look at other things, for example, if you then examine other characteristics of this stellate type wound, you will end up with bruising and other tissue injuries at pretty much the epicenter of this whole business. So there are compound factors, not just the wound. You have to look at what else is going on in the wound to help you with understanding this.
All right, let me show you another photo that Dr. Smith took in Exhibit 171. Does that illustrate the kind of stellate split that you're talking about?
Precisely, yes.
Could you, and then you step down your arm.
Yes.
If you could do the same thing? Yeah, show this side of the jury first and then that side.
What we're looking at here in this upper corner, and let me see what they said. This fellow fell backwards onto some pavement, and you can clearly see the abrasion and the tearing up of the skin from the corrugated cement surface. But look what we have. We have a stellate, more or less stellate wound pattern.
And would somebody describe that as one laceration or two lacerations or three lacerations?
Well, I guess beauty is in the eye of the beholder. I mean, whatever words you choose to use, it may not be correct in terms of a mechanism, but you could say, well, is this one laceration or 1, 2, 3? I don't know. But here's the point again, I won't repeat all of this, but you can see the abrasion of the skin and the splitting of the skin around that impact point. Now, the character of this wound will vary where on the scalp it is, what kind of scalp this is, what kind of surface it is, and so forth. But the point being that more or less flat impacts can produce this type of tearing. And if you look into the depths of the wound, it's not like you cut it with a knife. There's going to be little strings and bridges of tissue that were not torn.
Were there, in fact, such tissue bridges in the wounds of Kathleen Peterson?
Well, I think there are. We're dependent on the photographs, which once you get deep into a wound, it gets black. You can't see it. But these are not sharp-edged cuts, and I think they have the characteristics of this type of injury.
And for example, just taking one example here, and I've now circled something on 241. One of the wounds on 241. You see that I've circled there?
Yes, I can circle. Oops, right. We'll come back.
If we could just put that up on the.
Okay. That's right. If I can come back to that diagram.
Well, I tell you what, why don't you step down for a second? If you can do it this way, right? Not use the technology. What I've circled there, is that an example of the kind of a stellite-like laceration that one might get from a head landing on a flat surface such as this surface right here?
Yes. That kind of X marks the spot in a way, where you expect that where that impact site was where all of these lines kind of come together. That's the epicenter of the earthquake. Now, some line might go off a little bit more in one direction because of just the attitude of the head against an object. One thing I want to make the point, we've looked at this surface here. What would be the minimum surface you would need in order to produce something? You don't need something 10 inches wide. All you need is something wide enough that it matches or overlaps the curvature of the skull a little bit. So it could be a surface that might be as little as a couple of inches wide, maybe even less than that. We can see some injuries like this with gun butt and somebody being pistol whipped. Well, for the surface of where the clip goes in the bottom of an automatic pistol or the bottom of a revolver, for all intents and purposes, is a flat, massive surface. So you can end up with these same types of things under those circumstances.
So the important thing is the flatness of the surface as opposed to the cylindrical nature of the surface.
Now, if you have curvatures and surfaces, edges on those surfaces, sometimes those will leave imprints on the skin too. But if for this one particularly, it would not be, I think, inappropriate to imagine that the impact site more or less was at X marks the spot, and for whatever biomechanical reasons, the skull or the scalp split along that line.
If you could just step down and make sure the head is on that.
So you can see that. There's built into these things also the fact that the impact on a surface might not have been completely at remains. In other words, there could have been a glancing blow. Instead of the ball coming down, bouncing directly down and up, in the analogy, it could have come at an angle, in which case you're going to have components of force that might tear laterally from an already stellate position. And I think we might be getting into that with some of these other lacerations that we see there.
All right, members of the jury, we'll take our lunch break at this time. Remember the instructions I've given you throughout the course of this trial. I also realize that you've had pizza, but I figure you want something else, so we haven't had our pizza. So we'll see you at 2 o'clock.
We don't get it.
No, you don't. 2 o'clock.
We've been attempting to locate Christina Tomasetti, who was the young woman who was with Todd Peterson at the party the night Kathleen Peterson died. She has moved to the West Coast where her husband and she are living. We have now gotten in touch with her. Apparently she is pregnant and not able to travel due to complications with her pregnancy. We just got that notice over the lunch recess. So pursuant to the North Carolina general statutes and the rules of evidence, I'm giving notice at this point to the district attorney's office that we intend tomorrow to ask that her statements made to the Durham Police Department One, I think, was that very morning taken by a police officer, and I think there's at least one and perhaps two others, all taken by the police. We're going to move that those be allowed into evidence, and I just wanted to put that on the record and give the DA notice about that. I think it's precisely the same situation as the Karen Ham situation. Indeed, I think it's probably a much stronger situation given the fact that these were statements taken by the police contemporaneously to the events. And in fact, we have a specific reason, i.e. her prenatal care, as opposed to some undisclosed chronic illness for some undetermined period of time.
So contrary to popular belief, you have heard of the residual hearsay clause.
Yes, sir. I have heard of that. I just had never quite seen it applied in the particular circumstances, but you live and learn.
Let me talk to you all up here about some other matter. Doctor, if you will return to the witness stand. Of course, yes.
Dr. Leeson, when we broke for lunch, I was getting ready to show you what I had previously marked Defendant's Exhibit 242, which is something you've already alluded to up on the screen. Can I show you? This next, right.
I have it. I know it.
What is it?
This is a reconstruction. We saw a similar image before with just where the laceration lines on Mrs. Peterson's head were. This represents kind of a graphic description from the photographs of what they look like at the time of autopsy.
All right. Move 242 again.
It's allowed.
Can we put that up on the screen, please?
Yes.
All right. Now, with regard to where those wounds are, those injuries, based on, is this an anatomically correct scale model of a human head as far as you know?
Yes, I think we've made some efforts, pains in that direction to make it so, yes.
And are the injuries depicted on there not just the same shape, but are they in approximately the location they were based on the autopsy diagrams and the photos that you saw?
I believe they are, and we went to some pains to make sure that they were accurate.
All right. Let me show you what the state marked as Exhibit D7, which is a composite diagram. These are the wounds on the head of Elizabeth Ratliff, and these are the injuries on the head of Kathleen Peterson. Do you see where they've got the injuries coming up almost above the midline?
Near the top of the head, or
yes,
close to the top of the head, yeah.
And up here, same thing?
Oh, yes.
And here it actually is coming over the front?
It appears so, yes.
All right. If we compare those, is what's on State's Exhibit D7 accurate in terms of the locations?
Objection. That's for the jury to decide.
Overruled.
In my opinion, no.
All right. Is there any reason why a good medical illustrator, you've worked with medical illustrators, have you not?
Yes.
Is there any reason why a good, competent medical illustrator could not have put these wounds, these injuries, on the head where they actually were?
Well, you know, being able to draw some pictures does not necessarily mean that the person doing them has a good.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I don't know why the sound went out on the video when I plugged my mic in. No, you can't hear me.
Knowledge of the anatomy.
It's on the video.
or what. I don't know what the circumstances were under which those were created. I know what the circumstances were for the exhibit, whatever, 272 is it? 242. And we went to some considerable pains to, orient with respect to the ear, the back of the head, and so forth and so on. I don't know what went on with the other one.
Would you say, in your professional opinion, the locations on D7 are misleading in terms of the locations of the injury?
Objection. Sustained.
Could you, using your own head, could you come down and show the jury where the injuries were on Kathleen Peterson's head?
Sure. You want me to?
Yes, please.
Well, I'm going to turn my back on you because that's where I have to do it. If we simply look at that diagram that's on the screen there, we're basically talking about the back of the head. Now you can see the protuberance, the shadow there, and that's called the occiput. And every but one of us have a little bit of a knob there. So it appears that the wounds
are at the very bottom there?
At the very bottom.
Right by the neckline there?
Yeah, that little.
Okay, can you hear me now? Everything's muted. You can't hear me either. Well, dang it. What am I doing wrong? Oh, you can hear me. Well, this sucks. I don't understand. I just plugged the microphone in and it's muting Court. Maybe if I...
That little shadow there is.
You hear Court?
As the skull begins to go back in.
Do you hear Court now?
So the wounds begin
Because I don't hear Court.
To the left of the ear. To the right of the left ear and to the left of the right ear. Perhaps slightly, not exactly symmetrical in the back of the head, but turned a little bit. And they appear to terminate before the skull on the head goes up and over. So they're literally on the back of the head.
And how much space, on these diagrams, it looks like there's you can return to your screen now.
Okay.
On these diagrams and photos, it looks like there's a lot of space in between these injuries. Is there in real life a lot of space between the injuries?
Well, we're taking a look at an area of the head probably in relation to this that might be 5 inches in diameter. Something about like that.
Okay.
And so these lacerations are patterned over that area, maybe a little more if you want to go that way, but they fall all pretty much within that circle, which would be the back of the head.
All right. Now, what we were talking about right before lunch was I'd asked you whether you agreed with Dr. Radish that the injuries to Kathleen Peterson had been caused by her having been beaten to death with some sort of a blunt object. And I think you had said that you disagreed with that.
I disagree with that.
And I'd asked you to explain that in terms of the lacerations, which I think you've now done, the shape of the lacerations.
Yes.
I also asked you to talk about the concept of undermining and the general types of underlying skull and brain injuries. So if you could talk a little bit about undermining, and if you need another exhibit, let me know that, and we'll put it up there.
I would actually. I'd like to go to the actual photograph. I don't know the number of it, but representing the back picture of.
This is gonna aggravate me.
By her having been beaten to death with some sort of a blunt object. And I think you had said that you disagreed with that.
I disagree with that.
And I'd asked you to explain that in terms of the lacerations, which I think you've now done, the shape of the lacerations.
Yes.
I also asked you to talk about the concept of undermining and the general types of underlying skull and brain injuries. So if you could talk a little bit about undermining, and if you need another exhibit, let me know that, and we'll put it up there.
I would actually. I'd like to go to the actual photograph. I don't know the number of it, but representing the back picture of.
All right, and just for people in the audience, we're going to put up on the screen some of those images of the wounds on the back of the head, and I just wanted people to know that was what was going to come up.
I'll say we'll check that for the use of the actual photos, instead of it being projected into that large screen. It's over with.
All right. In terms of what's now up on the screen, let me mark this.
What is it? AKP8. That's State's Exhibit AKP8.
Looking at that, do you know what that represents?
Yes, this is a photograph of the shaved posterior scalp of Mrs. Peterson.
And if we were to look at Defendant's Exhibit 242,
yes,
is that roughly a representation of what's?
Well, I don't think it's rough. I think it's as good as we could do. And in fact, you can almost overlay that on that photograph.
All right. Now, using this diagram, and I guess there's a couple of others as well, that this photo, there's a couple others as well. Can you explain to the jury the whole concept of undermining? And then I guess as well, perhaps you can explain, using these photos, the number of impacts that you think caused these particular injuries.
Okay. We've already kind of had wound mechanics or wound injuries 101. I mean, when I talked about the head impacting on a relatively flat object and how it may tend to produce star-shaped or rip-shaped scalp injuries. When going on to this particular exhibit, I'm going to go from pretty much left to right, I think. That doesn't imply the order in which these things occurred. It's just a way to approach it, of what these wounds tell you regarding the scene and possible mechanism. Okay. We have already talked about how some of these wounds are not necessarily sharp. This particular one here obviously begins or has a terminus down here and a terminus up there with a branch going off there, with the biggest splitting somewhere along the middle of that line. There are other things that are associated with that. This photograph is a little bit light, but I think one can get the impression anyway that there may be a bruise there. Maybe it extends up to here. I'm not entirely certain. But this certainly implies an impact at that point in which something has caused the scalp to split because of relief of tension there, and away it goes. There, as you look, you probably can't see completely here in this photograph, but if one takes a hand lens to this picture or uses a computer to blow it up, you can see some tissue bridges along places like this where the cut isn't completely all the way through. And so this tells you that something has split this scalp, not incised it, and analogous to the star-shaped wound of a flat impact, this has some of those characteristics, not all. Now let me go over to this set of lacerations over here, and I'm going to take my sketches, take this off. I can put them back if I need to. We have here a situation in which we have a very long laceration that goes 3.5, 4 inches maybe. And it seems to connect with this laceration. And in another photograph, this piece goes around this way, and in point of fact, this is actually a flap. That scalp has apparently been detached from the underlying skull and is, I won't say quite hanging in the breeze, but in another photograph, it clearly is separated. Furthermore, what we see with this one, again, a little bit subtle here, is an area of some bruising, and it goes around, I think, to the other side as well. That, again, with the notion of the X marks the spot, we don't have an exact X here, but we've got something that might approximate it, is that there was probably an impact site, or at least I'm interpreting it that way, somewhere in there. Now, I'm not implying that there was a star there, but let's just take this hole out, and I can, I don't know, make an asterisk or something there. Something impacting surface came on this spot and split the scalp. And you remember I was talking about that all impacts are not necessarily completely 90 degrees and square. They may be coming at an angle, in which case the first bit of skin that hits the surface is obviously pulled. The object keeps going, and there may be a place where some other friction is occurring, and so there may be multiple splits. And I think that's what we have here. If there is sufficient tension in the center of this wound, it may tear also elsewhere. So this is a clearly a complex skin laceration, but a significant and logical, and I think supportable approach is that this may represent one impact event. That is something, the impact is in roughly this general location with the asterisk there. And that doesn't mean it was all over like this. There may have been some sliding attached to it, but it could be that all of these complexes, this one complex may represent one single impact event.
On that area there, is there undermining underneath that particular injury?
Sure.
And if so, could you explain what that is?
I mean, I've talked about this flap. That's clearly scalp that's undermined. And in some other areas, the scalp is loosened and, in a sense, torn away from the underlying connective tissues and skull. So that's present in several places along this complex laceration.
And what is the presence of a widespread area of undermining as opposed to a linear laceration, tell us?
My understanding of that is that this means that there was probably a wide area of contact with the skin. I mean, if it were a single little area, then you would tend to get an incised or all the energy dissipated and forces dissipated along a relatively narrow line. If you have some tangential and something then in a sense grips the scalp and is moving in an opposite direction, either the head is or that other surface is, you can end up with some tearing and splitting of the character that you see here. And I admit you probably won't see that very often. I haven't encountered one quite like that before, but that's the best I can do with that one.
All right.
Now, I can demonstrate some others. You want me to go through all of these?
Well, is there a better picture for us to use on?
We could use there are some photographs that are, this side of the brain and the other side, and maybe we could go to those.
Okay.
The brain, I mean head.
Is that the right side there?
Yes, it is.
All right. And why don't you start at the one?
The lower power is probably better. That's good.
Start at the one at the top there, the top left.
All right. So we're talking about this one up.
Let's start at the one at the top left.
Okay, pardon me. All right, so we'll talk about this complex here. And that's what I regard it as, is another injury complex. We have a triangular or trident-shaped laceration, which has some different complexities to it. And this has a somewhat stellate appearance. I mean, if you want to think about it this way, and maybe there's something, one might draw different lines, but I'm just illustrating a point here. So we have the same basic situation, perhaps a little more clear in this one than in the other lesion, which was down here that we were just talking about. Furthermore, we have an area of bruising and some damage to the skin there, as though it may have slid. It reminds me a little bit of that photograph that I showed in one of the textbooks, Spitz's book, of the imprint of concrete. Now, that doesn't mean there's any concrete around, but surfaces can abrade or rip away some of the surface epidermis, and that can be part of the mechanism. And I think that is something that is a reasonable interpretation of that particular complex.
And is there undermining in the middle area of that as well?
I mean, you can see it in this kind of flap of skin. There's clearly, let me erase this so I don't get it in the way, but there's clearly this little flap that is turned away, and I think there is also in this space.
And this undermine, does that come in essence from the cells underneath there being crushed when it comes in contact with the flat surface?
Well, it can be a combination. Whatever, the scalp has a bunch of layers to it. I learned it SCALP, which P is periosteum, just above the bone, and the S is the skin.
Right.
And in between there is a fatty layer and some very looser connective tissue. Now, each of these have different mechanical properties. And a place that is relatively easy to separate is that junction between the fatty tissue that's deep in the scalp and the next lower layer. That's a natural breakage point. And so with undermining, sure, you could have an instrument that comes in at an angle and turns a flap, but you can also get it with a flat impact that might have a tangential or slippage component and simply tears the scalp away.
Okay.
Let's see. Want me to go to one of the other ones?
Why don't you go to the one at the bottom there and tell us if you see a roundish bruise and how the lacerations were caused by a single impact?
They could be separate, but we also have a bruise in this location, which might mean that, and this is getting down near the occiput, the lower part of the back of the head. The scalp probably has different attachments down there. So this point of the scalp down here may be attached more firmly than the scalp that's up here, for example, more connective tissue bridges and so forth. So if you have some application of force, and that is kind of what a split hitting a tabletop or something would look like, you may pull away. It may not fracture there, but may, in a sense, as I'm diagramming here, may in fact pull have a situation like this where the scalp is in effect torn apart. So this could be one impact event, but it might be two. I don't know.
All right. What about the complex injury on the upper right-hand side there?
This one, right?
Yes.
Okay, this one has some similarities to the one on the other side of the head, in that it looks like we have a bullseye, and there is some bruising at or about the place of the center, and there's some destruction of I'll take that away so you can see it. I just simply want to put it there. Some destruction, maybe twisting, scraping of the external part of the scalp in that location. And on some photographs of this, there may be some turning or eversion, and maybe this one is actually a little flap of skin, this so-called undermining or separation of the scalp from the underlying skull occurring here. So I can regard this as an impact site. It had to be an impact site, and I would say that it was, someplace in this general vicinity. And there you are.
Dr. Radish seemed to imply that for example, that one you were just looking at could be 3 or 4 different impacts, or the one to the left there could be 3 or 4 different impacts with a linear object.
Well, you do have a scenario with a flat impact that could produce that. It is certainly possible if someone is wielding an instrument to hit more or less in the same spot, but that's going to be kind of tricky. How do you explain then the junction point of all of these? Is this a separate one? That a separate one? This is separate.
Can you hear me now? Okay. Well, that didn't work. I did what ChatGPT told me to do, and it's not working. Dang it. Dang, 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 dang. Well, crud.
Separate one of them. I suppose in all of humankind, one could potentially do that, but I think that is an unnecessarily complex and probably unwarranted interpretation. I can't say it couldn't happen. It just becomes a challenge to imagine how that could.
You can take that down. Thank you. In addition to the nature of the lacerations, in other words, complex versus linear, and the undermining, and the broad nature of the bruises that are associated with those particular lacerations, is there anything about the underlying injuries to the skull and or the brain, or perhaps more accurately, the absence of underlying injuries to the skull and the brain? And by injuries, I'm talking about scrapes on the skull, lines on the skull, all the way through skull fractures and other kinds of brain injuries. Anything about that leads you to your conclusion that Dr. Radish is not correct when she says that what happened here was that Kathleen Peterson was beaten to death with a blunt object?
Yes, I have some opinions regarding that observation.
Could you explain those to the jury?
Okay, it has certainly been the case experience of mine, though I haven't systematically collected it. And clearly, the experience of the medical examiner's office here in North Carolina for 13 years or 12 years or whatever, from 91 to 2003, regarding blunt force, presumably homicidal injuries to the head. That when people have been hit with objects and lost their life, presumably because of that, there'll be superficial injury because that's the first thing in the way. The next thing is the skull. And if the object is massive enough to be taken seriously, not that a skin injury is not serious, but deeper things are far more so, you can leave marks on the skull. Perfect example, someone hit with a hatchet. Well, it'll break open the scalp for sure, but it also makes a cut and a groove and maybe even a fracture on the skull. So you can see something coming through. A knife, a sharp-edged angle iron or something like that may do the same. So you end up with pattern injuries on the way down. And then, of course, it may just be a diffuse enough high-energy impact that it fractures the skull.
You mentioned this study that we did, or that you did, of 257 homicide cases involving blunt force trauma to the head in North Carolina, all the cases from 91 to 2003. Do you recall what percentage of those cases had skull fractures?
Oh, I think it was around 75%, maybe a few more.
All right.
And so underlying skull injury is a very common accompaniment to a homicidal beating.
Is that partly because when somebody is trying to kill somebody, they're going to be hitting them as hard as they can be hitting?
Well, there's objection. Okay, there are a number of components that go into this. Obviously, some element of, first of all, just from a physics point of view, there's two things that are important, or two main things that are important. The mass, the relative mass of the object that somebody is using relative to the head, and the velocity that is attained. Obviously, if somebody is pretty unhappy, rageful perhaps, and is going after somebody with a weapon, it's built into it that they're going to try to do it hard. And that means not necessarily the force that they can impart. Of course, they do that when they move the object, but the velocity. And those are the factors that combine to produce the injuries underneath.
All right. What other kinds of injuries, both based on your own experience and on the 257 cases from North Carolina, do you generally see in cases involving homicidal blunt force trauma?
Okay, let's stay on the outer side at first, then we can move inward.
All right.
All impacts do not necessarily hit the cranial skeleton. It's very common to hit the face. And the same issues are true there. If there's enough force, you may fracture the orbit, break the cheekbone, fracture the jaw, break teeth, do a bunch of things like that. Then, too, there's also in homicidal beatings, spread out. In other words, these are attacks often that involve blows to the body and other places that then can have their accompanying superficial and deeper injuries as well. So all of those things have to be considered too.
Do you recall, for example, what percentage of the cases in North Carolina involving blunt force trauma resulting in death involved rib fractures?
Oh, a lot of them. I can't quote you a number. I've got it written down. There's a lot of facts there, but rib fractures and things of that sort were relatively common.
All right.
And okay, so that takes care of the skin and the bony tissue underneath.
Same thing, by the way, with hands and fingers.
Sure, I didn't mention extremities, but they're there too. Frequently, if there'll be, so we've heard the term defensive wound, somebody putting their hands up. If there's an object coming down, obviously the hand's in the way and can be lacerated, broken, torn up.
Okay.
And those sorts of things are not uncommon either.
All right.
In homicidal beatings. Okay, then let's go back to the head and move inward then. The next type of injury that can occur that's intracranial is something called an epidural hemorrhage. Now that is hemorrhage under the skull, but above the brain and above the dural membrane, which sits just under the skull. And these are usually associated with skull fractures because there are vessels that go under the bone. And if you break a bone, you may shear and lacerate the artery that's underneath there, and it can produce a blood clot, which might or might not prove fatal. Then I must add that isn't the most common type of traumatic cranial injury. I don't know what the percentage is, but it's not anything compared to what I'm going to tell you next,
okay, which
is subdural hematoma. That is hemorrhage still above the brain, below the skull, but below the dura or beneath the dura. So those can occur without skull fracture. They require certain energy and force relationships to produce shearing of blood vessels, primarily veins, apparently, to produce that. And those are extremely common, associated with any sort of major force exerted on the head, be they blows or falls. Certainly more common in fall type injuries than blows.
All right. Any other kinds of traumatic brain injuries?
One can, in the course of any and all of these things, rupture small vessels that may have no name and may be microscopic in size. In the subarachnoid space, this is the next membrane beyond the dura, but immediately above the brain. And that there's a space there that is filled with watery fluid called spinal fluid or cerebrospinal fluid. And there are lots of little blood vessels that traverse this space. And if there's enough movement of the brain or inbending of the skull, which can happen momentarily in an impact, regardless of what kind, those little things may tear and you may bleed. So you can end up with a subarachnoid hemorrhage.
Now, in this case, Dr. Bolton testified that he saw, I think he said, a slight to moderate subarachnoid hemorrhage. Did you see any subarachnoid hemorrhage when you inspected the tissues?
In a simple answer, I'll say yes. Let's take it from the microscopic. There certainly was blood, some blood, and it wasn't just everywhere. You had to look for it a bit in the microscopic sections of the brain. I examined, it was albeit cut at that time, the brain tissue from Mrs. Peterson. And I was not particularly impressed with my visual exam that there was a subarachnoid present. Now, I did find some that was along the midline of the brain, and that might or might not be a true disease-related or impact-related subarachnoid. It could be an artifact.
In other words, done when the autopsy is done.
Well, in the course of the autopsy, there's two good ways to do this, and it happens all the time. is when the skull cap is sawn with one of these saws that they use to take off plaster casts. It's a vibrating, reciprocating saw. If the person opening the skull cap is not particularly careful, you may go through the dura and into the brain, and you do that, you're going to cut blood vessels, and so there can be some lateral spread from a vein at the cortical surface that could be hit by the saw. Okay, the other thing is, let's assume they do that okay, which is fine. And the dura is there. And once the dura is removed, which it usually is, doesn't have to be, but when you take the brain out, it's a lot easier to have the dura off. You can incise it and keep it there. But if you take it off, you are pulling 6, 8, 10 pair of small bridging veins that are right along the midline and come off with the dura. And if there's blood in those, that can spread superficially as well as into the subarachnoid space, and may actually, by gravity, before they fix the brain or whatever, trickle down and around and be there. So there are mechanisms by which you can have hemorrhage in the subarachnoid space that can have an artifact or an induced basis rather than one that happened before death.
Assuming that it's not artifact, assuming that it's real, does the presence of a slight to moderate of the kind of subarachnoid hemorrhage that you saw and Dr. Bolden saw in Kathleen Peterson's brain, does that tell us anything about fall versus blunt force trauma from a beating?
Now, it's in the absence of subdurals, epidurals, skull fractures, and other things that are really pretty declarative of head trauma. Subarachnoid hemorrhage may be fairly common. There have been some studies on football players and people like that who endure head impacts and can have subarachnoid hemorrhages that are there and then they disappear and presumably are without incident. Another example is a slightly different situation. The process of birth induce quite a few minor subarachnoid hemorrhages in young babies, and it doesn't seem to make any difference to them. They get rid of it. So this is an event that doesn't have to have some kind of catastrophic scenario around it.
In the case of
Can you guys hear me? This is so frustrating. I have done everything ChatGPT has told me to do. I can still see what you're typing in the chat. Dadgummit. I know you guys can still hear it, but I can't hear it when I'm plugged in. So I guess I'm just going to have to be unplugged until I want to talk. Use a different AI. Is that lower or higher? New mic. I don't know which way is lower or higher, but the volume knob's on the bottom. So I don't know if I'm getting louder or softer. I don't know. Okay, I'll do that, Marty. Which way's louder? I don't know. The problem is things don't come with good manuals anymore. Is this louder? I don't know. I don't know anymore. This is louder? Okay.
Well, let's go to the 257 cases that you looked at in North Carolina in particular, where there was homicidal attack. Did the subarachnoids, when they were there, did they tend to be mild to moderate, or did they tend to be something else?
Now, they tend to be observable, and there's little question about it. That doesn't mean there can't be, and there were a few cases in which a mild or incidental, I forget what words were used, sometimes like that, subarachnoid hemorrhage were found, and so that's just what we've been talking about. It doesn't really lead you one way or another.
All right. What other kinds of traumatic brain injuries does one find in beating deaths?
Okay, the next thing down is either because of a fracture of the skull, where the skull is actually vibrating on the exposed or vulnerable brain beneath, you may end up with a contusion or a bruise.
Good gravy, Marie. For some reason, it took my camera away. Ugh. I hate tech. I actually love tech. I love it when it works right. Ugh.
Under the site of an impact. You can also do that without a skull fracture. With the bone, it looks like it's pretty rigid, but if you've ever walked by, I come from Chicago, we have a lot of wind there, and you walk down Michigan Avenue, and these big plate glass storm windows with the wind blowing, I mean, they give. Glass that's half an inch thick, it gives, and the skull does the same thing. So with an impact, blow or fall, the skull will in-bend. If it can't withstand the in-bend, it breaks, but it may boink back out again in a sense, which may damage the cerebral cortex and brain underneath, producing a bruise there or a contusion.
And we've had some testimony about coup and contra coup contusions. Can you briefly explain what those are?
Coup, C-O-U-P, is a French term, meaning a blow, I guess. It has a lot, it's one of those words that has a lot of different meanings to it. But in this context, it would be the area of injury immediately beneath where the impact occurred on the brain. And it is manifested by a bruise, a circular bruise that may have a triangular or cone shape from the outside to the end, diminishing as you go in. Actually, you don't see those very often. So that's the coup contusion.
Okay.
And I should hasten to add that if one had somebody hit on the head with a significant object, a baseball bat or something, where you'd expect a coup contusion, and you did an autopsy right then, if you could, 5 minutes later, 10 minutes later or something, you probably wouldn't see much. It takes a bit of time for those hemorrhages and bruises to evolve.
How long?
Something on the order. It may be as few as 10 or 15 minutes, but then it may extend on for however long the individual lives. So I want to make that point.
Okay, and while you're making that point, in this case, there were red neurons present, which would indicate that there was a period of time that passed before Kathleen Peterson died. In that period of time, if you were going to see any kind of contusions, was there sufficient time for those to manifest themselves?
Yes, I think that period of time of, if you say a half an hour, is probably about as short as it could be. It may be longer than that. Subdurals take about that kind of time to declare themselves. Epidurals, the same. Contusions in the brain, the same. That doesn't mean they're completely in pace with one another, but in a period of about a half an hour of vital signs, if one were, quote, going to be present, you should begin to see it at that time.
All right.
Now, you want me to go to contra coup?
Yes, please.
All right. Contra coup is an interesting and controversial subject. What this means is that, and it's seen usually in a fall, or let's say I fall backwards, unguarded, and we saw a lot of those when I was with the ME in Chicago. surrounding St. Patrick's Day, oddly enough. Basically, people falling off bar stools backwards and hitting their head on the concrete floor or whatever of wherever they were. They may have had a laceration in the back of the head. Maybe they had a skull fracture, maybe not. But when you examine the brain, the pathology in the brain wasn't there. It was up here. It was in the frontal lobes of the brain. Now, how in the world do you explain that? Here's where the impact was. How do you get some of these people live several hours and the brain really takes on the character of hamburger? I mean, it's terribly messed up. Well, there are a bunch of biomechanical reasons behind this, one of which that talks about the brain having differential movement. That is, the skull stops quick first. The brain keeps going and may create actually a vacuum of sorts, or that's one theory, and that you end up like cavitation. You rev your speedboat and the propeller may spin fruitlessly because there's gas around it. It means that in a sense you're not by heat boiling the water, but you're pulling gases out of the water that form a bubble for a moment. And that's one theory. Then there are other ones that pressure waves move around inside the skull and focus or impinge on this opposite side. So that's what contre coup, it means opposite the hit.
Okay.
And those, as I say, are usually seen in falls, a moving head, basically, situation.
What about edema or swelling of the brain?
Okay. Now, you can have cerebral edema alone, or as a part of any or all of these things. When you injure the brain with a coup contusion or a contra coup contusion, you've broken up the vessels and water is going to leak out. And there'll be all sorts of things in that injured area that produce swelling. There are other circumstances in which the brain may move slightly with, or maybe, well, it can't move inches, but it can move critically against itself so that white matter or deeper parts of the brain are injured. And vessels may be injured also in that process, and brain swelling can occur. And that's a rather complex issue. It's not so simple. There are other factors that can include that are outside the injury. For example, if the person lost respiration or heart activity, the brain reacts by swelling. It would be like cutting off the electric power to the bilge pumps in a boat. There are lots of ways that the brain can swell in response to traumatic injury, primarily or secondary.
Have we covered the major types of traumatic brain injury that
I'd like to mention one or two more.
Sure.
One of the things that can happen in rather freak accidents or freak circumstances is that there's sufficient movement of the brain tissue against itself that structures in the center of the brain may tear themselves. And there's a little cauliflower-like structure called the choroid plexus that's in the ventricles of the brain that actually makes the cerebral spinal fluid. It secretes it. And sometimes if there's enough side-to-side movement of the brain, oftentimes seen these with pedestrians hit glancing blows by a car or truck passing by. They may have almost nothing else, but there may be an intraventricular hemorrhage due to avulsion and twisting off of these little structures there. That would be an uncommon event, but it's been reported multiple times. I think that's probably better.
All right. With regard to the internal injuries on Kathleen Peterson's brain and the skull and bony injuries, first of all, were there any fractures of the skull, of any of the facial bones, the orbits, the mandible, any of the bony structures of the face or head?
None reported, no.
Or of the hands or arms?
No.
Or of the ribs?
No.
With regard to the internal injuries, there was a slight to moderate subarachnoid.
Yes.
Which does not tell us anything particularly about.
Well, it tells you something, but it could be meaningful or it might not be.
All right. Any of the common injuries that one sees in beating deaths, epidural, subdural, contusions, edema, any of those injuries present with regard to Kathleen Peterson? Any damage to the brainstem that you could see, or the breathing center?
Nothing that showed up in the slides or was described by the people who did the autopsy.
Any intraventricular hemorrhage?
No.
Now, Dr. Radish also testified, and I guess it's sort of the flip side of what she said with regard to beating. It was her opinion that Kathleen Peterson's injuries were not consistent with an accidental death on that stairway. You understand that?
I understand that.
Do you agree with that?
I do not.
During your years as a forensic neuropathologist, have you seen a number of cases involving multiple lacerations of the scalp? In other words, 2, 3, 4 lacerations or impacts of the scalp?
Yes.
Did all of those involve beatings?
No.
As far as you know, did at least some of those involve accidents?
Yes.
If Dr. Radish testified to this jury, in essence, that in her experience, there's never been a case involving multiple scalp lacerations from an accident in a stairway. Never been documented in history. Would you agree with that statistic?
Object to that characterization.
Well, Your Honor, I think that's what she says, that she's never seen that.
The jury will recall the testimony that has been presented. If that's the question you want to ask, go ahead.
Thank you. If Dr. Radish's testimony was that there's never been, at least in her knowledge, a case where someone had an accident in a stairway and had multiple lacerations to the scalp, would you agree with that?
Well, that could be her experience. I can't pull out a paper on stairway falls that goes into those sorts of details, but I would be, it would be hard for me to say such a thing couldn't happen. In fact, I have seen some stairway falls, which I didn't at the time, I had no idea I'd be testifying here, had some multiple lacerations of one sort and another, and many times, of course, these are not witnessed, so you can't be completely sure what happened to them, but I wouldn't say that was impossible.
Was there, in your opinion, anything about the injuries, first of all, to the interior structures, to the brain, that were in any way inconsistent with an accident in this case?
No, they weren't inconsistent.
Could you explain?
Well, as I've indicated, and maybe it's been obvious, that major falls tend to produce intracranial injury, but not necessarily. It depends how you fall, what you hit against, what velocity you are attaining when you do that, and then some factors that probably are so individual that you can't take them into account. My scalp thicker than yours thinner than mine, whatever. So I wouldn't say that there's anything about this. I mean, it's an unusual case. Anybody should perceive that. But that it is inconsistent with a fall scenario, I don't see evidence of that.
Was there anything about the lacerations on Kathleen Peterson's scalp that, in your opinion, the ones that we've seen up here on the board, that were inconsistent with an accident in that stairwell?
No.
I asked Dr. Radish some questions about whether you could have, well, she indicated that, I think she indicated, the jury will recollect this, that she didn't see how you could have that many tears or lacerations from a single fall.
Okay.
And we talked a little bit about multiple impacts and multiple lacerations from a single impact. Can you explain to the jury a little bit how one can get multiple tears or lacerations, and whether or not it's your opinion, given the blood on Kathleen Peterson's feet, that there was only a single fall here?
Can you hear me still? Please tell me you can hear me. Please tell me you can hear me. I think it said that I can hear myself get louder or softer. Oh, I can. Sweet. Yay. Marty, suck it. Thank you, Wiggles, for the new mic. I just couldn't get it where I could hear the video. I have to use headphones. Yes. Thank you, Marty. Thank you. Yes, it was Gemini. Thank you. So, now we will continue our regularly scheduled program. I'm sorry for all the starts and stops. This was driving me nuts.
Objection, that's a complex question.
Well, there are two questions. I'm sure the doctor can follow them. I don't know if the jury can.
Well, let me rephrase it.
What do you mean, what did I just say? What do you mean, what did I just say? I said a bunch of things. I don't know. I thanked Wiggles for the microphone. I said I can hear myself through the headphones, so I can tell if I'm louder or softer now. This is louder. This is softer. I used Gemini that told me I had to plug in the headphones so I could hear the computer. I don't know. What did I say? I tried that. It didn't work. No, I didn't say a naughty word. Seriously. No, I said suck it. I did not say the other word.
You noticed the blood on Kathleen Peterson's feet.
That was reported in the crime reports and other, analysis. Yeah.
And you're aware, are you not, that various of the state's witnesses had testified that, in their opinion, that indicated that she had stood up at some point into a pool of blood because of the blood getting up into the arches of the feet.
I had the privilege of seeing those sneakers or tennis shoes or whatever they were, the footwear.
No, we're talking about her bare feet.
Or bare feet. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm confusing with the tennis shoes that were there. Okay.
Yeah.
No, that makes sense. That somebody could do that.
Assuming that she got up and stood in blood at some point, would that tend to indicate to you, given the fact that she was found on the ground, that there was more, or that at least it's reasonable to assume that there was more than one fall in this particular case?
Certainly.
He's an expert witness, Mr. Hart. Overruled.
It certainly opens the door to that interpretation, yes.
Can you talk a little bit with the jury about how, first of all, whether one can assume in any fall situation, whether you have blood on the feet or not, whether there's simply one fall or whether people sometimes get up and because they're woozy fall again, and then how that all translates into numbers of impacts and numbers of lacerations.
Okay. First of all, I think we have to chunk this up a little bit. Let's talk about fall events. It is possible for someone on a stairway or anywhere, once they have fallen, to get up and perhaps fall again. So we have two fall events. Now let's take each one of these things. In the course of a fall event, one may contract more than one injury, as an example, which I think is likely in this particular case, is that someone falling backwards, attempting to go upstairs, but falls backwards, may strike a wall surface, or molding or something that is the next target, so to speak. So there can be an impact there. You're still vertical to some degree, and gravity is operating, so you can go down to another surface, one or more, and incur injuries in the course of each one of these impacts. So you can have one fall event that might have several sub-events in there and impacts which can produce injuries.
I'm going to talk first in a second about numbers of lacerations or tears from a single impact, but before I do, given the physiology of the brain, if someone is stunned, hits their head and is stunned from a fall, is it uncommon in your experience for that person to attempt to get up and either fall back again or trip again?
Overruled.
It can, that's a logical assumption. And many times, of course, you have to, unless you have a witness, you may have to put that together from the crime scene and other kinds of evidence. But that's not a crazy idea.
All right. In terms of numbers of tears or lacerations from a single impact, can you talk a little bit about that? And I guess you've already alluded to it in terms of how one counts the splits from a single.
Well, the counting can be difficult depending on what words you want to use and what interpretation you have. If you can have, as I've already indicated, a flat type impact, flat surface type impact, and produce some rather strange type lacerations that may be extensive. By the same token, a second component of a fall, like I've just described, could involve a laceration or an impact site someplace else on the head. That doesn't mean you're going to have 4 of them at once, but if you interpose that with an interval in which somebody's stunned or incapacitated in some way, and in some way gets up again and attempts to save themselves or get out of there, they may be dizzy or slip or do something and essentially do it again. And frankly, I think that's what happened in this case.
Do you have an opinion as to how many impacts, roughly, caused the tears or lacerations that we see on the back of Kathleen Peterson's scalp?
I think a number that I'm comfortable with is about 4. That doesn't mean 4 falls. This could be 2 fall events, each of which has 2 sets of injuries with this. So we have, but I'm counting those as impacts because in a sense it would be like hitting my elbow and then my hand keeps going and I might injure both places. So I think 4 impacts is something that is reasonable. There might be another one, but I'm not so convinced of that.
All right. With regard to the red neurons, we've heard some about that. What is the significance of the red neurons in terms of this bigger picture?
Might it be helpful to show a picture of this to show what they look like? Or
I think Dr. Bolden's described what they look like already.
Fine. Red neurons, let me just back up a little bit, are what happens to nerve cells, nerve cells, same difference, when they, or a population of nerve cells have been deprived of the things they need most, blood supply and oxygen, occasionally glucose, but that's another issue. What happens is that a nerve cell has a very few seconds worth of battery power, if you want to call it, of metabolizable sugar inside the body of that cell. And that's gone within, if it's cut off, it's gone within seconds. That doesn't mean the nerve cell is going to die. It can kind of hang in there for a while until supplies arrive, which would have to come by way of the blood. But if it doesn't happen, and that critical interval is not seconds, but drifts on into be many seconds or minutes, perhaps, that nerve cell may be, even though you look at it, if you could look at it at the time, would look okay, will eventually die. That cell may quit functioning, turn off electrically, and still look normal, but over a period of time, it will deteriorate. And one of the things under the microscope that we associate with that is a red color to the nerve cells, and we just call them red neurons. And my analogy of this is, if you take a Polaroid picture and it spits out, and you look at it right away, there's nothing there. And over a period of some minutes, depending on the film you have, the picture develops. Well, the same thing is true with a red neuron. You have to have an event, namely snap the picture, expose the light, and then you have to have a period of time in which the changes in the cell have time to declare themselves with a heartbeat, with vital functions around. And that period that we've talked about is something about 30 minutes. It can be longer than that. And so if you see red neurons, you know something like this, some event that deprived that nerve cell of blood supply and or oxygen for a critical period, and there was a time for the Polaroid to develop.
Now, that 30-minute period, I think, comes from some testimony that Dr. Snell gave in another case about his familiarity with some studies with hydrocarbons. Is that right?
Yeah.
And do you dispute the figure that he gave in testifying?
No, I don't dispute that. There's been literature references going back. I found some from the 50s and 60s talking about that. I personally haven't seen a case that we had enough information about that we could say we know what happened here and we know when this person died. I haven't had one that was in 30 minutes. I've had them at about an hour and longer, of course. But that's not an unknown concept. That's been in the literature, and people have had experiences like that I think are real and valid.
Now, in terms of beating deaths, particularly beating deaths where somebody dies relatively quickly, would you get red neurons?
You've got to have two events. You've got to have the event, whatever it is, that deprived the brain of blood and oxygen for a critical time, and that might only be a minute, might even be less than that. And then you have to have the time for the Polaroid to develop. So if somebody has that critical event but is dead below and shorter than 30 minutes, Polaroid didn't develop. You won't see them.
And the critical event has to be a loss of oxygen to the.
Ultimately, it's loss of oxygen, though blood supply is important too. We have to have both. You have to have means to get it there, and the stuff has got to be in the blood.
In the other 257 beating cases that you looked at in North Carolina, did you note any mention of red neurons in any of those cases that you can recall?
That's almost a minor, it's a very small point. I didn't specifically, but then I can't say that I read every microscopic description, with the magnifying glass. But I don't recall any.
Let me turn for a second to thyroid cartilage, if I could. You actually inspected the thyroid cartilage that was removed by Dr. Ravish, correct?
Yes,
And you did that at the medical examiner's office, correct?
I did.
And can you describe to the members of the jury the injury that you saw in that particular structure?
Yes, I can describe it, and we have a picture if you
Now,
want to
we're
use
going
it.
to get to the picture in a second, but
Okay. Well, basically, the specimen that was taken out is, in a sense, the voice box. It's the thyroid cartilage, the tissues connected with that, Adam's apple, and a little bit below. So it's a piece of tissue about, 4 inches or so long, and will include often the base of the tongue, the epiglottis, the vocal cords, the thyroid cartilage, and other sorts of things. So that's the specimen's a standard.
And how big was the fracture, and where was the fracture?
Well, there is on the back side of the thyroid cartilage a little, if I can maybe do it this way.
Yes, sir.
You're looking, this is the Adam's apple. And part of the thyroid cartilage has 2 little horns on it that go up kind of just about over the carotid arteries, lateral, behind the angle of the jaw. And those are called the cornu, or cornu, or horn. And there's a little ligament that connects upward. And it's part of the swallowing and speaking mechanism that we use. There was a fracture at the base of one of these little horns, and this horn is on the order of, half an inch maybe long, and it was right at the base of that on the left side.
How wide?
Oh, the width of the cornu is something like a little bigger than 1/8 of an inch, smaller than 1/4. I would put it in millimeters, maybe 3.5 millimeters, something like
And
that. 4.
the area, did you see an area of hemorrhage?
Yes.
And how large or how small was that area of hemorrhage?
The hemorrhage was probably about 1/8 of an inch in one direction and maybe 1/4 of an inch in another. So it's a very small area of hemorrhage, small in comparison to the size of the cornu.
All right, sir.
Yes.
Let me show you what's been marked Exhibit 243, Defendant's Exhibit 243, and ask if you recognize that.
I sure do, yes.
And what is that?
These are photographs I took or had taken at the ME's office when I was examining the larynx.
All right, move Defendant's Exhibit 243 into evidence.
It's allowed.
May we put that up on the screen? All right, on the left-hand side there, you have an arrow pointing to something.
Right. Yes, here is the horn of the thyroid cartilage. There's another one here, but it's under the thumb.
All right.
These are the vocal cords right here. Epiglottis going here. And this would be the back. Let me do this way. This would be the base of the tongue and the back of the mouth. So we're looking from the back forward.
All right, sir.
And we see this little structure. Let me outline it, and then I'll take it away so you can see. It is this little thing here, and the fracture is kind of along right about in there.
All right. And on the photo next to it, can you actually see?
Yes, let me outline it first, and then and then I'll take it away.
All right, sir.
So we're looking, let's see here now, get oriented. We're looking to the side. This is the left side of the voice box that we're looking at. So this would be front, back, top, and bottom.
All right.
All right. So the thing we're looking at here is this. And there's the horn of the thyroid cartilage, and this little area right in there is where the fracture is. And we can take my drawing away. Maybe I better put something back to outline it. I'll stop there.
All right.
But here is the fracture and the small amount of bleeding that's in the soft tissue surrounding that.
All right, and is that a thumb next to that?
Yes, it is a thumb.
All right.
And we've attempted to measure this and
That's
derive some
possible.
measurements from the size of the fingers and so forth. So,
Now, I want to read you what Dr. Bolden testified to
Like,
with
does that
regard
do?
to artifact when there's that amount of hemorrhage, say less than 4 millimeters of hemorrhage there.
If we go here, the whole width of the horn is maybe 5. Maybe it's a little bit more at the base, and probably not much more than that up and down. So it's not a square. It's probably elongated a little bit. So it might be 4 or 5 millimeters this way and maybe 6 that other way. I don't know.
All right. Let me read you what he said. He was talking about some hemorrhage on the spinal cord with regard to this particular autopsy.
Right.
And he said, yes, on the epidural surface, he saw some fresh hemorrhage, but it was very small amount, about 4 millimeters in size. So, and it's that tiny an amount can often be, in my experience, usually is an artifact. And then I asked him, in other words, I think the jury has heard that term before, but just so we're clear, something that occurred during the autopsy itself. Answer, yes, an artifact is something that's introduced during an autopsy procedure. So sometimes one can introduce small artifacts into an autopsy. And the question I asked him was, I take it then that although generally speaking, the existence of fresh hemorrhage would say this is pre-mortem, before death, if it's a small amount of hemorrhage, it could still be ante-mortem or after death. Answer, if it's 4 millimeters, like the one on the spinal cord, that would certainly be an artifact. Do you, generally speaking, agree with what Dr. Bolden said about that?
It's a reasoned approach. I don't have any reason to doubt it. He isn't the first person who said that. I mean, it's been mentioned in the textbooks and so forth.
Let me read you what Dr. Bernard Knight said and ask you if you agree with this. Now, are you aware, first of all, that Dr. Radish testified that based on that fractured cartilage, that was consistent with manual strangulation or attempted manual strangulation or words to that effect? Are you aware of that?
I'm aware of that.
Let me ask you, first of all, whether you saw any other indications of the kinds of things you would normally see from a strangulation or an attempted strangulation. Let me just go through the checklist and make sure I've covered it all. Petechial or pin-like hemorrhages in the eyes.
None were reported.
Or in the eyelids.
No.
Or in the bridge of the nose.
It's hard to tell. There's some mottling and maybe some prominent vessels there, but they don't look like petechiae or little dot-like things.
Cheeks.
No.
Any congestion reported in the face?
No more than you'd expect.
Any kinds of hemorrhage into the muscles of the neck, the strap muscles?
No, none. No pathology there at all.
Any pressure marks from either fingers or nails on the neck?
No. No ligature, no. There's nothing. This is an isolated observation.
Well, let me then ask you if you agree with this statement. Bleeding is a one-way criterion. If there is no hemorrhage, and we're talking now about a thyroid cartilage fracture, if there is no hemorrhage, the fracture must be post-mortem. But if there is a small bleed, then the lesion can be either ante-mortem or post-mortem. You agree with that?
I do.
Naturally, the findings must be taken in conjunction with other evidence of neck injury. Do you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
And if there are surface bruises, scratches, muscle bleeding, intralaryngeal and tongue hemorrhage, there was none of that, right?
No.
Then a minimal bleed at a fractured horn can be accepted as probably ante-mortem. Do you agree with that?
Well, he's being very conservative there. I don't have any reason to disagree with that.
Conversely, it must again be emphasized that the solitary finding of a fractured laryngeal horn, even with slight associated bleeding, is not in itself sufficient evidence of ante-mortem, pre-death trauma to the neck. Do you agree with that?
I do.
Mr. Rudolph, let's take a 15-minute break.
Yes, sir.
We'll take a break for 15 minutes. Remember the instructions I've given you throughout the course of this trial. We'll see you then.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 15-minute break. Please allow the jurors to exit courtroom first.
Dr. Leesma, are you aware that it was Dr. Radish's opinion, as expressed in the autopsy report and here in court, that Kathleen Peterson died of what she labeled concussive injury to the brain?
I'm aware of that.
And do you agree that that was the cause of Kathleen Peterson's death?
No, I don't agree.
Could you explain to the jury briefly why?
Okay. Concussive injury basically comes in two major forms that are serious. I think anyone who is knocked unconscious by whatever means and survives it does have a tiny, undefined amount of brain pathology. Whether you can see it or not is another matter, but we're talking about serious stuff. The classic concussive brain injury as a cause of death comes from somebody who's been in a complex vehicular accident, maybe a workplace accident, who knows, where major impacts have occurred to the head that may or may not produce skull fractures or something else, but essentially result from the moving torsional forces within the brain. I've seen a number of these in traffic accidents where somebody will then have that, not have, maybe they have some dings or cuts or something. They may or may not have skull fracture, may or may not have subdural hematoma, but they're in coma. They come in to the emergency room out, and they stay that way. And then they may die of pneumonia or something else. Or they may come out of it, but it may be weeks or months, and there have been rare instances of years later, people coming out.
What's the cause of that concussive injury?
Okay, well, what is happening there is that these are moving head injuries. In other words, the head has momentum and velocity to it, and then it comes to a stop in some fashion. And in the course of doing that, the brain then, rather than just sort of moving back and forth, may move vis-a-vis itself. It sort of writhes, actually. And there may actually be parts of the brain that are moving in opposite directions to one another. And the deep white matter of the brain may be, because it's full of spaghetti-like nerve fibers, cables, if you will, if something is happening front to back, those can break. And if you break enough of them, you get a tremendous amount, usually of brain swelling. There may be small hemorrhages associated with that. The bottom line is that you've disconnected a whole lot of parts of the brain from itself. And particularly a part of this type of concussive injury are disconnections and disruptions in the brainstem, which is where consciousness, for the most part, is located. So you can do all you want up above, and maybe you won't be worth anything after you've had your brain trauma. But if you damage the brainstem because the brain has moved this way vis-a-vis the brainstem, you may never wake up. And that's the classic brain contusion scenario and model, and it's very valid. It's been known for a long time.
And would you get that from being struck with a cylindrical object like this?
I would say no. You can do it if you use a baseball bat, a piece of lead pipe, something massive so that the head becomes set into motion by the blow. Then you can end up with diffuse axonal injury is another fancy term for this, or concussive injury. But with blows classically do not do that.
And what, in your opinion, was the cause of death here?
I think she, Mrs. Peterson, probably died from loss of blood.
Let me turn for a few minutes to Elizabeth Ratliff. Beginning, you're aware that there was an exhumation autopsy done in April, I think it was April 20th or 21st of 2003, correct?
It's out or about that time. I don't remember the exact date.
And as a result of that, were you asked to take a look at the findings with regard to Elizabeth Ratliff?
I was.
Now, you're aware, are you not, that one of the issues with regard to Elizabeth Ratliff's death is whether or not she had what's known as a vascular malformation or a vascular anomaly?
I'm aware of that.
And Dr. Gleckman and Dr. Radish have testified that, in their opinion, she did not have a vascular malformation or anomaly that would have caused, for example, her headaches that were reported and the stroke. You're aware of that?
I'm aware of that.
Do you agree with that?
No.
Can you explain to the jury why you disagree with that? First of all, based on the actual new exhumation autopsy that was done.
Right. I can. We can use some illustrations if you like. This might be a good way to do that.
Before I do that, let me just mark a couple of things here and show them to you to make sure that we're. Thank you. Let me show you what I've now marked as Defense Exhibit 244A, which is a montage of various pieces of
I see it, yes, and I know that.
and 244B, which is one of those areas. Can you tell me what 244A is?
Okay, that is a montage. That is, these are 6 separate photographs that I personally took at the medical examiner's office of all the tissues that were available of Ms. Ratliff's brain.
All right.
And I could have taken, I guess, one photograph, but I would have had to stood up on the table, and so this was easier a way to do this.
All right, move 244A into evidence. All right. And with regard to 244A, are these all the pieces that you were shown at the medical examiner's office?
That's all that was in the plastic bucket with formaldehyde that was there. And I assume that's all we got.
And is that the way you're used to seeing brains in terms of trying to do neuropathology on them?
No.
All right. And what were the problems that were created by the brain being in this particular?
Do you want to show it?
I'll put it up on the screen.
Okay, just let me illustrate. You can't see the borders between these things, but each one of these is a photograph that I pasted together using the computer.
All right.
Now, what did you?
I was asking you about the difficulty that's created in trying to make a diagnosis based on.
Okay. Let me take an example of this piece of brain. There should be a symmetrical piece of it, and in point of fact, the way the normal brain examination is you have a brain, and you basically, after it's been fixed in formaldehyde, cut it like a loaf of bread. Slices maybe 3/8 of an inch or 1/2 an inch thick, and you lay it all out on a tray so that you go from front to back. And you can see the structures on both sides. Now, quite obviously, in this case, that piece there, by the way, is probably some occipital lobe. There's a little bit of the ventricle there. This would be midline. That's lateral, and that would be part of the back part of the brain. But anyway, so we have we have a bunch of brain specimens that probably it was bread loafed at one time, or maybe cut in some other way. And I'm sure additional cuts were made at the medical examiner's office before I got there. So you end up with, I don't know how many, 60-some pieces of brain tissue, some of which you can anatomically identify because of experience, and some of which you can't.
All right. Let me show you what's been marked 244B.
Right. And that would be, well, let me.
That's right. Let me just show you this.
Take these away.
All right. They'll put that up on the screen.
Okay, that's right.
Do you recognize 244B?
I do.
And what is that?
This is the panel that was down in the right lower corner of the previous exhibit, and consists of
No, it's not a BuzzFeed answer.
Okay. Consists of spinal cord and its dura. Another piece of spinal cord and dura, and most of the rest of it is cerebellum.
Okay. Now, move 244B into evidence.
So,
Now, Dr. Gleckman, and you can put that up on the board.
Okay.
Dr. Gleckman testified that he didn't see any evidence of herniation.
Yes.
At least nothing that he was willing to call herniation. Could you explain to the jury whether you agree with that and why or why not?
Okay. I don't agree with that. I think it's in this picture.
All right.
And it is logical that it would be there.
And why don't you show it to the jury and explain the significance of it?
This is this piece right here, and this one, and that one, and that one, and that one are pieces of the cerebellum. This is spinal cord, and probably two pieces of spinal cord there. We'll deal with those later. This particular piece of cerebellum, if you can, has a groove, a depression in it. And if you look at these small convolutions on the cerebellum called folia, I guess you have to take my word for it, but on the normal cerebellum, there is a little bit of space in between these tiny convolutions on the cerebellum. In this place, they're all ironed out and smooth. And furthermore, we have this groove right in here, which is called a tonsillar impression. And what that is this cerebellum normally has something called the cerebellar tonsils. If you make the whole cerebellum this way with the ventricle in the middle of it and the brainstem and spinal cord going down, this structure sits at the foramen magnum, or the big hole at the bottom of the skull. And if there is no pressure, you very seldom see any impression in this part of the cerebellum or the tonsils. But when there is pressure from above, whatever the reason, brain swelling, hematoma, tumor, whatever, the brainstem is trying to sneak out of to get out of the way of this pressure, so it makes an impression there. And I think we have that right there, caught in the act, so to speak, and is seen there in the cerebellum.
All right.
Right there.
And is that something that can actually cause death?
Oh, yes. It isn't well, it's certainly something that indicates a process that can be fatal, namely pressure up above that is squeezing the brainstem happens incidentally to squeeze the cerebellum, because the brainstem's right around that, right near there. And that is not a good thing. That puts you into coma and makes you quit breathing and can kill you.
Now, I want to focus for a second on vascular malformation here. When you went to the ME's office, did they show you and then subsequently send to you a series of slides or sections that they themselves had cut from various portions of the brain?
Yes.
And did you then, when you got back to your office, have a chance to look at those under your own microscope?
Yes, I was provided with recuts or secondary sections from all those that were taken, and a couple that I suggested that we take, and those were provided to me.
All right. Where's the one that he marked on? Let me show you. What's previously been marked as Defense Exhibit 225, and ask you if you recognize that.
I do recognize it.
And what is that?
This is a kind of macro photograph, low power photograph of the actual slide that has some brainstem tissue in it and a little higher power picture that I took.
And I believe that's already in evidence. Can we put that up on the screen, please?
Right.
Now,
all right. That's not the actual.
that's fine.
That's fine.
That's fine. And this one has a circle. Can you
put a circle in there.
Show where that is there.
Yeah. That would be roughly this.
All right, sir. And I asked Dr. Gleckman whether he thought that was evidence of a vascular malformation, and he said no, that he didn't think it was.
Okay.
Do you agree with that?
No.
Could you, using either that photograph, and you took some additional close-ups of that particular area, did you not?
I did. I think it might be helpful to anatomically try to put where this is.
All right, let me give you a series of photographs then.
And I can do it with a little sketch on this exhibit.
All right,
if you like.
I'll let you do that in a second.
Okay.
Let me just show you what's been marked exhibits, fence exhibits 245A through E.
Yes.
And ask you if you recognize what those are.
These are pictures I took, and which will be part of this same collection of images.
Move those into evidence, John. Hello. And just so we're clear, what you did was you took their slide and then progressively made more and more close-up photographs of little areas so that you could study what was there.
That's right.
All right. Why don't you proceed then to explain to the jury what you found with regard to vascular malformation?
Okay. Basically, the area of interest is that blue circle there. Insofar as where this blob of tissue is, if you, the cerebellum is here, hemisphere tonsil is here. There is a structure called the pons, the medulla, and then the spinal cord. And, well, I didn't make that correct. But anyway, this is the pons, this is the medulla, and the cervical spinal cord from here, top to bottom. The area that I believe this section is from is someplace, because it's a not cross section, it's not a standard section, which is what we would normally make. This is an area, let me put it back in here. This is an area that probably involves a piece like that in longitudinal section rather than cross section. So what we have down here, and I don't remember microscopically whether this was medulla there, the bigger piece, or pons there, I simply don't recall. But what we're looking at is an area I regard as important, which is the so-called cerebellopontine angle. It's at the upper end of the brainstem, the lower end of the cerebellum, and that's important because this is the pathway through which cerebrospinal fluid gets from the center of the brain out. And there are a lot of vessels and structures of importance in that location. So what we have here is an area that has a bunch of blood vessels in it that, in my view, are too many. And I think there's some pathology in those vessels that suggests that they are, and to my view, are strongly convincing that this is a vascular anomaly. These other structures here are arteries, probably the anterior, the posterior, I'm not sure whether it's posterior, inferior cerebellar artery or a superior cerebellar artery. There is a question, I'm not so sure about that it can be resolved, that might be actually a little aneurysm there, but that is an outpouching of that vessel. But it's these little tangles of things that we're interested in, and we can go up higher power if you like.
Yeah, let's go to the next slide then.
And what I basically did was just hone in on, again, using a montage, several photographs together. Well, what have we got here? All of these profiles that we're seeing, this is part of the brain or pons or medulla. All of these structures that are in here are essentially little blood vessels of one kind or another. Some of them, like this one, are have thin walls to them and are probably veins. Others that are thicker, like this one that we've sort of caught in longitudinal section here, are probably very small arteries. That is, they carry
Marty has turned this into a Rorschach test.
And eventually, the veins have lower pressure blood because that's going back to the heart. So we have a collection of arterial vessels that I think are true and veins that are in this tangle of vessels. And I think there are just too many of these. And there are some characteristics about these that lead me to believe that they are pathological.
Can you use another slide to show
move up? What we're going to do then is just cone in on different areas around here. I think this one right here
Oh wait, did Jill
is probably that little vein that I pointed to before. Some of these others look to be arteries. Now, the microscopic appearance of an artery is different than a vein. Vein's very thin wall. An artery has a lumen in it, a hole where the blood is, a layer of cells, a layer of smooth muscle that's in here, and some other tissue around the outside. And these are vessels that are designed to contain pressure, arterial blood pressure.
This
I
is
think we
too
have a
heavy
bunch of
for
those.
a jury.
There are a couple of other vessels. This one caught nice cross section. Perhaps some other ones. This was the artery again, or a thin artery, I think. The one of interest is this one that I've circled, because this could be something called an arterialized vein. If this in vascular malformations, you can end up with a multiplicity of vessels like this that are abnormal. They're a remnant from the embryo, and they normally are thrown away as we get bigger, but sometimes they remain. And what basically you have is a shunt. In other words, instead of arterial blood going through an artery, smaller and smaller and smaller, getting to a capillary, then getting to bigger and bigger capillaries and to a vein coming back, there's a short circuit such that veins are exposed to arterial blood flow. They don't like this. They're not designed to do this. So they thicken. They thicken up their wall and they begin to look like arteries. Now, how can you tell whether that's a vein or an artery? By just looking at it, maybe you got a problem. There are special stains that can be done. The so-called MOVAT stain, M-O-V-A-T, is just one of them. And they can show the reinforcing tissues that are in that vessel if it were an artery. A vein, no matter how thick the wall is due to scar tissue, it won't have those things. So we have an opportunity, if we have the tissue available or paraffin block, to determine what this is. So I think there are arterialized veins in here. I think there are too many little branches of arteries, some of which, this is a good example, is actually probably a vessel that's doing that. And we've cut it in cross section so we begin to see the snake-like the serpentine pattern of that. Those are not particularly normal either. So I think we have a bunch of factors. We can go to the next and it basically shows pretty much the same thing. This shows a couple of other things. Here's that same, oh, I'm sorry. If we can go back one, there we go. Here's that arterialized vein, I think. Here's something else that's of interest. That dark material that is along that surface, this stuff right here, I'll make it go away so you can see it. That may be iron and calcium mineral. And the normal vessels don't have those things in there. This could be a manifestation of abnormal vessels that have leaked before, and calcium and iron salts have precipitated on those, and that's not an uncommon thing to see in an arteriovenous malformation like this.
Would that be more likely to see in someone with von Willebrand's disease, by any chance?
I don't know. I mean, you have to say, well, it probably has its genesis from a prior bleed or injury to that vessel. And obviously, if you're going to bleed more or eat more easily, it could contribute, but I would never know that from looking at this slide.
All right.
Let's go to the next and
next slide.
This is just more of these showing this arterialized vessel, that vein again, tortuous vessels. And the fact is that, and some of this mineral, again, let me point to it, this blue-black stuff, and that's present in more than one place. So I think there's enough evidence to seriously consider that this is a vascular anomaly, and these things do bleed.
Now, this is not the slide that the AFIP had, correct?
No.
This is a slide that was done in 2003.
Correct.
All right. Did you take a look at the report that the AFIP did back in 1986?
I did.
And you worked at the AFIP, I guess, a few years before that.
Oh, yeah. quite a few years before that, but too many. But three. I was there for 3 years.
And can we mark the Parisi opinion, the referral thing? You've seen the report that Dr. Parisi wrote, and there was a little bit of there was a cross out. Something was crossed out above it.
Yes, it's a consult report, and then there's something someone has written, and that's been kind of crossed out or swirled with pencil. And then there's another handwritten note below that signed by Dr. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, please.
Okay.
Let me show you what's been marked Defense Exhibit 223. Is that the consultation form that you saw?
Yes.
Now, can we go to the bottom of that first? Well, first of all, the top there, I think Dr. Radish was able to read it and seemed to indicate that doctor, at least, was no, not quite that high.
Yep.
Go down a little bit, please. Thank you. That's good. It seems like whoever wrote that first report seemed to have come to the same general opinion that you did based on the slide you saw, which was that you had an arteriovenous malformation with associated subarachnoid hemorrhage.
That's what it says. I can read pretty much through the squiggles there too.
And is that what you were seeing in your slide?
Oh my
Sounds pretty good
God.
to me. Yes.
And would
You are never supposed to do that on a medical document. You are never supposed to do that. You're supposed to draw one line through it so it can still be read. You are never supposed to scribble over something like that because if it goes to court, you're supposed to still be able to read what it says. Because if you scribble it like that where it's not legible anymore, it looks like you're trying to cover something up. Exactly. It looks like you're trying to cover something up. It still has to be legible. Even though it was a mistake, it still has to be legible. You're not trying to obliterate it. You're just trying to say, oops, I made a mistake.
the fact that it was in two different slides or sections taken, 18 years apart, tend to indicate that it's not an artifact, but rather is real?
Yeah, I mean, what we could have here, of course, are facing sections. You have a piece of tissue that was cut down the middle. The FIP or the military hospital looked at one half, the other part remained with the tissue, and by design or luck, that section was embedded, so we could have two faces of the same.
You're gonna put air tags on your glasses?
Same lesion, but the fact that you have it in two independent, essentially pieces of tissue, I think diminishes the artifact, a concept that maybe mechanically these vessels were pulled in there, or somehow it's not a real situation. I think this is a real situation.
Okay, so you would tend to agree with whoever the first doctor was who looked at that slide?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
In terms of Dr. Parisi's opinion, did you read this as him ruling out a vascular malformation?
No.
Could you explain to the jury why?
First of all, let me just read it. All right, here's where we have the words. It says most likely represent. Now, that he's obviously negative on the idea, but he's indicating that it probably represents an artifact from compression. Frankly, these don't look like compressed vessels. If with a forceps maybe that gathered a bunch of things and put them together there, that's something you see all the time, or I'm used to it. Most neuropathologists are. And I don't think that's what is represented there. He didn't rule out an AVM.
All right. 2 months after Dr. Parisi wrote that note, the chief of the forensic section at the AFIP came to a conclusion. Do you remember that?
Yes.
We have that.
Yeah.
Put that up, please. Showing you D224.
Right.
And could you?
That's good.
Good. Michael Clark was the chief of forensic pathology. Do you see that?
Yep.
And indicates that's who the report is by?
Yes. And of course, signed also by the director of the Armed Forces Institute, a man who was in service at AFIP at the same time I was.
All right. And do you see the very first diagnosis is sudden unexpected death due to spontaneous intracranial hemorrhage complicating von Willebrand's disease?
Yes.
Now, does that mean that it was caused by von Willebrand's disease?
No, the implication is that this was spontaneous and that von Willebrand's may have made it worse.
All right. And it says natural, correct?
Pardon me?
It says natural up there?
Yes, that would mean they could have used other words, but meaning that this was a natural manner of death. In other words, not due to something else.
Given the fact that this was 2 months after Dr. Parisi's report, would this have been based on further review of the slides and the autopsy protocol and whatever else the chief of the forensic pathology section felt was appropriate?
Objection. Beyond this witness's knowledge.
Can I answer the question if you know the answer? Do you know the answer?
I think, yes, I do.
Overruled.
Based on my experience of being 3 years in this institute, visiting every branch probably, and knowing how they do things there, the branch of the AFIP, whether it's forensic or whatever, that has the primary responsibility, may review a case like this multiple times, and they send it out to other branches for consults. The bottom line is the branch that has the responsibility for that case has the responsibility to sign it out, using whatever information, including consults or not using them, to come to a diagnosis and issue an official report.
Was it, based on your experience at AFIP, was it within the authority of the forensic pathology section, division, I should say, at AFIP to come to a different conclusion than that offered by a consulting neuropathologist like Dr. Parisi?
Yes.
Is Dr. Parisi even in the forensic section based on what
No, he was the chief of the neuropathology section, I think, at the time. And the controlling branch, whoever got the case or was assigned that case, can pretty much do with it whatever they want. But then the director also has veto power in a sense, and virtually all reports go out under his signature, but he might have looked at it too.
Mr. Harden has referred to what happened at the AFIP as a record review. Based on your experience at the AFIP, do they do a record review and just rubber stamp what's on the records?
If that's all there are, that may be all you can do. But when you have objective material like a slide or photographs, autopsy reports, and things like that, all goes in for an analysis. And somebody's best judgment, maybe several people's best judgment, culminate in a report such as this one.
You're familiar with Dr. Barnes's report as well, are you not? His autopsy report?
Yeah.
And in his autopsy report, it was noted that there was blood in all of the ventricles. You familiar with that?
That's right.
First of all, let me ask you, is that the type of observation that a board-certified anatomic pathologist is qualified to make?
Yes.
And are you aware that Dr. Barnes testified here before the jury that he washed that brain at some point in order to be able to examine it more closely?
I heard that, and apparently that's what he did. Or at least that's what he said he did.
And would such washing, would that possibly account for there being no blood in those ventricles 18 years later?
could certainly contribute to it. But of course, I mean, you can wash the outside of the brain. That has nothing to do with the inside. But once you cut the brain or incise it, that blood can run out. And then if there's some washing or something like that that occurs later, it can make it even more difficult to discover later.
In your opinion, can either Dr. Radish or Dr. Gleckman rule out blood being in all the ventricles of Elizabeth Ratliff's brain based on their failure to see it there 18 years later?
No.
Is blood in all of the ventricles of the brain consistent with a stroke from natural causes?
It is consistent.
Is that something that's called an intraventricular hemorrhage?
Yeah, it means blood inside the ventricles of the brain.
Could you explain to the members of the jury whether that is more consistent with a natural disease process such as a stroke, or whether it's more consistent with trauma, and why?
Okay. Just in the totality of it, if you examine a brain and you find intraventricular hemorrhage, the chances are pretty overwhelmingly that would be due to a natural disease process, a stroke, rupture of a vascular malformation, rupture of an aneurysm, some natural cause that squirted or caused blood to occur in there. Now, it can certainly have traumatic origin as well, but usually those are, that. I mean, there's going to be a subdural present, there's going to be brain injury, there'll be other things. Frankly, traumatic intraventricular hemorrhage certainly does occur, but it's down the list of ways of things you'd expect to see with brain trauma, whereas for natural disease processes, it's way up there.
And why is that? Can you explain in terms of where the ventricles are and how that trauma works that would account for the fact that it would normally be natural disease process?
Well, brain's about 5 or 6 inches in diameter. In each hemisphere are some holes, cavities, which is where the cerebrospinal fluid is manufactured. I already indicated by the choroid plexus. And these ventricles connect through a series of channels, ultimately ending in the fourth ventricle, which is deep in the side of the cerebellum, and from thence it goes out to the space over the hemisphere. So the total volume probably of an adult, if you could put something in there and measure it, might be about 100 milliliters. I might say probably maybe half a volume of cerebrospinal fluid inside the ventricles of maybe half this cup, a little more or less. And if there has been hemorrhaging in there, obviously you can have a volume like that of blood. Well, how does it get there? Well, it can get to the ventricles by tissue damage around them, like a hypertensive stroke. Will bleed into the brain substance and will dissect its way into the ventricle, and that's usually the fatal event from a hemorrhagic stroke. The brain doesn't like that very much. It can get there from an aneurysm, that is a outpouching of an artery that ruptures, especially if there's a jet from that ruptured aneurysm that squirts up in through the brain tissue into the ventricles, and that can be seen. Or I indicated a traumatic situation where somebody could be sideswiped with a tangential injury enough to have the brain twisting, and that an avulsion or tearing of the choroid plexus that has little arterioles in it could occur and lead to hemorrhage within. The other thing that can happen is if you have a massive amount of bleeding around the base of the brain, just as if I were to have a cigarette in my hand and just let it blow, you can see the curling of the smoke upward. Blood will do the same thing in spinal fluid. If you had or if I took an ink pen and put some ink in the bottom of a glass of water, you can see the swirling upward. So blood can but find its way into the ventricles through the normal channels at the base of the brain. So those are the main ones. Now, of course, you have the bullet go through the brain and tear everything up, and blood goes everywhere. Of course, then you can get into the ventricle.
Generally speaking, in the absence of a laceration into the ventricle itself through a bullet or some item going right through the brain and the skull itself, generally speaking, can you give us some idea of the relative frequency of intraventricular hemorrhage from natural causes versus from trauma?
Oh, it would be just if you look at them all, natural causes would outnumber the traumatic ones 5 or 6 to 1, maybe more than that. I don't know. I've never. Okay. As I said, that if you make the list of the things you expect with head trauma, ventricular hemorrhage is going to be down that list on the trauma side, whereas if you take natural disease causes, it's going to be flipped up the other way.
Now, Dr. Barnes also reported seeing blood in the spinal canal.
Yes, he did.
And Dr. Radish testified couldn't have seen that because she's the one who took out the spinal canal.
Right.
Can you explain to the jury how Dr. Barnes could have seen blood in the spinal canal if it was Dr. Radish who actually took out the spinal canal?
I'd be glad to. When the brain is taken out, you can see the base of the skull. You can see the foramen magnum and the cut end of the lower brainstem or spinal cord, depending on how they've done it. You can look down in there. And if there's blood in that location, well, then there's blood in the spinal canal because you can see it. You can also see it, of course, if you open up the spine, either front or back, and expose it all and see if there's blood there. There are other means of determining if there's blood in that spinal sac, which I understand was done.
What's that?
It's an unusual procedure, but not unheard of. Some physician, a German one apparently, came to the scene and inserted a needle in the spine someplace in Elizabeth Ratliff, withdrew some fluid and concluded that there was blood in that fluid, and concluded that there was a subarachnoid hemorrhage, which doesn't mean there was injury there. All of these spaces communicate with one another, so if you have blood up in your head, that's access to the spinal fluid, it'll by gravity end up down in the spine.
Now, the jury has heard evidence in particular from a teacher that Elizabeth Ratliff, about 3 days before she died, had a very, very severe headache, a bad enough headache that she went and complained to this friend and had actually made an appointment with a doctor for the following week just because of the severity of this headache. Does that tell you anything at all, or is it relevant at all in terms of whether there might have been some sort of a vascular malformation and some leakage of that?
Well, I think that's a significant report. It's certainly something that needs to be examined. Could it be incidental or something totally different? Sure, of course it could. But the kind of situation where you say, it's the worst headache I've ever had in my life. And now migraines can be that way too, and they can come and go. But usually people who have migraines have a bunch of them, and they know about that. But a new headache, something that someone would say, I've never had anything like that. One of those kinds of words raise the flag of subarachnoid hemorrhage. From whether it's an aneurysm or an AV malformation or some other cause, but bleeding in the subarachnoid space, which is very irritating. So I regard that as a provocative and very interesting report.
Given the amount of brain tissue that was available in 2003, and I think Dr. Gleckman testified it was somewhere in the neighborhood of 50%. Would you agree with that generally?
Yeah, I think it was 700 and some grams. That's probably a little more than half.
All right. Given that amount of brain tissue, in your professional opinion, could Deborah Radish and Dr. Gleckman, those two doctors, rule out a stroke and overrule the findings of the AFIP and Dr. Barnes based on what they had available?
Okay.
No.
Based on the evidence of vascular malformation you saw yourself in the sections of the brain that were done in 2003, and on the physical descriptions of the German doctor at the scene about the blood in the spinal fluid, and Dr. Barnes's observations of the blood in the ventricles and tissue destruction in an area of the brain, do you have an opinion as to whether or not Elizabeth Ratliff likely had a stroke in 1985?
I have an opinion.
And could you tell us what that is?
I think it's very likely that she did, and a stroke being an umbrella term for rupture of a vascular malformation, aneurysm, occlusion of a vessel, bleeding of a vessel due to natural causes in the head. These are sudden attacks. They are often fatal and result many times in subarachnoid hemorrhage. So within that context, in the general term stroke, I think that's what happened to her.
And if someone has a stroke in that situation and falls on a stairway or somewhere else, would you also then possibly get something like a subdural hemorrhage?
Sure, you've got two events. You lose control of your movements and coordination, and if you happen to be in a bad place, then you can suffer from whatever that means. Whether you're driving a car, you may have an accident. If you're on a stairway, you may fall. An industrial place, you might do something really bad with whatever is going on because you simply don't know what you're doing, or you go unconscious.
I want to get back for a few minutes to Kathleen Peterson.
Right.
Dr. Radish testified quite unequivocally that there was no evidence that Kathleen Peterson had any blood in her lungs whatsoever. Are you aware of that?
I'm aware of that.
Do you agree with that?
No.
Do you have any proof that you can show the jury, visual proof, that Dr. Radish is simply wrong about that?
Yes.
Let me show you what I've now marked as Exhibit 246, if I could. Defense Exhibit 246. What is that?
That is a photomicrograph that I took of a section of Mrs. Peterson's lung, slide provided to me by the ME through you, I guess.
Now, this particular slide, was that a slide that was done by Dr. Radish as a result of her autopsy of Kathleen Peterson in December 2001?
Well, through the technicians. I mean, she wouldn't prepare that.
Yes.
This came from the MEs. I have no way to cut that, create it, stain it, do anything. I'm passive here. I looked at what they provided to me.
Basically, you got something from them and you looked at it.
Yes.
Was this available for Dr. Radish to look at?
I presume so. I mean, I can't imagine a companion cut would not show that. I'm sure it's there.
Move Exhibit 246 into evidence. Can we put that up on the screen? Can you describe to the jury what it is they're seeing there and what it shows you?
Okay, lesson in microscopic anatomy. This structure right here with all its wavy lines is an air passage. It's a bronchiole. That means it's a small air passage. In this,
They're $9 at the Joffrey's at Disney World, Nancy. I don't buy them. I ain't paying $9 for a cup of coffee.
this case might be 1/8 of an inch in diameter, way out there in the lung. The major ones will be big enough you can put your finger in them, but this is out on the bronchia, on the tree. So this is the air passage. This is a little island of cartilage, which indicates it can't be that terribly far up because the bronchi, in order to keep them open so you can breathe, have cartilage around them that keeps the air.
There's also Starbucks at Disney's too, but I don't know how much the drinks are. But the Disney-themed Starbucks tumblers are $50. Why do you need to pay $50 for a tumbler? Is it made out of gold? I don't think so.
Passage is open, and they poop out after a while once you get out into the lungs. So this must have been, I don't know, a fourth order branch or something. These are air sacs. This is the spongy tissue of the lung, called alveolar sacs. But anyway, let's go to this.
It's not for the coffee. It's just for the tumbler. Like the refillable tumblers that say Starbucks on them. They're $50. And I don't even know if you can like take them back and get coffee again. I'll have to find one and I'll show you.
The point of interest to me is the stuff that's in that.
Yeah, I don't either.
circle. And what we have are two things. The red stuff, red blood cells. This has been stained with two dyes, a blue dye that takes up certain things in the tissue, and a red dye like the stuff that's in merthiolate or mercurochrome, which I don't think we have much anymore, but it's a dye called eosin, and it stains red blood cells red. So that's all of this. That's an example of the red blood cells. They are well preserved. Let me just take that off. There are well preserved red blood cells there, which means that they have been in this place fewer than a day or so, maybe a couple of days at maximum.
This is one of them. $54.99. It's just a cup. It's just a cup. Why is it $55?
They begin to deteriorate up until that time. So whether these arrive 5 minutes before the system shut down or an hour before, I can't tell you. They're all the same.
We're not talking about old aspirin.
No. This is not old blood. This is recent, and I like to use recent because our microscope is only as sharp as a day or two on that. Now, another thing that we have here is this pinkish stuff, and that is something called fibrin, and that is that's a clot. Actually, this is a clot. The fibrin is the clear stuff that's in your blood that causes and helps your blood to clot. And so the combination of fibrin and blood elements there together, not associated with any particular injury in this bronchial tube. There's no inflammation there, no pneumonia there, no foreign bodies there. Says, well, where could that blood have come from? It didn't come from it didn't come from out here. There's no hemorrhage there. It had to come through the air passages, and it had to be inhaled.
And do we then call that aspirated blood?
Yes.
And that's blood that perhaps if she had blood in her mouth, for example, or in her nose, a little bit of that could have gotten down into the air pipe, basically.
That's right. Now, this is something you wouldn't necessarily see with your naked eye. I mean, sometimes you can have somebody who has a hemorrhage and their entire respiratory tract is full of blood. That's a no-brainer. You can see that. But this was a microscopic finding that at some point there was maybe a minor inhalation of blood that was someplace in the way.
Now, are you aware Are you aware that various witnesses have reported that in the weeks leading up to her death, Kathleen Peterson had reported headaches and feeling dizzy, and I think there was a woman by the name of Ebby Curtis who had reported that Kathleen Peterson had passed out at a bridge party. Are you familiar with those?
I didn't know that name, but I'm been made aware of some history like that.
Did you find any abnormalities in Kathleen Peterson's heart tissue?
I did.
And were those abnormalities such that they might, I realize you can't say for sure, but that they might account for things such as dizziness or passing out at a bridge party?
Yes.
Again, do you have any visual evidence of that?
Yes, I do.
All right.
Yes.
Let me show you what I've now had marked as defense exhibits 247A, 247B, and 247C, and ask you to take a look at those exhibits.
I recognize them. I prepared them using my microscope and a camera on top of it from one of the heart sections of Kathleen Peterson.
All right, now again, this section, was this a section that was sent to you by the medical examiner's office in Chapel Hill?
Same deal.
You didn't prepare this yourself?
No.
You simply looked at it?
You got it.
And took a photograph of it?
Yes.
Move 247A, B, and C.
It's allowed.
I'll leave that up there for you to.
Okay.
Can we
247A.
Can you explain to the members of the jury using 247A what abnormalities, if any, you observed in the heart tissue of Kathleen Peterson that could account for her feeling dizzy and or losing consciousness at a bridge park?
There are a collective of things that implicate that she has some form of heart disease. We'll go into that in a moment. But context-wise, what we're looking at here are heart muscle cells cut in longitudinal section. That is, you could cut them crossways, in which case you'd have a section of muscle fibers that look like that. We don't have that. We're looking at muscle fibers in longitudinal section. And what are we seeing here that's of interest? Normally, cardiac muscle cells, the nuclei of these cells are ovoid and have little salt and peppery stuff inside of them like we see there. And there are occasions when the heart has had to work harder than it's supposed to. For example, if someone were hypertensive or had valve disease so that the heart had to really work against that. The muscle fibers undergo some changes called hypertrophy. In other words, they enlarge. And one of the things that happens is that cardiac muscle cells start taking on, for reasons I can't tell you why, a box shape or elongated form. And there were a number of changes like that, albeit somewhat subtle, in Ms. Peterson's heart. The other thing that is of interest to me is that the muscle fibers are made up of longitudinal fibers that contract, because that's how the heart works. This thing contracts itself. There are some changes here that suggest unraveling of some of these fibers. The more normal heart would be this appearance here. Now, these little bands that we see are part of the normal anatomy, but sometimes where you have some coming apart of these fibers, like what we're talking about, like right here, maybe over here, maybe in other places, this suggests that something is happening in this heart. Most likely hypoxia, ischemia, that these heart muscle cells are vulnerable, just like the brain is, to lack of oxygen and blood flow. And these changes that we see here are the earliest indicator, maybe slightly analogous to the red neuron, that something may be wrong in this.
I hate it when they don't explain terms. Hypertensive, that's high blood pressure. Hypoxia, that's low oxygen. What was the other one he said? I forgot it now. But did she have high blood pressure? Because I've had blood pressure since I was in high blood pressure since I was in my 20s. So a part of my heart is enlarged. It's left ventricular benign I forgot what it's called. Anyways, benign, which means it's not harmful. So part of my heart's enlarged because I've had high blood pressure for so long. It doesn't necessarily mean that there's anything wrong. It just means that it's enlarged because it's had to work so long for so many years. So, but now they're saying she had a fainting spell at some point. Why are we just now hearing about this? Why didn't we ever hear about that? I mean, the case is half over because we just started the defense case. Why are we just now hearing about fainting spells and heart muscle stuff? Did she have a heart attack? Did she faint and pass out? Why are we just hearing about this now? I don't understand.
This area, and these are muscle fibers that have been injured.
Now, is this kind of injury, is this something that happens in a matter of minutes or hours,
cool.
or is this something that happens over days, weeks, or months?
That is a more difficult point. Usually these things are said to take some hours to develop. I personally have not studied hearts from all along the way, but there was work like this going on in the pathology department at Northwestern when I first came there. Experimental heart disease in animals, and these were some of the changes that they were looking at when they purposely clamped a coronary artery or something like that. How quickly they develop. I did a little bit of research on that, and I couldn't satisfy myself that we had that I could find information that was as good, perhaps, as the red neuron story.
How about the changes in the cell structure?
Yeah, the square. These nuclei, that is not something that occurs in minutes or hours. That is a more chronic situation. Something is going on in this heart, in my view, that it was trying to respond to, and this might be many days. I don't know how quickly you can get a square nucleus that way, but it would certainly be days, weeks, maybe longer.
So that's not something that would happen on December 9th?
No.
That would stretch back in time
I
to
think
some
so,
extent?
yes.
All right. Do you have any other slides that show what we're talking about?
Right. Now that slide, right,
No,
the previous one, let's go, yeah, there we go. The previous slide that we looked at, just to look at that, if I can't say that that's responsible, this little area is responsible for anything because it's lost in the whole mass of the heart. But the fact that you're seeing it raises the issue, how more widespread is it? And it is subtle, I will admit that. But in looking at other sections of the heart, I found things like this, where muscle fibers come into an area and they seem to go out of definition and then they leave the area. Well, okay, it could be a ripple in the anatomy that you missed when you made the slide of it. But the other part that kind of goes against that is these things. These are reactive cells and inflammatory cells, and there's also red blood cells there that are undergoing some change. They're not bright red now, they're sort of lavender colored. All of this is very suggestive to me that this is a necrotic lesion. In other words, that's a fancy term for saying there's been some death of heart muscle cells there, and the body is reacted to it. And you don't make macrophages in under a few days. So the minimum that this could be is a few days old. It might be a lot older than that. It hasn't formed scar tissue that I can see yet, though some of these cells might be cells that are in the process of going to scar this area down. So this is something that antedated the fall event, the events of that pre-Christmas time.
All right. Do you have another slide?
Yep, let me get that so you can change it. Yes, here's another one. Another area.
So this is different than the
fibers.
last one.
Huh?
This is a slightly different
There's
area.
another field in this same slide, probably, that clearly shows another lesion someplace. And guess what? There are lots of cells here. Some of these are lymphocytic cells. Some of them may be macrophages. A few of them, like this one.
What is a macrophage?
Macrophage is a scavenger cell. In other words, you have dead tissue. The first responders are blood cells from your blood that look, they have a nucleus that looks like a shamrock inside of them.
A macrophage is a cell that eats dead cells. Good Lord.
And I don't see much of that here. The next cells that come in are cells that are designed to gobble up stuff and take it away. And they usually don't get there for a few days after an injury, and they can be there for a long time afterward. So we clearly have these, and there may be some, that particular cell there or some other ones have a reddish color in them. Here, this cell here has kind of a clover leaf nucleus in it, so that might be an acute cell. Some of these have a red appearance.
When you say an acute cell, what do you mean?
Well, I mean something that's come within some hours of when everything shut down.
Gotcha.
Some of these have a somewhat red appearance, and these same kind of nuclei and suggest an eosinophil. Now there are acute inflammatory cells in the body. If I draw one with this nucleus that have granules in them, and they have a red, these granules are red, and they're commonly associated with allergic phenomena. For example, if you had somebody who had an asthma attack and you sampled the cells in the bronchus and nose and stuff from an allergy attack, there'd probably be a lot of eosinophils there. They have histamine and other reactive substances in them. So these cells that we have here, not only do we have loss and disruption and bubbling and
I did not know I was going to get a microbiology lesson today. Wow.
disruption of the muscle fibers, we have an inflammatory reaction to that. And this is an artifact. It is not. So something has been there long enough to do this. Now what? There are viral infections that can produce problems in the muscle like this. There's a long laundry list of things that can produce cardiac pathology like this. I don't have enough of it or really enough expertise to go beyond and start giving you a nice big differential that I could do if it were in the brain, but it's there.
Now, if the doctors at Chapel Hill, the pathologists, had recognized this while they still had heart tissue available, right, could they have done anything further to get more information for the jury or for themselves or for the prosecutor about what was going on?
Yeah, well, once you get the notion that you have focal lesions in the heart, well, the next
and by focal lesions, you're talking about just localized?
Yeah, these things that we're talking about, now, these are microscopic. You wouldn't probably see them. But once you know you do that, well, you say, well, how widespread is this? So you would go about the business of sectioning the heart in different ways that would say, well, is this all left ventricle? Is it right ventricle? Does it involve the pacemaker centers of the heart? And then maybe from that, you might get a notion of what other studies you could do to try to nail down what this process is.
And are there, just like there's neuropathologists, are there cardiac pathologists?
Yes, there are.
And to your knowledge, was any study done of the heart tissue that would have shed any light on this?
No more than routine. I mean, I just happened to discover it going back and looking at the heart slides.
I want to finish up your direct examination. Obviously, Mr. Harden will have a chance to ask you whatever questions he'd like to ask you, but I want to talk a little bit about the 257 homicide cases. First of all, I won't ask you to go through them all here in court, but have you seen I think there's 7 notebooks, each about that size, filled with autopsy reports going back from 1991 up to 2003.
Yeah, those actual physical ones I haven't seen. I was provided with a CD disc that had digital copies of all those, and I proceeded to make my own copies, hard ones, as well as looking at them on the screen. So I've looked at the vast majority, if not all of them.
And are you familiar with the fact that what was requested and what was provided was what the medical examiner's office had a computer printout which listed homicide as the manner of death and then blunt trauma injury to the head as the mechanism or cause of death?
Yes.
Are you also aware that Dr. Radish had a computer printout pulled for a similar period for deaths from stairway falls?
That's my understanding. Yeah, I've seen the sort of the skeletal document of that. Yeah.
And is it your recollection that there were in fact 30 during the time period from 1991 through 2003? 30 fewer deaths from homicide, blunt trauma to the head, than from stairway fall, blunt trauma to the head.
Yeah, that's the number.
257
if those numbers are accurate.
257 versus 289, something like that.
Right.
With regard to the autopsies of all the homicide, blunt force trauma to the head cases, Did you go through a summary that listed the case number, the name of the person, the age and sex and gender and race of the person, whether or not there were skull or head fractures, whether or not there were other fractures, for example, rib fractures, and whether or not there were traumatic brain injuries other than subarachnoid, in addition to subarachnoid? Did you go through a chart and make sure that all of the categories on that were accurate?
That was provided to me. I think someone in your office did this prodigious amount of legwork, and to satisfy myself that those were correct and that things weren't missed, I paged through using the computer. I think every autopsy report to determine if that was correct, and a few minor errors, but we caught those and fed them back. And so what is there is, I think, true and accurate.
First of all, Your Honor, at this point, I would move into evidence exhibits 233A through G, which are all of the autopsy reports copied from the medical examiner's office for all of the homicide cases involving blunt trauma to the head from 1991 through 2003.
It's allowed.
Where's the cover sheet? Let me show you what I've now marked as offenses 248A and 248B and ask you if you can take a look at those.
Yes, I have, and I recognize them.
And what are 248A and 248B?
Well, there's a sort of flow chart relating to subclassifying and stratifying these 257 cases with respect to a number of variables. And then behind that is some case material with the names and, checkoffs and so forth from which this came.
So, for example, on 248A, in addition to the summary page, are there also approximately, 10 or 14 pages of 10 to 14 pages of charts that show the name of the person, the case number, whether they're, for example, multiple impacts, skull or head fractures, other fractures, or traumatic brain injuries?
That's right. This is an excerpted data set. I mean, there's a lot more information, but that's what is on those.
Move 248A and B into evidence, Your Honor.
So,
I'm sorry, 248A is the one that starts with multiple impacts. Yes, 248B is the one that starts with skull and facial and other fractures. Thank you. Now, with regard to those charts and what they summarize, could we put, first of all, we're analyzing 257 blunt force head trauma medical examiner cases, correct?
Yes.
All of which were labeled homicide.
Right. That's your first criterion, your first filter from all of the cases that are there. These are what pop up.
All right. Can we go to so that's what we start with, right?
That's right.
And did you then, for example, first of all, look at the number of cases that had multiple impacts that would have been similar, therefore, to Kathleen Peterson?
Correct. Well, some did, some didn't, and you ended up with 143 cases that did have multiple impacts to the head.
All right. And out of those 143 cases that actually had multiple impacts, did you further look at what percentage of those or what number of those had some sort of fracture, whether it was a skull fracture, fracture of a orbital bone, a mandible, a rib, some sort of fracture somewhere on the body?
Yes.
And how many cases had some sort of a fracture?
I think if I recall, these were pretty much, these people may have had fractures elsewhere, but that isn't what this correlates. It's head.
Okay.
Head fractures and skull and or facial bones. And the majority of them did. 103 out of 133, pardon me, out of 143 cases had those things, and there were only 10 cases that had multiple impacts but didn't have underlying fractures or associated fractures.
All right, and out of the 10 cases, did you take a look and see how many of those 10 cases had traumatic brain injuries other than subarachnoid? And I'm talking now about things like contusions, subdurals, epidurals, that sort of thing.
Right, we did. That's the next filter. And so what we have here is those 10 cases that had no skull fractures. They've already passed through the filter that they had multiple impacts. We've selected the cases that didn't have skull fractures, and we said, well, what else did they have in regards to the brain? All of those that remained had traumatic brain injury, and there were no cases left, basically, that looked like Kathleen Peterson.
Do we then analyze it another way, starting instead of with multiple impacts, starting with skull, facial, and other fractures?
Yeah, you can filter in different ways just to see what the data looks like, and that's what we did.
And out of the 257 cases, blunt force injuries to the head, did 215 of them have skull, facial, or other fractures associated with them?
Yes, they did.
All right. Out of the 42 cases that did not, and by the way, that's well over 75%, is it not?
Yeah, I guess I didn't. Your math's better than mine at this time of the day.
Well, it's about 75%.
That's a significant number.
All right. And out of those 42 cases, did you then take a look and see how many of them had traumatic brain injury?
Okay, so these are the people that didn't have fractures, and we said, well, what else was going on with them?
And out of those 42, how many had some sort of traumatic brain injury? And again, we're talking about not just subarachnoid, right?
Right. So this would be 34 out of the 42, which is, the majority of them. And so there were 8 cases left then.
All right. And out of those 8 cases, did you then take a look and say, all right, how many of those 8 cases would have had multiple impacts?
Right. So we did the same analysis, but just inside out and upside down. And turns out none of them. So we've arrived essentially at the same point. I think with logic would dictate that you had to do that. And there's the data.
Let me just show you what I now marked as defendant's exhibit 249, which I think should be simply 3 cover sheets that we were just talking about there.
Yes, without sequentially putting them in there. These are the printed result. Right.
All right, move that into the John.
Hello.
Dr. Leetsma, you're aware, of course, that Dr. Radish gave the opinion to this jury that Kathleen Peterson's injuries were inconsistent with an accident, correct?
I am aware of that.
Do you have an opinion, based on your study of those 257 homicide beating cases and your own experience and expertise, as to whether Kathleen Peterson's injuries are inconsistent with a beating?
Yes, I have an opinion.
And what is your opinion about whether or not Kathleen Peterson's injuries are inconsistent with a beating?
Well, they're inconsistent using several measures. We've tried to go through, on the first hand, all of the components of what was found in her autopsy and what each of those means and can mean. And so I've charted a course saying the wounds, number 1, are not typical for cylindrical type blows. They're not very consistent with blows of any sort because there's a lack of underlying injury, which has certainly been my experience, and is, of course, now we can go to the material that was just presented, saying, well, has anybody else got any experience like this that could give us a context? And they do. It's the ME data here in North Carolina. So all of the reasoning and decision tree on this business, with all of the evidence that's been presented, to me leads to a very robust and reliable conclusion, I think, that says that Kathleen Peterson's injuries were the result of a fall and not the result of a beating. Now, there's other forensic evidence that I'm not presenting, but I'm aware of, that will come to bear on those questions. But I paid attention to those things. I frankly am not left with any other conclusion that I'm happy with.
That's why I thank you, Don.
Mr. Harden, I think we'll break now because she's going to need a few minutes to get all these exhibits together before she leaves. Members of the jury, we'll take our afternoon recess at this time. Remember the instructions I've gone over with you throughout the course of this trial. Keep an open mind. Don't talk about the case, even among yourselves. Don't watch television. Don't read the newspapers about the book. Stay clear of the parties and the witnesses. Don't do any independent research. We'll see you tomorrow at 9:30. 9:30. We have the district attorney, obviously, and the sheriff of Durham County, Mr. Worth Hill. We need to talk about the jury view. We need to talk about the time you all want to do it and what arrangements the sheriff has to make. Of course, by statute, the sheriff has to take custody of the jury, and that's his responsibility, getting them there and back to the courthouse. I prepared the order. That's what the order says. I believe the statute says the district attorney, defense attorney must be there. The defendant has the option of being there, whatever his option is. We had tentatively talked about Thursday.
Yes, sir.
What I wasn't sure, Mr. Rudolph, is where you might be with your witnesses that morning, Thursday morning.
Yeah, I think where we'll be is we have Tim Pomback coming in this evening, and we'll put him on first thing in the morning. I think we can finish him tomorrow, but if we don't, I don't think we'll have a lot of carryover to Thursday morning. So my thought was to finish up with him Thursday morning. I have one other witness. If we do finish up with Mr. Pomback Wednesday, we finish up with him early Thursday, I have one other short witness I can put on, depending on the court's schedule. I know the court has an appointment around 11:15.
Yeah, let me tell you what my situation is. I have an appointment at 11:15. It's going to take me 30 minutes to get there, so I've got to be on my way about 10:45.
Yes, sir.
It may not take 30 minutes, but I got to figure lunch in there somewhere.
Yes, sir.
I could be ready about 12:30 to 1.
Yes, sir.
Somewhere in there. If we just say 1 o'clock, then we can have the sheriff ready to go from here. I mean, I'll be back here. We can have the sheriff ready to go from here to the scene. The other problem is how long we're going to be there. See, I have not told the jury about a long day. I may have to ask them if they can stay past 3.
Yes, sir.
As I said before, these things take a whole lot more time than you might think it takes.
Yes, sir. My primary concern is with the hallway and right outside the stairway and the stairway itself. And it's not a very large area. I think what you probably have to do, though, is have the jurors go in one by one, because there's not a lot of room to maneuver around there. I don't think you could have a group. My thought was to have them each go in one by one, let them take a look at that area, which would basically be the area right outside the doorway and then into the stairway itself. I can't imagine it's going to take much more than 3-4 minutes a juror. It's more a feel sort of thing. couple of blood spatters that we'll have lit up so that they can, out in the hallway area, so that they can see what witnesses have talked about. But other than that,
all of you have been to the scene. I have not been to the scene.
Yes, sir.
Is there some reason that I would need to see the scene before we do the view?
I'm not sure there would be, but we can arrange that, whatever is convenient for the court. If you think it might be useful for you to be able to see it, and that way be able to be in a better position to deal with logistical issues as they arise.
Another thing is, what is it you want to do at this scene?
Just want them to be able to see the area. And I don't think, generally speaking, that testimony is permitted at the scene or statements are permitted at the scene. I think it's more sort of instructing the jurors before they go that you'll be seeing X, Y, and Z. And both parties would like you to look at, the stairway, the hallway, that sort of thing. And then I think while they're there, it's just a question of allowing them to individually to look at what's there. And I think they should be instructed not to discuss what they see with each other until and unless we get to deliberations.
Do you think the jury needs any particular preparation? For instance, gloves, mask, anything of that nature? I haven't been out there, so I don't know. No, basically the stairway's been boarded up. The area, the floor outside the stairway was cleaned early on. The walls have not been cleaned. The floor inside the stairway has not been cleaned, but there's been a board up. And what we would do is we wouldn't even take the board down until the jurors actually got there so that they could see how it's been kept. And then we take it down when they got there. They could simply walk in. There's nothing that I think needs to be done in preparation, either by the jurors or by anyone else. It's simply a question of letting them walk through the area. Well, I've heard what the defense wants to do. What does the state have anything in mind as to what you hope to accomplish out there?
No, the only thing that I would
the problem is, of course, this is the defendant's presentation of evidence, but depending on what you wanted to accomplish, it might be necessary to make some adjustments. I'm not sure what the state's position is.
Your Honor, I would agree that it wouldn't necessarily be appropriate to have testimony as it relates to the scene at that location, but we would suggest that the court allow certain exhibits to go to the scene. My thought would be, we've got a couple of diagrams here. The smaller diagram, which would be marked as State's Exhibit D4, and at least State's Exhibit D3, and maybe some selected photographs be taken to the scene so that the jury could use that as well. They've obviously heard a great deal about that scene, seen these diagrams. It'd be helpful, I think, for them to be able to compare what they've heard and what they've seen on these diagrams with what exists at that location.
Well, that may be, I don't know whether the defendant objects to that, but we can work that out. I'm thinking I need to go out there, or we need to go out there to that scene before the jury goes. And so I need to get an idea from the jury about a long day on Thursday, because they haven't discussed that. And if we can do a long day on Thursday, then we can take as long as it needs to take to do that. I don't think I need to be out there long, but I've never done one of these where I have not been to the scene. I need to look at that scene before the jury comes. So, Mr. Sheriff, what are you thinking? You've done this before. I know you can provide the transportation. Is there something in particular you want to question us about what you need or what we need?
I just need to know how many people will be going so we can make arrangements. We plan on getting 2 vans for the jury. I need to know defense attorneys, if you need a ride, and those prosecution, they need a ride.
We can give you that information. We'll get it. You gotta have it right now?
Sir?
You have to have it right now?
No.
We'll get it to you. We'll get it to you today. All right.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Let us know if you need to ride. We all do before Thursday.
Yeah, we'll take you today.
Okay, thank you.
I do need to talk to the jury because I need to find out if a juror has a problem, daycare, childcare, whatever it is, on that Thursday. So, are you all ready to start back with your evidence? I can do that right before then. Okay, you can bring them back. Yeah. All right, members of the jury, before we continue with the defendant's evidence, there are some issues I need to discuss with you. You may have heard defense counsel ask the court to consider a jury view for the members of the jury of the alleged scene on 1810 Cedar Street, and the court will most likely allow that request. It will require some coordination among all of us in order to do that. The reason we're talking about it now is because when I talked about late days several days ago, that was not one of the things that we talked about. I wasn't aware of it at that particular time, so I didn't get a chance to address it with you. The jury view will probably be on Thursday, and I need to get some kind of idea from you whether or not some of you will be able to stay later than 3 o'clock, probably not more than 5 o'clock. But the amount of time that I think we're going to have is going to be probably somewhere between 1 o'clock Thursday afternoon until we get it finished, which may not be as long as I think it is, but I can't wait till we get out there on the scene and then tell you how long it's going to take. So I have to kind of build in some things that could happen. I'm thinking we can do this between 1 and 5 o'clock. That will require me and us, the lawyers, going out to the scene and taking a look at it before you get there. So, because that's just the way you do it. I know some of you have some child care situations that you've been working with the whole time. Do y'all think you can work with the court on that, or is that enough time for you to make arrangements? Those of you who haven't.
Will we be traveling as a group?
Yes, ma'am. The law requires the court, when we do that, you'll be in the custody of the sheriff. You won't be in jail, but the sheriff will get you there by van.
The only reason I'm asking,
and be responsible for getting you back.
The only reason I'm asking is if we're there, at like 5 o'clock, and then we're all trying to get back in the van and come back, and it's later than say 5:30.
No, ma'am. I got you. You're my jury. I got you. My responsibility, the sheriff's responsibility, to take you out there and bring you back, so you won't have to provide for your transportation. You will from here home, but I assume you got that under control. And there will be some instructions I'll give you about how to conduct yourself when you go out there. Right now, I'm just concerned with whether you can make arrangements for a longer day, because we've had a shorter day. I've tried to tell you beforehand if we're going to have a longer day. I'm not sure it's going to be a longer day, but it could be.
You're saying we should be back here by 5?
I certainly hope so. That's my hope. And I'm thinking, say that's 4 or 5 hours. That's more than enough time, I think. I just don't want to cut it too short. I don't want to say we're going to be finished by 3 if we go out at 1. To me, that's cutting it a little short, because it might take longer than that. I don't think it'll take longer than 5 o'clock. So if somebody run into a problem, if you run into a problem, you just tell me.
I just have a question.
Yeah.
The 5 o'clock days, will it be occurring every week? That we may have to say, I just want to spread out from the 5 o'clock days. I have to pick up my child, but I can find transportation. I just don't want it 3 days a week where I have to find transportation. Just want to spread it out a little bit.
Sure, you've told us, and without going into too much detail, there's some very good reasons why I tell you it's going to take that long. It's not just because I want to do it. There's some reasons why we have to do it that way. I've been told, as far as I know, all the times that will require 5 o'clock. And the reason I'm going over this one with you, because I didn't know about it at the time. Had I known specifically about it, then I could have told you that. But that's okay. I mean, I try to do it with as much time as I can. What I hear you saying is, if there's some reasons you want to stay later, the only other date that I have is the 15th.
Okay.
You tell the lawyers to tell you now, and to try to spread it out if they come up. I'm not aware of any of it. But the lawyers hear you, and I hear you. So if they're thinking there'd be some other times, they need to tell us so we can work with it. I mean, you all know any other times that you?
Not beyond what we're talking about.
All right. Okay. Is there anything else we have to discuss about that? Well, there will be, but it'll be later on. We don't need to talk about that part right now. But any other questions, specific questions you had about that Thursday? No? All right. Where are we now? Further evidence?
I think good. Dr. Leedsman is on the stand, and I think Mr. Harden's ready to cross him down.
Okay. Well, actually, he's not on the stand. He's in the audience.
Well, that's where he should be.
We need to get him on the stand. Yes, sir. Go ahead. All right, questions?
Yes, sir. Good morning to you, Dr. Leachman.
Good morning.
As we get started this morning, I wanted to begin by asking you some questions about what the defendant is having to pay you to come and offer your opinions in this case.
Sure.
So let me begin by asking you, how much do you charge per hour to testify in the courtroom?
Okay. In the courtroom, sworn testimony, my standard rate is $500 per hour while I'm doing that.
Okay. And would you have a different rate of compensation for reviewing records and photographs and going to scenes and traveling and things like that?
Yes, I do.
What is the rate that you charge for reviewing records?
Anything out of court, but involving work on the case, I bill at $350 per hour, 5 o'clock. And for travel time, downtime where I'm not working but can't do anything else, my standard rate is $75 an hour for that during the normal working day.
Okay. Now, with respect to the amount of time that you've actually testified here, would, based on your calculation, that be roughly 6 hours?
I frankly didn't check that, but it could be so.
Okay.
I think we began yesterday at, I don't know, 9:45 or something, and then with breaks. I don't bill during that time. It's when I'm actually on the stand, so I'll have to look in my diary and figure it out.
Well, could we agree that it's roughly 6 hours? 5 to 6 hours. All right, okay. And with respect to the review of documents and photographs and things of that nature, how many hours have you spent doing that in this case?
I don't know exactly. I have a computer program that as I do work, I put it in at my desk in my office in Chicago. And if I'm traveling, I make some notes in a little diary. I've billed, I think, 2 or 3 times for work since the inception of the case. And frankly, I don't remember how many hours it was or what the total amount was, but total amount might be about $10,000, maybe a little less.
Well, could it be more than 20 hours that you've conducted records review and things of that nature?
That's pretty close, I imagine.
Could it be more than 30?
I don't think so.
Well, let's back up. With respect to the time that you spent looking at 250 57 autopsies that you were provided. How long did you take to do that?
Well, that was a lot of time, and frankly, some of this was I haven't billed for, and I don't intend to. It was quite an educational experience for me, and I suppose that I justified not billing for that as being a subject of interest to me outside of the case. Of course, there's information that comes to the case from that, and I did bill for some hours there, but that did take a lot of time. But I said, that's on me.
Let's kind of cut to the chase. How many hours did you spend looking at 257 autopsies?
Probably, I would say 3 working days, maybe more.
Okay. 8-hour days?
Oh, I wouldn't do it all day. I mean, I have other things doing, but I would pretty much make that my devoted activity.
Well, how many hours during the day do you consider a working day?
Oh, well, I usually get to work about 8:30 and leave 6 or 6:30. So, 10-hour day maybe.
So approximately 30 hours then for those autopsies?
I think that's probably fair that I spent in total looking at it and doing some computer work and so forth with it.
How long did you take reviewing the autopsy and photographs and slides of Kathleen Peterson?
Again, I don't carry those numbers around in my head. I said we billed probably close to $10,000. Now that frankly includes some travel expenses too, but I just don't carry that number around. I spent quite a number of hours reviewing on several occasions those kinds of documents you referred to, and I just simply don't remember what the total number might be.
Well, surely you must have some estimate of how much it's been.
Well, I've given you the estimate of the billing, and I guess, I've spent probably at least 20 or 30 hours doing various things connected with examining this case and analyzing it and so forth, and I can't break it out.
So you can't tell us how much time you've spent looking at the autopsies and slides of Elizabeth Ratliff either then?
No, I mean, that's included in what I've said. When I do this, I put it on my computer in the office and indicate some notation of what I was doing during that time. That's why I have it on a computer, not in my head. I can't remember that stuff.
Mm-hmm. Who was actually paying for the travel?
I pay for it out of my pocket and then get reimbursed. I send a bill to Mr. Rudolph, and I don't know what happens after that. I get a check.
And I think you'd indicated that you'd been to Durham twice or 3 times to look at the scene.
That's right. 2 for sure, and maybe a 3rd time. Okay. Not counting this one.
And with respect to each of those occasions, how much was the travel?
It varies. It depends on how quickly, with the crazy airline business these days, if you book ahead, I can get here. I think some of the fares have been under $250 sometimes. If it's we need you here tomorrow or something like that, then I think one of those may have been close to $1,000.
Well, let me back up. With respect to a case like this, how many hours would you typically devote?
I have not had a case like this before. Major legal cases that involve many bits of travel, many appearances, and I don't recall what the numbers are, but it's 20, 30, 40 hours, 50 hours in total for some of those. There haven't been many like that. I've had a couple.
All right. What's the most that you've charged for a case where you've worked the most number of hours?
Well, again, I can't be terribly precise, but there's one case where the total bills with all the expenses and everything might have reached $25,000.
Okay. Now, you've appeared on various media outlets before commenting on forensic matters. Is that right?
I suppose I mean, I've been on the court TV before because they happened to be there in the trials that I was involved in. I wouldn't call it commentary. Occasionally, I'll be asked through media to make comments about either the case after it's over or I'm done with it or on some other matters. That's happened a few times.
And would you identify those media outlets that you've appeared on commenting on forensic issues?
Sure. I believe, had a short thing on the Today program on NBC one time, a couple of times on CNN for various matters. I think I had a brief appearance, not in person, but by wire, on the Larry King show on CNN. I think Fox has had me on one time for something. And those are all that come to mind.
Okay, with respect to those appearances on the various media outlets that you've talked about, how are you compensated for that?
No, those are not compensated.
Not a single one of them?
Not a single one of them. I guess, I don't know how this all works. I suppose if you're an entertainer or something, you have an agent that deals with these things and then they're compensated. But guest appearances or news clips and things like that are not billed and are generally not paid, and I made no such demand for that.
Okay. Now, I think you had indicated in your testimony when you were talking with Mr. Rudolph that you had appeared as an expert witness approximately 100 times. Is that right?
In trials, I'd get depositions. I think under sworn testimony, it's probably been several hundred times. But in a trial exercise, I think it's probably somewhat under 100 times.
Well, with depositions, how many times would it have been?
Well, I do far more depositions than I do trials, so I probably done several hundred. I mean, if you say the trials are under 100 and the total is 300, so I've probably done 200 plus depositions on one matter or another over the last 25 years or so.
Okay. And in, let's just say, those 300 roughly different situations where you were sworn,
yes,
how were you qualified in what field, or what field were you qualified in as an expert?
Generally, and I obviously don't remember every one of them, but the bottom line would usually be as a neuropathologist. Sometimes the attorneys involved, say, forensic neuropathologist. Sometimes it's just pathologist. I don't recall having testified simply as a physician, although that might have happened.
Okay. Now, Dr. Leachma, I assume since you've testified in 100 trials and roughly 200 depositions,
yes,
that lawyers have asked you about how you were compensated before, haven't they?
Well, of course. It happens virtually every time.
And in all of those occasions, have you been unable to tell them with any more detail than you've told these jurors here about your billing practices?
Sometimes I'm instructed to bring billing records to the court, and when I'm instructed to do that, I do it. But I would challenge anybody to remember what the billing was on 300 cases. I certainly can't do it.
Well, that's not my question.
Remember.
My question is, haven't you been asked that before by other lawyers?
Yes, of course.
And I'm trying to understand, did you give them as little information as you provided to this jury in those other cases?
Objection, argument.
Overruled.
I give them as much. I'm sworn to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. And I try to do that. And if I can't testify to something I don't remember or I don't have accurate information about. So what you get is what comes out of my head and what I remember.
And so you weren't told to bring billing information in this case then?
That's correct. I was not.
This attorney didn't request that.
Overruled.
You weren't told by Mr. Rudolph to bring that information?
Objection.
No.
This attorney didn't request it of me.
Overruled.
You can answer that question, sir.
Yes, I was not instructed to do that, and I did not.
Okay. Now, with respect to last year, how many times did you testify in a trial? as an expert in one of these fields you've described?
Again, I didn't bring my records with that respect. I can provide that to you, but my best recollection is I might have had 8 or 10 trials last year. That would be in the year 2002. Might have been 1 or 2 more, I don't know.
Okay. How many times were you deposed last year?
How many? Oh, deposed?
Yes, sir.
Last year, I think I had a few more trials and depositions, probably 3 or 4 or 5, maybe.
Okay.
Maybe
and
a few more.
with respect to those trials, generally where were they located in the country?
I'm trying to remember if there were any. Yes, there were a couple of trials in and around Chicago. A couple of those would be there. The others would be scattered around the country in various places.
Okay. And with respect to the depositions, where were they generally?
Those are almost invariably in Chicago. Very rarely do I travel someplace to give a deposition. I usually request that the people come to me, and they do.
Okay. Now, I was trying to understand from the testimony earlier about the last time you actually worked as a clinical pathologist or clinical neuropathologist, and when would that have been?
Okay. Well, first of all, I've never worked as a clinical pathologist. That's laboratory medicine, and I'm not trained or certified in that. But in terms of doing clinical neuropathology, I had worked up until in a hospital setting until the beginning of this year. And at the beginning of 2003, I ceased hospital practice, and I have not. I gave up my malpractice insurance and staff membership, except as an emeritus member, and therefore I have not and cannot do my business in a hospital and render official reports after that time.
And with respect to the 100 trials that you've testified in and the roughly 200 depositions that you've testified in, over what period of time would that have occurred?
That would be from the early 90s. That's when I started keeping, or went back retrospectively to keep some records. I don't recall when it was, but the federal courts required that kind of record keeping, and so I did it. And so the figures I'm giving you are, say, from 1990 onward.
Okay. In general, describe to the jury what types of cases you've testified in.
Okay. We can take criminal matters that might involve adult defendants or people being charged as adults. The greater percentage of my criminal work has involved adults being charged, but involved potential victims or victims of child abuse. That's a very common category. Occasionally it can involve matters such as we have been dealing with here. Not very often. The civil matters can be almost anything, from product liability to personal injury, medical malpractice, will contests, all kinds of diversity there.
And with respect to the percentage of cases that would have been criminal of all these depositions and trials, what percentage would be criminal cases?
In recent years, it would be more likely probably 8 out of 10 of my interactions. Of course, you don't give depositions generally in criminal cases, except in some jurisdictions, but I would guess that at least for trials in the last...
They have to do one at a time because the stairwell is so narrow. But it still shouldn't take that long. I mean, they're not going to stand there and stare at the bloodstains. And they've, like you said, they've seen pictures. I mean, maybe to get like a real... It's hard to get a real... What's the word I want? a real grasp of how wide something is just from a picture. I guess to see, because the defense is asking for it, I think knowing Rudolph and knowing what, like when Deaton was on the stand, he was talking about the way he was holding the blowpoke. Because Deaton's theory of beating someone with the blowpoke would be to hold it at the end and to swing back. And the way Deaton did it was to hold it in the middle and just do like this. If you're mad at someone and you're going to beat them with something, you're going to be like this. But Deaton was, because it's a confined space. So Deaton was just doing it like this. But then Deaton said he wasn't doing it as if he was beating someone. He was doing it to try to get the blood spatter on the wall. Which makes no sense to me. Aren't you trying to recreate what happened? I don't know. But anyway, I think that's why Rudolph wants them to see it. I think he wants them to see what a small space it actually is, not necessarily the blood stains. Or maybe both. But it shouldn't take that long to just go actually look at that space and real with their actual eyes see the dimensions of the stairwell. And I don't think it's going to take an hour and a half, even with 20-minute drive time, to do that. And I don't think they need to go one at a time either. I agree with Judy. Because they can see the bottom of the staircase. They don't have to go up the stairs because the higher part of the stairs didn't have any blood. Well, they could they'd have to rotate people into the front. I was going to say they could stand there as a group, but then the people in the back probably wouldn't get a good view. So yeah, 3 to 5 people at a time, sure. But Rudolph has wanted more time on everything. Even in the middle of a witness, he'll ask, "Can I have 10 minutes to get something ready?" He drives me nuts. He's the reason this trial lasted for 4 months.
Several years, it would probably be 80% of those would be dealing with some criminal matter.
And with respect to the 80% that are criminal matters, what percentage would have been child abuse cases?
Oh, that's probably, of that 80, whatever the number is, probably 90%. The greater percentage would be in recent years.
And are those cases where, in essence, at least on the state side, a neuropathologist has said that the child died of being shaken, struck, beaten, something like that?
Well, there's usually, an opinion and a diagnosis that is offered by whichever side. And if it happens to be the prosecution and I appear as a defense witness, I may have some exceptions or disagreements with that.
Okay. And in what percentage of those cases do you appear for the defendant?
Probably about 80%. 80% is defense work, less than 20. I don't know what the current number is, but it's close to that, is for the prosecution. So it's about 4 to 5 to 1 ratio.
Okay. Approximately how many cases have you testified where we had an adult victim of homicide?
Oh, boy. I'll have to sit through. I don't know, a few times perhaps.
How many autopsies have you performed where the reported cause of the death was due to a fall down some steps?
Well, first of all, I wouldn't be the person who would be generating that primary report. In other words, my usual involvement in a case that might turn out to be that would be as the consultant to the forensic pathologist who has the primary responsibility of the case. I have, to my knowledge, never signed out completely or done the autopsy and all the definitive work on a case like that myself.
When was the last time you actually performed an autopsy as a clinician?
Probably, let's see, when would that have been? Oh, maybe a year and a half, 2 years ago.
Okay. And what was the context in which that was done?
I'm trying to remember what the last one was. Oh, actually, less than a year ago, I happened to be vacationing in New Zealand, of all places, and visiting with and staying with a friend of mine who was a pathologist, and he happened to get a call to do a coroner's case. And he said, well, do you want to come along? And I said, sure. And it turned out to be an automobile rollover accident. And there were some issues about head injuries and so forth. And he said, well, do you want to help me do this? And so I did the head nervous system examination and rendered my report, which was incorporated into his. And so we did this autopsy together, and that was less than a year ago. I'd forgotten about that one.
Prior to that, when was the last time you'd done an autopsy?
Probably 6-8 months or a year. Don't do them very often at all.
Okay. And you were talking about the fact that you occasionally testify in various types of civil cases. Is that correct?
True.
And do you recall testifying in Robert C. Kane and Patricia Kane as plaintiffs against Motorola Incorporated?
Yes, Kane, K-A-N-E.
Yes.
Yeah, right, yes, I do.
And you recall testifying in a deposition setting, setting that radio frequency exposure might or could cause cancer in human beings.
Yes,
you recall doing that?
That was the substance of the opinions that I was dealing with.
Okay, and you indicated, however, that you could not state to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that exposure to radio frequency actually caused brain cancer, but you testified that it could, right?
It might or could.
Okay.
Yes, I did.
I think you also testified that Mr. Kane's excessive earwax supported his opinion that radio frequency radiation that Mr. Kane had been exposed to might or could have caused his brain tumor. You recall
I don't remember that
deposition.
particular element that this fellow had been involved in testing an experimental model of a cell phone before they were widely available. And he sustained some burns on the side of his head and ear. And apparently the earwax business was some sort of response to heating or burning there. And that was one element of this rather complicated case.
But you'd agree that there's no medical evidence whatsoever that radio frequency directed toward the head causes brain tumors.
No, I didn't testify to that. I said it might or could be important in the cause of cancer because the frequencies that are used in cellular telephones and other devices, there's literature out there that indicates that this type of radiation may break DNA and alter genetic sequences, which might lead to or set the stage for tumors in some people. There's no proof that it happens. Okay. It's more from a theoretical point of view, and I answered it might or could, yes.
And even though there's no specific medical evidence that demonstrates that radio frequency causes brain tumors.
That's right. It is
You
not-
said that it might or could.
It might or could. It has never been conclusively proven that that does in fact happen, that there's a causal relationship. That's not been established.
Okay. Now, I think you also said that most of your criminal testimony relates to child abuse cases. And I want to make sure I get these numbers right. You say that's roughly 90% of the criminal matters that you're involved in?
I think that's probably correct, yeah.
And with respect to that, you hold some associations, and in particular, you are a faculty member at the National Child Abuse Defense and Resource Center, aren't you?
I have appeared at as an invited speaker and I suppose faculty member at 2 of the national meetings that organization has held. I hold no official position with that organization, never been paid by it. I simply have been asked to present at those meetings, which I did.
All right. And those meetings revolve around preparing defense lawyers to meet those types of cases in the event that someone's charged.
I think that, yeah, you could describe it otherwise, but they're basically the attendees are defense attorneys particularly interested in the child abuse problems, and it isn't always just, I mean, it can be all kinds of aspects of child abuse, not head injury necessarily, but that's always included.
And I think you also indicated that at least in the last year, you testified in about 8 to 10 criminal matters. Is that right?
Yeah, if you talk about the last 12 months, I don't know, I haven't totaled them up for this year. This has been a little slower year for some reason or another, but last 12 months, that'd be right.
Okay. And with respect to, say, the last 10 years, how many criminal matters have you testified in as it relates to injured children or abused children?
Well, as I say, those might average anywhere 8 or 10 per year. So in the past 24 months, I might have, I won't say average one a month, but a little bit less. Might have been 20 times or so, maybe a little more.
And do you recall testifying in the Louise Woodward case up in Cambridge, Massachusetts?
Very much so. I do remember that.
And that's the case where the British au pair had been charged with killing an 8-month-old boy. Is that right?
That's right.
And in essence, the prosecution claimed that she had shaken the child and caused his head to be struck. You recall that?
Yeah, there were various assertions, but shaking figured mightily in their scenario. Yes.
And I think you testified that the child's fatal injuries were not the result of the shaking or the child's head being struck, but that he had received these injuries some weeks long prior to the onset of his death in her hands.
Yeah, without getting too particulate, in essence, that was the substance of my testimony, yes.
Okay. And you also testified in Athens in the Elman Bryant case. You recall that?
I did, yes.
And in that case, Mr. Bryant was charged with having killed his 29-day-old child, Katie.
I wouldn't have remembered it was a month-old child. I remembered it as being a young one, but I do recall that case and some aspects of it. Yeah.
And Katie had several skull fractures, and at least the prosecution said that she died of blunt force trauma to the head. You recall that?
Yes.
And I think you said in that case that Mr. Bryant, at least what he said, was that he had rolled over on her while he was asleep, and you said that what he described was in essence consistent with what you found. Is that right?
I'm going to have to believe you on that one. I don't remember all the facts of that case, but there was some evidence of, there were some scenarios put forth as possibly explaining the injuries that were seen. And as I recall, there was some issue about older injuries in that child that went beyond a particular time frame. And beyond that, I have to confess that I don't remember very much about that.
Now, we talked a little bit yesterday about, or at least we heard about, the publication that you put out, and the name of your book was Forensic Neuropathology.
That's
is that correct?
Yes.
And I think that was put out in what, 1987, 1988?
87 or 88, I don't remember now. 88 maybe.
And you're aware that your book actually never went through any peer review process, is that right?
Well, not in the sense that, like most textbooks, do not have the sort of peer review that a journal article would. That doesn't mean some reviews were not done. They certainly were. My manuscript, when I approached the Raven Press about doing it, said, send me a couple of chapters. We'll have some reviewers look at those. And they did. And when the final manuscript went in, I know of at least 2 people that were contacted by the publishers and the editors of that organization to review the manuscript. So it was reviewed.
But it wasn't a standard peer review process.
No, not in the sense that a journal article occurs.
Well, other textbooks have peer review, don't they?
In the sense, it's my sense, and I've done it myself, that I've just described, that it isn't as rigorous as a journal article. But that doesn't imply that there is no review. There is some review, and it has to satisfy the publisher that what is being put out under their name is reasonable.
Well, are you aware that your book, according to Amazon.com, is out of print?
It is out of print.
And has been for some time.
It has been several years out of print, correct.
When was the last time you had a peer-reviewed publication in the field of general forensic pathology, if ever?
No, I don't know. I've published some articles in, probably the last one would have been an article that was published in the American Journal of Forensic Medicine and Pathology regarding a death that had occurred by electrocution, not the judicial ones, but accidental. It was a case that I was involved with and helped to do the brain exam at the Forensic Sciences Institute in San Juan, Puerto Rico. It was a fascinating case, and I wrote it up with one of the pathologists there.
How long ago was that, sir?
I don't know, a few years ago. I don't remember what year.
It's more than 20, right?
No, this would have been maybe 3 years ago. It's listed in my bibliography, but one of the latter papers that are there.
Now, with respect to the distinctions between what a pathologist does and what a neuropathologist does, I mean, although they're related fields, they are very different, aren't they, in your opinion?
Well, I would regard them as circles within circles. The greater circle is anatomic pathology, and a space within that would be neuropathology, just as there would be a space within that for forensic pathology or anything else that the parent discipline is general or anatomic pathology. Ultimately, the jobs we do become more focused, of course, as you're more specialized.
Okay, and with respect to the issue of describing the manner of death,
yes,
who, in your opinion, is in the best position to render that kind of opinion?
Well, that would depend on 2 things: the qualifications of the individual and the ability legally to do that. Forensic pathologists generally are operating under being deputized by the law to have the ability and responsibility to determine cause and manner of death. A person such as myself rarely have that, are not deputized to do that. We help the other people do it. So qualifications could be anybody, really. But as a practical matter, the people that do it are operating within a legal system in which that's their job. And they have the legal authority to make a determination like that.
Okay, and would you agree that, at least from the pathologist's perspective, that he's uniquely qualified to determine the medical cause of death of an individual, but on the other hand, his competence or supposed omniscience may be severely taxed in determining the manner of death, for this judgment involves a synthesis of medical, circumstantial, and physical evidence, but most often simply an application of common sense. Would you agree with that?
I agree. I agree with that, yes.
Okay.
I think I wrote it, but I agree with it too.
And so whenever a pathologist, forensic pathologist, renders an opinion, it needs to be grounded in the science, but it also has to be grounded in common sense. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely.
Okay. And with respect to the types of cases that you've testified, I mean, we've already described that, and you've had the occasion, at least in your book, to give advice to other experts about how to prepare for trial, haven't you?
Yeah, I think the first chapter in my book has to do with the interface between the physician, particularly the pathologist, and the legal situation. Sometimes it's advice. It's simply, it doesn't necessarily come from me. There's lots of sources there. There are lots of books on this subject, and I reference many of them. Okay. And it's just, probably that chapter is needed today because the pathologists have become involved in the legal system a lot more than they used to, and neuropathologists too. But when that book was written, there weren't very many people that were doing the kind of work that I was, and I felt it was important to say, here's how this operates. Here's what a deposition is. Here's what a trial is. Here's what you're going to be asked to do, and you should think about those things.
And that was based on your own experience, right?
Well, I mean, obviously my own experience goes into it, but there are lots of books that offer advice and counsel to physicians who are going to be testifying in some way, and I cited those and took information from them and incorporated that.
And I think, in fact, what you said was, in preparing for trial, any expert should undertake to review, again, all relevant information about the case and whatever literature review might be necessary. You said that, didn't you?
Yes.
And at this juncture, the review should also entail close consultation with the retaining attorney regarding the discovery process, what it has disclosed, and in terms of additional evidence, opinion of other experts, probably in the form of that deposition transcripts and his own. You agree with that?
Yes.
You recall stating that the factual contours of a case seldom remain constant.
Yes.
And before the witness takes the stand, he should have a firm understanding just how his testimony fits into the case and the other evidence.
Yes.
You agree with that?
I do.
And I think you went on to say that the use of sketches and models and diagrams is very important. And out of your book, you say, to restate an old adage, a picture is worth 1,000 words.
It sure is.
And you agree with that, don't you?
I do.
Now, moving on to the description of your review of the 257 North Carolina cases revolving around blunt force trauma, how many of those that you reviewed, and I think you said you took nearly 3 days to do that, how many of those had a minimum of 7 lacerations to a 5 or 6 inch circle on the back of the head?
I don't recall that there were any like that. There were a number that had, I believe there was one that potentially could come in that general vicinity, but I'd have to say that there really weren't any cases that met that, your definition there.
How many of those cases that you reviewed had 6 lacerations within a 5 or 6 inch?
I don't know. We simply, I have all of those papers and I could go back and see what I can find. I don't, at some point with that many cases and so little time, you don't, pull out those specific numbers. There were a number of cases, or more, in fact, most of them had multiple wounds about the head. but 7, I can't recall.
Well, Dr. Leetsma, you knew that the state's position was that there were at least 7 lacerations on the back of Kathleen Peterson's head, and you're telling this jury that you didn't look at all of these cases to see if any fit into the model of Kathleen Peterson with 7 lacerations to the back of the head in a circle about that big.
We didn't, I didn't recall any cases like that. That isn't the only point being made. We certainly showed our flow sheet where you were saying combination of things.
Answer my question. Okay. You knew that the state's position was that there were 7 lacerations or more to the back of the head in a space like this.
I certainly did.
You're telling this jury you didn't look to see whether any of those 257 cases had 7 or more lacerations?
Sure they did. We lumped it under multiple lacerations, and they could be, most of them were scattered all over the head, and that becomes a real challenge in creating a data set. How are you going to classify those things? I simply said multiple lacerations, and I was obviously looking for cases that might pop out that were very, very close to the Peterson case, and I didn't find any.
Well, how many cases did you find of the 257 where all the lacerations were to the back of the head? Regardless of number.
Right. I simply can't tell you. There were a number that were more or less confined there.
Well, how many?
I don't remember. I don't care if those numbers are wrong. You can ask me all you want about the 257, and I can go to the source documents and attempt to pull that out. But my memory isn't that good.
I'm trying to you spent 3 days doing it. You know what the state's contention is. I'm assuming that was information provided to you from the defendant, yet you don't have that before you, and I'm a little puzzled. Why?
Well, that is certainly
objective form of question as to whether he's puzzled.
You could have left that out.
Yes, sir.
Otherwise, I would.
That isn't the point of my analysis. Was to say the only thing I'm looking at are these cases, and I've got to try to get the shoe to fit the foot. And I was simply looking at the data, saying, what does this block of cases, what's it tell us? And those data were presented that you tend not to have with multiple head injury, lacerations of the head, wherever they are. You tend to have underlying injuries to these things, and there are some other characteristics as well. To get into each bit of data, I'm simply unprepared to answer some of those questions because I don't have it before me, and I didn't undergo and prepare that kind of analysis.
Then would it be your testimony that you didn't find a single case that had lacerations to the back of the head in the same distribution as Kathleen Peterson? Would that be your testimony?
I would say that is true. We didn't have a case that I could recognize that had the same distribution. I didn't find one.
Okay. How many of those 257 cases was a weapon identified?
Not very often. I was looking for that in the reports. I recall one particularly spectacular one, and apparently, it was a photograph appeared in the material I had of an electric drill that was used as presumably the weapon.
Just answer my question. How many cases was a weapon identified?
I would say in the minority. In the autopsy report. Now, of course, I don't have the police reports.
I'm just asking you about the autopsy report. Then tell us how many cases was a weapon identified?
I can't tell you that number, but I was looking for that and didn't find it identified very often.
Was it fewer than 10?
I don't know that number, but it was small. I kept saying, come on, let's hear what's the weapon? What's the weapon? And it was not identified in the autopsy reports in the majority of cases that I went through. That doesn't mean they don't know. It just wasn't in the autopsy report.
Okay. Well, with respect to the weapons that were identified, out of the 257 cases, what was found?
Well, the one that I recall particularly was an electric drill, and that because it had a photograph of it. Other ones, I think we're talking about an iron bar or some heavy object. Again, I don't remember specifically because it was fairly infrequent that information was provided.
Okay. Do you recall at all any reference in any autopsy of a weapon that's made out of a brass tube?
No, sir.
Not one.
I don't. That doesn't mean there aren't any in there, but I sure didn't remember seeing that.
Okay. Do you recall of the 257 cases where it was determined that blunt force trauma was the cause of death?
Okay. Well,
that there was an original report of a fall down steps. How many of those were there?
Well, blunt force trauma was the first selection criteria. And I think they were considered to be homicide. That was the other selection criteria. So falls downstairs, again, I don't recall seeing any cases like that in that database.
None where it was reported. Is that right?
May have been reported. These were my understanding and my perception after reading through these reports or glancing through them, that these were all considered to be homicidal attacks and therefore blunt force blow type injuries. And whether stairway falls were involved in them, I don't recall. I don't believe so.
How many of the 257 cases had neuropathology consults?
Oh boy, I have no idea. The brains were described. Whether the neuropathologist did that examination or not, I don't know. The more recent ones, that is in the years after 2000, neuropathology reports started appearing there. So I don't know. The office may have gotten somebody to do that, but the majority of the early ones I don't think had a specific neuropathologist's report in them.
Okay. And I think you said that you also reviewed the 29 cases that Dr. Radish selected and reviewed as it related to falls within a particular age category. You looked at those as well,
I looked at those. I paged through those reports, the ones that were made available to me, yeah.
And was it your opinion that 17 of those cases where falls had occurred had no scalp lacerations whatsoever?
We didn't have all of the autopsies to give to the doctor because they weren't available. We only had 8 or 9 out of the 29 because that's all we could get. So the premise of the question is false, and I object.
Overall.
Okay, let's go back. Why don't you ask the question?
Okay.
Now?
You reviewed the information that Dr. Radish gave to the defense as it relates to autopsies that she looked at of falls in a particular age category, that being 35 to 49 years old, right?
Yes, there was some worksheets that had handwritten notes on them. We were able to get full reports on some of them, not all of them.
Okay. And of that review, you also found that there were 17 that had no scalp lacerations whatsoever in those fall cases.
Well, object. You had no basis to review them other than what Dr. Radish's work product was.
And that's what I'm asking about.
He can answer that.
I simply don't recall all of the characteristics of those cases, but there were quite a few, and I don't remember the number, that apparently did not have scalp lacerations.
And of the remaining cases, that being 12, Dr. Radish found only 1 scalp laceration.
Well, that may be what she found. I had an awful time trying to make any sense of this very small case series, which was clearly arbitrarily selected and to draw any significant conclusions from it. It's not a study. It's simply somebody's work in progress. And for example, some cases were included in that were said to be stairway falls where people fell off a railing onto a stairway. And I wouldn't consider that a stairway fall. So a lot of problems with it.
Well, Doctor, what she did was almost identical to what you did in those 257 cases, wasn't it?
No, sir. We looked at, I'm told, the complete case number from 1991 to the present day. With certain selection criteria, we didn't throw out any cases at all. That's how you do a population study. Of course, your conclusions may be somewhat limited from that. But you take all of the data, you do the best you can to stratify it, and you stipulate, here's how I selected and filtered my cases, and here's what I found. And that's what we did. Dr. Radish's case exploration, I think, ultimately could be extremely valuable if you could go after all of the 280 or whatever there were and really say, here's what happens when people fall downstairs. It'd be great, but we're not even close to being able to draw any conclusions from that.
Well, let's back up. You reviewed autopsies of cases, and she reviewed autopsies of cases.
Yes, true.
We just have a dispute about whether it was appropriate to select all of them or to look at a particular age group. Is that fair?
Well, I think it depends. Just as I went back before, I mean, what do you deal with when you publish an article? What are they interested in? Are the conclusions justified by the data presented? And that's the problem. There's been very little data presented.
Well,
It suffered from selection bias. And
Mr. Harden.
What conclusions can we draw? That's my criticism.
And I'm trying to get a direct answer to my direct question.
To that.
All right.
Okay, ask your question. Ask your question.
You looked at autopsies in what you reviewed, and she looked at autopsies.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
And we might disagree about whether it was appropriate to select out an age group, but at least from the process standpoint, you looked at autopsies and she looked at autopsies, right?
That's right.
Okay. And she found, based on the notes that she provided to you and documentation that she provided to you, only 17 of those cases, there was no laceration to the back of the head in those fall cases, right?
I'll have to believe you because I didn't keep that number. Frankly, I was frustrated. I said, I can't draw any conclusions from this. It didn't look like there were a lot of scalp lacerations, and if you say it was 17, I have no reason to dispute that.
All right, and 12 of them only had one laceration, right?
That's fair enough.
And not a single one of those cases had more than one laceration in that age group, right?
I believe that's true, yes.
Now, I think yesterday, some of the opinions that you gave with respect to Kathleen Peterson revolved around injuries that you didn't see. Is that fair?
Yes.
In essence, you said that she fell down the steps because if she'd been struck by some object, then she would have had certain types of injuries, and you didn't see those, and it caused you to conclude that she had fallen. Is that fair?
Characterization that she fell down the steps. I don't think that there was any such characterization by Dr. Leeson.
Overruled.
Well, this is a component of my testimony. I mean, that's a synopsis, and I wouldn't argue with that.
Okay. And I think you indicated that among the evidence that the injuries that she didn't have were no skull fracture.
That's correct.
No epidural hemorrhage.
That's right.
No significant subdural hemorrhage. I think there was some slight subdural hemorrhage, but nothing major.
No subdural, subarachnoid hemorrhage. She had a little bit of that, but no subdural.
No subdural, and then there was slight subarachnoid.
Yes.
Okay. And that she didn't have any brain contusions whatsoever.
That's correct.
That's correct. And based on that, you concluded that her injuries were consistent with a fall because these others were absent.
Well, there's more information than that, but it said, turn it around and say if her injuries were inconsistent with a blow type scenario, and were more consistent taking other things into account, that a fall had caused those things.
And I think you also indicated that you did not agree that there had been concussive brain injury, which is what she found.
There was no demonstration of that, so I would say that it was not present.
Okay.
Well, I back up. I'll say there's no evidence that it's present. There's no data one way or the other.
All right. But with respect to Liz Ratliff, I think you also concluded that her injuries were consistent with a fall.
Yes, I mean, in terms of the trauma, the traumatic injury she had, yes, they were consistent with a fall.
Okay, but she had a skull fracture, unlike Kathleen
She
Peterson.
sure did, right.
She had epidural hemorrhage, unlike Kathleen Peterson.
I think so. I believe so.
She had subdural hemorrhage, unlike Kathleen Peterson.
She sure did, yes.
She had subarachnoid hemorrhage, unlike Kathleen Peterson, except for a slight degree.
More obvious, for sure, yes.
Okay. And yet you, with respect to her, you still found that her injuries were consistent with a fall and not consistent with a beating.
I did.
Okay. Now, and I think you'd also indicated that you were not aware of cases where concussion to the brain could occur unless there were subdural, epidural, subarachnoid hemorrhages or things of that nature. Did I understand you correctly?
No, concussive injury to the brain can occur in the absence of all of those things. They usually are present, but there can be certain closed head injury situations, and I think I gave an example of one in which concussive injury of the brain is the major problem.
Okay. Well, would you agree then that you could have blunt force trauma to the head with some object, and not a fall, but with some object, and have no evidence of an epidural, subdural hemorrhage, subarachnoid hemorrhage, or skull fracture?
Boy, that would be unusual, because if you're talking about blows with objects, it means you're talking stationary head. And to accelerate the head to produce deep brain injury, and to do that without leaving any marks, lacerations, fractures, and things like that, in terms of a blow scenario, that's tall order. I wouldn't know. I'd have to really think if there could be a situation like that.
Okay, well, can you envision one?
That would be hard. I recall a circumstance, I didn't see this case, but it's been reported, where somebody came up behind somebody and used a Webster's dictionary, one of these great big thick books, and whacked somebody on the head with it. And the person died. And there would be no fracture. There'd certainly be a bruise on the back of the head or wherever it happened. But none of those intracranial pathologies were present, but the individual did sustain an axonal injury or deep brain concussion, and apparently died from that. There have been cases like that, and that's about the only example I can come up with. But to do it with a hand-wielded weapon of some sort and not have any of those things we're talking about would be an exceedingly rare circumstance.
Okay. Well, you're familiar with the American Journal of Forensic Medicine and Pathology.
I am.
In fact, you've been associated with that?
Yes, I'm on the editorial board of that journal.
Okay. Well, are you aware that in 1995, they reported out 5 different cases where there was multiple blunt force injury to the face and head of 5 different individuals. And in each of those cases, there were no contusions to the scalp. There were no fractures of the skull. There were no epidural hemorrhages. There were no subdural hemorrhages or subarachnoid hemorrhages. Are you aware of that?
I don't know. I don't know the article. If you could show it to me, then I can comment on it and speak intelligently about it. Hopefully.
Anymore. Gentlemen, approach the witness, please.
Yes.
Appreciate what's marked as State's Exhibit 191 and ask if you will look at that, please.
This appears to be a 6 or 7 page article. Rather than having the doctor try to analyze it while he's up on the stand, might we have a short break? That's probably time for the break anyway, so we have a chance to look at that.
How many pages?
It's appears to be 7 or 8.
All right, 2-minute break, Mr. Death.
Yes, ma'am.
Ladies and gentlemen, please allow the jury to exit courtroom door.
All right, Mr. Hard, question?
Yes. Now, Dr. Leachman, we were talking about the report out of the American Journal of Forensic Medicine and Pathology in the context of your opinions regarding Kathleen Peterson. And I think you'd indicated that because she didn't have a skull fracture and because she didn't have epidural hemorrhage and didn't have subdural hemorrhage and only had slight subarachnoid hemorrhage and no brain contusions, that you concluded that her injuries were consistent with the fall.
That's right.
All right. And I think based on some of the other comments you indicated, this opinion was based on your experience that if she had been assaulted with some object, she would have some variety of things, and probably most of them, right?
Well, I don't know about most, but a variety of other accompanying pathologies, certainly.
Okay. And I think you indicated that you weren't familiar with cases where someone could be assaulted and not have some number of skull fracture, epidural hemorrhage, subdural hemorrhage, subarachnoid hemorrhage, and brain contusion.
It was with a weapon of some sort.
Sorry.
With some object.
Yes, on the head.
Okay.
I was having to dig deep, and I couldn't come up with much. Right.
And you've had an opportunity to read what's marked as State's Exhibit 191.
Yes, I have.
You know, at this point, we'd move that into evidence, please.
It's allowed.
And at least with respect to a journal that you're familiar with, that you're involved with,
right.
They've reported out 5 cases here recently where persons have been struck about the head and not had skull fractures, epidural hemorrhage, subdural hemorrhage, subarachnoid hemorrhage, or brain contusions, yet they died, right?
That's correct.
And at least with respect to these cases, it would be consistent with what Dr. Radish found as it relates to Kathleen Peterson's injuries.
No, it wouldn't. All of these cases have facial injuries and clearly impact sites in the central facial skeletal area, and they all had very significant and toxic ethanol levels. So to equate these cases would be inappropriate.
Well, you're aware that the defense has tried to portray to this jury that Kathleen Peterson was drunk and owned Valium at the time of her death.
To that characterization, we've pointed out the blood ethanol alcohol level and the Valium level, and I object to the characterization.
I don't know that their contention was that she was drunk. Find another word.
Oh my God.
Contention is that she was impaired on alcohol and Valium. You aware of that?
I'm aware that she had blood level of alcohol. I don't remember what the Valium level was, but aware that she had been taking that drug.
Well, you're aware that one of their contentions is that as she walked up the stairs, she lost her balance because she was impaired. You're aware of that, aren't you?
Rudolph, you can't have it both ways. Was she drunk and fell down the stairs, or did Michael Peterson kill her? Make up your mind. You can't have it both ways. Oh my God. I can't. I just can't with him anymore.
I haven't heard that testimony. I know it's certainly something to be considered, and I've not been here to hear what's been put forth, but it's one scenario or contributor.
If that's what the defense is attempted to portray to this jury, you have no reason to dispute that she had alcohol in her system and Valium in her system, and at least from that perspective had some level.
Listen, it's not disparaging her character to say she had too much to drink that night, and that was part of the reason she fell down the stairs. If you want to say she fell down the stairs as a reason for why your client didn't kill her, then say she was drunk and fell down the stairs. Don't worry about besmirching her character at this point. She was drinking and had Valium in her system. If you want to say that contributed to her death and your client didn't do it, then say that. Good God, man.
Level of impairment.
I don't know whether she was impaired from that. That would be somebody else's judgment. I'm not qualified to make that determination. That she had those things on board, apparently so.
And you're aware of that from the autopsy report that you reviewed,
That's
right?
That's right.
I'm just
and
saying.
All these people had some level of
Why
alcohol
does it matter now?
Impairment as well, didn't they?
Yeah, very significant. All of them over 200 milligrams, and some of them more than that.
Okay, and with respect to the first case, that's a 35-year-old white male found dead in the bed of his pickup truck with multiple blunt force injuries.
If I didn't do it, I would use anything I could, whether it was saying that she was drunk or not, or high or whatever. If I didn't do it, I would use any other excuse in the book why she fell down the stairs.
Confined to his face.
Right.
And that autopsy showed no contusions of the scalp, no fractures of the skull or facial bones, no epidural, subdural, or subarachnoid hemorrhages, yet he died of blunt force trauma to the head. Right? Isn't that what this says?
Well, I don't know. Blunt force, they're talking blunt force trauma associated with alcohol.
Well, at the top of the page number 2, it says, we encountered 5 deaths following blunt trauma to the head.
Absolutely.
Without associated intracranial bleeding or detectable injury to the brain.
Exactly. That's what these cases are.
Okay. The second case is a 31-year-old white male discovered on a grassy area near a lake. His external findings are of trauma limited to the face and hands. There were lacerations with associated.
I know, that's what I mean. Rudolph objected to the prosecution saying she was drunk. Rudolph was the one that objected. The prosecution was the one that said she was drunk. They want to create doubt. The defense wants to create doubt. So yeah, go ahead and let the prosecution say she was drunk. If it was the other way around, yeah. But no, it wasn't. The defense should let them say, yes, she was drunk. That attributed to her falling down the stairs and dying. Why did he object to the prosecution saying she was drunk? Rudolph said, oh, I don't think we said she was drunk. I think we said what her alcohol content was. It was 0.07. 0.08 is drunk. Close enough. Contributed to her falling down the stairs is what they're saying. What the defense is saying. The defense wants reasonable doubt. The prosecution doesn't. And he was the one that said she was drunk, and Rudolph was the one that objected to him calling her drunk.
Abrasions of the left parietal and temporal scalp. The forehead had a small laceration on the left side and the abrasions on the lateral right side. There were small lacerations on the nose and the right upper eyelid. The right eye had a small subconjunctival hemorrhage.
And the nasal bones were fractured.
Not reading the entire paragraph here, and I object to that.
Oh, God.
And then they go on to indicate that there were, in another paragraph, that the skull was intact. There were no epidural, subdural, subarachnoid hemorrhages. The brain was unremarkable on a macroscopic and microscopic level, indicating no brain contusions, just like Kathleen Peterson, right?
That's right.
Case number 3, 40-year-old male attacked by several individuals, thrown over a railing of a second-floor balcony on the sidewalk, kicked in the head by persons wearing boots. He has multiple small lacerations involved in the central aspect of the face, the lateral aspects of the eyebrow, the lower lip, and the undersurface of the chin. And they also find no epidural, no subdural, no subarachnoid hemorrhages, and no evidence of trauma to the brain.
I object to not reading the entire paragraph, but just a portion of the paragraph.
Overruled. Well, that's what it says, doesn't it, Doctor?
That's what they said here.
And that's like Kathleen Peterson's findings with respect to those issues, right?
No.
Well, she didn't have a skull fracture.
Of course not.
She didn't have an epidural hemorrhage.
Right.
Right? She didn't have a subdural hemorrhage. Right. She had a little bit of subarachnoid hemorrhage.
That's right.
And no brain contusion. And at least as it relates to these 3 cases so far, they are consistent, aren't they?
Well, but you're eliminating the central facial impact and fractures that all of these people had. And Kathleen Peterson didn't have that.
Well, doctor, in these 257 cases that you looked at, you included facial lacerations and scalpel lacerations in all of these that you wanted to talk about,
sure
right?
Did. Yes, we were looking at impacts to the head, and that had some counterpart to it.
Well, these are impacts to the head, aren't they?
You bet they are.
And Kathleen Peterson had impacts to her head,
sure
right?
She did.
So they are comparative, aren't they?
No. These are apples and oranges. Kathleen Peterson didn't have toxic levels of alcohol on board. That's the point of this article, is concussive force to the head by some means other than above the ears, so to speak, in the face of alcohol intoxication can produce cerebral edema and kill you. And that's the point of these 5 cases.
Well, in the beginning of the abstract, it says we encountered 5 deaths following blunt trauma to the face and head in which the injuries were predominantly soft tissue in nature,
right,
with the absence of skull fractures, intracranial bleeding, or detectable injury to the brain. That's the first sentence, right?
That's what they said.
And then it goes on to talk about they were intoxicated and they had blood ethyl levels ranging from 0.22 to 0.33.
Yes.
So they were impaired. Kathleen Peterson had some level of impairment, right?
Yes. I don't know whether she was impaired or not. She certainly had some alcohol and probably some Valium or a drug like that on board.
She had trauma to the head.
Yes.
These all had trauma to the head, right?
Yes, they did.
Case number 4, 60-year-old white male was beaten to death by his partner. The perpetrator confessed to punching and kicking the victim in the face. And their internal findings are that there are no scalp contusions, no skull fractures, no epidural, subdural, subarachnoid hemorrhages. There was no evidence of trauma to the brain.
Objection again, not reading the entire description of the injuries.
That's what it says, doesn't it, Doctor?
Overruled.
Yeah, so far as you've read.
Going.
Okay. It says microscopic examination of the brain revealed petechiae in the pons and cerebral peduncles. The neck organs, including the spinal cord and the airways, were unremarkable.
That's correct. That's what's there.
Okay. But with respect to no skull fracture, no epidural hemorrhage, no subdural hemorrhage, no subarachnoid hemorrhage, no brain contusions, at least from those perspectives, just like Kathleen Peterson, right?
Well, one might interpret the petechiae of the pons and cerebral peduncles as a deep brain contusion.
They didn't find that in this report out, did
Well, they didn't call it that. That's what they're describing. Those are lesions and could be potentially fatal ones.
Well, if they had held that opinion, they would have called it something like a brain contusion, wouldn't they?
I don't know what was in the minds of the authors here, and all I can say is when you talk about petechial hemorrhages around in the brainstem, somebody who suffered head trauma, there's not much else it can be other than torsional or rotational forces impinging on that area.
So you disagree with the folks that reported these 5 cases out at the American Journal of Forensic Medicine and Pathology as it relates to whether that is a brain injury? You disagree with them?
They don't give us any more interpretation of this. I interpret that as a brain injury.
Do you disagree with them?
No, their finding is there. I have no reason to disagree with that. They don't say anything more.
And then the 5th case is a 38-year-old white male who'd been drinking in a private house. He'd been shoved out by the host, struck several times in the face and chest with a wooden axe handle.
Correct.
And at autopsy, evidence of blood trauma to the face consisted of deep lacerations on the lower part of the left cheek and on the left side of the chin, and abrasions on the right forehead and the undersurface of the chin. The left side of the scalp had small lacerations in the temporal area and a contusion over the left, and I can't even pronounce that.
Long words.
over the eye area.
Yeah, parieto-temporal occipital, which must mean pretty much the entire side of the head.
Okay. But they then go on to say there was no intracranial trauma, just like in these other 4 cases.
That's what they say.
Reading the rest of that paragraph.
Overruled. Well, that's what it says there, Doctor, right?
Pardon me?
That's what this says
That's what
in
it
this
says.
report.
Absolutely.
So there are cases where someone can have, at least according to the American Journal of Forensic Medicine and Pathology, blows to the head causing lacerations in these instances and have blunt trauma as it's described as the cause of death, and not have skull fracture, not have an epidural hemorrhage, not have a subdural hemorrhage, not have a subarachnoid hemorrhage, and not have a brain contusion.
That's right.
Okay. And we obviously agree then that, at least from your perspective and from Dr. Radish's perspective, Kathleen Peterson had no brain contusions whatsoever.
No disagreement there.
Okay. And you define brain contusion in your book, and I'm looking at page 216, and it indicates, whereas an injury sustained in falls in which the head struck the ground, for instance, there was a notable lack of injury in the brain at the site of impact, but often a massive pattern of contusions in the brain at the location exactly opposite the point of impact.
Yeah, we're talking about contra-coup contusion.
Right.
Right.
Often a massive pattern of contusions in the brain at a location exactly opposite of the point of impact. And we don't have that here.
We do not.
In fact, with falls, contra-coup contusion is very common. Wouldn't you agree with that?
Yeah, serious, how many people fall, but those that culminate in some medical problem, contra-coup contusions are quite common, yes.
Will a fall serious enough to cause, by your count, 4 lacerations to the back of a head?
Not necessarily. I mean, it's all having to do with how much force gets into the brain to have to be dissipated there. And there are plenty of people who've had falls with scalp lacerations that had no brain injury. They lived, they got them sutured up, and they go on with their lives.
Okay.
I have no idea how many of those are. Nobody keeps records of those.
Well, this goes on to state the most common instance of the latter phenomenon is a backward fall in which the occupant strikes the ground with or without skull fracture and produces massive contusions in the frontal and temporal tips, lobe tips.
Yes, that's true.
And we don't have that here, do we?
We do not.
And you go on to further talk about brain contusions due to falls, and you state contusions caused by falls in which the head impacts an object much more massive than itself tend to occur opposite the site of impact, hence the name contra-coup contusion, which we talked about.
That's right.
The most common locations for contra-coup contusions are the frontal and temporal lobe tips in connection with falls where the occiput is the impact site. When similar impacts occur to the side of the head, contusions may be observed directly opposite the surface of the brain. Contra-coup contusions or fall-type injuries usually do occur in connection with falls, that is, when the head accelerates into a much larger or massive object.
Correct.
But we don't have a coup or a contra-coup injury here.
No, we don't.
None whatsoever.
Correct.
Even though, according to your literature, that's what should be found in a fall.
Not necessarily. It all has to do with magnitude and direction, where an impact occurred, what velocity was attained, and what surface and how it hit that surface. All of those things have to go into it to determine whether you're going to have an underlying brain injury or not.
Well, doctor, you talked about your opinion and the fact that Kathleen Peterson's injuries, or lack of, were consistent with a fall, right?
That's right.
Because of what you typically have seen, right?
Well, I mean, I haven't seen very many cases like this one. What we have to reconcile what we do see with really the totality of the case to come to some sense of what really happened.
Well, let's take the flip side of that. You said that one of the reasons you held that opinion that her injuries were consistent with a fall,
yes,
and not consistent with a beating,
right,
was because she didn't have a skull fracture. She didn't have an epidural. She didn't have a subdural. She only had slight subarachnoid and didn't have brain contusion, right?
Well, that goes into it, yes.
So, based on your experience and what you usually see in blunt force trauma cases where an object is used, you'd expect to see those, right?
That's right. Or some component.
Well, your book here says that in fall cases, you expect to see contra-coup contusion.
You may see that. And again, it's a function of the moving head, how it impacts a rigid object, and the velocity it attains when it does that. And if you haven't met those critical thresholds, which an injury biomechanics person can certainly give chapter and verse on, then you're not going to get those things inside the head. You're going to have external injury and no internal injury.
Okay, so you can render an opinion stating that injuries or lack of are consistent with a fall.
Yes.
And because there are not certain injuries in Kathleen Peterson's head or externally, that it can't be a beating based on what you've often seen, yet you can't agree with your own text that you often see contra coup injuries in falls, and that would be an indicator that a fall had occurred?
That's a very compound question. I don't know how to. I think you better rephrase that so I can answer it appropriately.
Well, we'll let him rephrase it after lunch. So, members of the jury, we're going to have a lunch break at this time. Remember the instructions the court has given you throughout the course of this trial, and we'll see you at 12:45. All right, further questions, Mr. Harden?
Yes, sir. Now, Dr. Leedsma, at the lunch and recess, we were talking about aspects of Kathleen Peterson's diagnosis that you made with respect to things you found and didn't find.
That's right.
I think during your direct examination, you described that you did find red neurons in her brain matter.
That's correct.
And you described generally what that was about. But so let's go back to that at this point. With respect to the development of red neurons, I had the impression that you described to the jury that it essentially took two events. The first event being something that caused decrease in blood pressure, decrease in flow of blood to the brain, and as a result, decreased oxygen to the brain. And then there had to be an event of death some period of time after that. And this period of time between the first event and the second event, that being death, would have to be sufficient in order for those red neurons to develop during that period. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. Now, I think you'd indicated that in the literature that several hours would have to elapse between those two events. Just so we're clear, you got the event where there's a deprivation of blood flow and death. So that would assume that for whatever period of time exists between those two events,
right,
the person would have to be alive, and there would have to be some function to cause that person to be in that state. Is that fair?
That's right, to allow those changes to develop. And I wanted to add that it's deprivation of blood supply or oxygen or both,
okay,
one way or another.
And obviously, if you don't have blood going to the brain, you don't have oxygen going to the brain.
That's right.
Okay. And I think that's termed in the literature as either an ischemic or hypoxic event.
Yeah, ischemic is low blood flow. Hypoxia would be no oxygen.
Okay.
But they're usually joined together, hypoxic, ischemic.
Okay. And with respect to the literature that you had reviewed and your experience, I think you indicated that that would occur over a several-hour period.
Well, it can occur, that whole scenario that we talked about can play itself out according to others in about 30 minutes. My experience picks up at about an hour and afterwards.
Well, let's stay with your experience and what you've seen. So what would the minimum time in your experience be as it relates to the time period that would exist between the two events?
In terms of the case experience that I myself have seen,
yes,
I haven't seen one that I could convince myself, that is with my own hands and my own eyes, under an hour. Others obviously have.
Okay. And at least in the literature, and referring back to your book,
yes,
on page 52, think you indicated that, and you've talked for some time in previous pages about the development of red neurons, but on page 52, you indicate that in some circumstances, it appears that red neurons can evolve in as little as 2 hours.
Yeah, that was the state of my experience and knowledge at the time.
In 1988.
Well, I mean, the book was written over a 4 or 5 year period prior to that. It hit the presses in 87 probably, so it represents knowledge as of, say, 1986 or something like that.
Okay, so at least as it relates to your opinion today, it's changed from what it was in 1986, 87,
it's evolved because I've had some case experience that took less than 2 hours.
Okay. Now, I think you'd indicated that you were aware that Dr. Snell had opined in the Odom case that, based on his observations, this time period could be as little as 30 minutes.
Yes.
All right. Well, Dr. Leedsman, you are aware that Dr. Snell is not a neuropathologist. You're aware of that, right?
I believe, yes. I don't think he is. Yeah.
Okay, so he, as a forensic pathologist, would not microscopically look at the brain tissue during the course of his work as a forensic pathologist.
Oh, right? Sure he would. Sure. I mean, forensic pathologists are expected in the ordinary case to look at everything, including the brain, and some of them are extremely good at it. I mean, it being examination of the brain.
Well, let me approach it from this perspective. Even though he indicates that he may have had that particular experience and it being as little as 30 minutes, that's not necessarily supported by your experience or the literature you've read, is it?
Well, it is supported by some of the literature I've read. It's just not in my experience that I've gotten a case that's under an hour. I mean, there's older literature where from the 50s and 60s that I took some searching to find, indicated that there were people in that time opining that these changes could evolve in 30 minutes. Most of them went on the 1 and 2 hour time frame, but there were people who said you can see it in 30 minutes.
But in that literature, it also said that it could take as much as 8 to 12 hours.
Oh, it can take a long time to evolve. It's a question of the evolution of the process. When do you see the first ones? That's really what we're kind of talking about. And then this process goes on and evolves just like the Polaroid picture develops until it's done. And that can play itself out over many hours.
Okay. Now, during an earlier proceeding, you were asked about the lacerations that you found on Kathleen Peterson's scalp.
Correct.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness, please?
Yes.
Let me show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 250, P257.
Okay.
You've seen that before, haven't you?
Yes.
Now, at this point, we move into evidence what's marked as State's Exhibit P257.
So,
And earlier, you made several marks on that particular photograph, didn't you?
That's right.
And you indicated with some markings the various lacerations that you saw.
That's right. You asked me to outline those things that I thought were lacerations, and I did so.
Yes, sir. And just so the record's clear, we've got, we'll count this large one as one.
Yes.
Okay. Smaller one as the second one.
It may be separate. It may be also part of that, but never mind. If you just simply asked me to outline the lacerations, and I did that. So we have 1 and 2.
Okay, and then we've got another one.
The trident-shaped one
is 3.
3.
The one to the right of that, which is a similar trident shape.
Yeah, laying on more on the side of the head.
4.
That's 4.
And then coming around the back of the head, we've got on the right side of the back of the head would be 5.
Yes.
And then we have on the back of the head in the occipital area 6.
Right.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, could he step down before the jury and show the jury what he circled, please?
Sure. Well, let's give an overview and then I'll come up. This is the exhibit that I was asked to draw on. And I took a magic marker and simply circled those things that were cuts in the scalp. Doesn't say, of course, whether they're linked to one another or not. That's another matter. But we got to 7 of these. They look to be separate.
Yes, sir. Doctor, you're going to have to speak up so the
Okay.
floor can hear.
Sorry.
Now, so the jury understands exactly what we were talking about. You've defined this area as one laceration. Is that correct?
I did, yes. That's sort of V-shaped.
All right. You've defined this next as a laceration as well.
Yes, it is a laceration. It looks to be physically separate from the other one. That's why I drew a circle around it.
Okay. And then we have what you've marked as, I guess, B, which is a separate laceration.
That's right.
All right. C, a separate laceration.
Correct. A complex one, but I think one.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then we have 2 more right down here in the bottom of the back of the head, right?
That's right.
Now, let's go at these one at a time. With respect to what you've marked here as A, would you define that as a linear laceration or a stellite laceration?
It has characters of both. There's some components of this that are more or less in a straight line, but then there are branching points in it. And that begins to take on well, I don't know what terms you want to use, but there may be some branching points, and if you want to use stellate, I guess you can. Okay. There are some components of this laceration that disappear around the side of the head. So there's a certain linear character to some of these things, but the totality of it, I think, is just, I can do any better than say it's a complex laceration.
Okay. Well, you're familiar with the term linear and stellite, right?
Certainly.
Okay. And I think you talked a little bit about stellite wounding yesterday, and in essence described that was classic of a fall.
With an impact on a flat surface.
Okay.
We did talk about that.
Okay. So let's stay with that term since that's something you've already used in front of the jury.
Fair enough.
Now, are we in agreement that this is, at least from your perspective, a stellite wound?
Welcome back, Michelle.
I have trouble with that terminology because it isn't really star-shaped. It isn't really linear. It's a complex laceration that is branching, maybe. I don't know. I'm searching for a proper word that would leave, not be exclusionary, but not overly inclusive either.
Again, I want to use the definitions that you've already used in front of the jury.
Okay, well, I can't apply that definition of stellate to that.
All right. What about this small laceration here?
Well, this is more linear. It's a bit jagged. It appears separate from the other one, though it may be part of the same process.
All right. With respect to what's marked here as B, is that linear or is it a stellite wound?
Well, there are some linear components. That one would fit a little better into that kind of a category of having radiating lacerations away from somewhat of a center.
Okay.
I would have a little less trouble using that term with that one.
Well, for the ones that you're going to define as stellite, will you please mark those with this red marker? Just circle them.
Understanding that and there are some characteristics of C, that is the one on the side, that have some interlacing cuts that I suppose one could say there's a stellate-like pattern there.
All right. And then with respect to this one below the back of the head to the right-hand side,
near the back.
Is that linear or does that have stellite quality?
No, I don't think those are stellite. Those are more linear.
Okay. And with respect to this laceration at the bottom here, is that stellite or is that?
I was grouping these two same
Sorry,
thing.
can't hear you.
I was grouping these two same thing.
Okay. All right. Now, I also asked you to, it might be easier to take the, okay, I understand for just a couple minutes here. Also ask you to look at what's marked as State's Exhibit P2. Let's start with P259 and ask, you're familiar with that, correct?
Yes, I have seen that before.
All right. Now we move what's marked into as marked as evidence as P259. We move that at this point. Let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit P258. Are you familiar with that?
Yes, I am.
We move into evidence what's marked as State's Exhibit P258. Now, you were asked in an earlier proceeding to circle all the different injuries that you saw on Ms. Peterson's face with respect to this photograph as well, weren't you?
That's right.
Okay. And if you would, please step down to the jury and with the court's permission, and show the jury what you marked. Okay.
And I'll try to do the whole thing here. And maybe stand back enough that hopefully everybody can see it. What I was asked to do is take this photograph and take a magic marker and outline all of the injuries that I saw there, and I did that.
All right. Will you please describe where they're located for the record?
Okay. This A circled would be above the eye on the right-hand side, and anatomically would be the orbital rim on the right-hand side.
And exactly what is that injury?
Looks like a contusion or a bruise.
All right. And within the area of this marking, is that a single wound?
Well, it's multiple. I mean, there seem to be some, what should I say, bruises that join with one another.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, maybe.
Would that mean different impacts?
Not necessarily. This could be a single event that could erupt as bruises in that particular pattern.
All right. Now, with respect to what's marked as the area of B.
Yes, this is not only a bruise, but it looks like the skin is broken. A small abrasion or laceration over the right side of the bridge of the nose.
So that would be a bruise and a laceration
Yes.
together. What about with respect to the rest of the nose? Is that part of that or not?
No, the rest of the nose, there's a little bit of erythema or redness at the top of the nose. I don't know what that is, whether this is a skin condition that was there or is something traumatic. I just couldn't interpret it, so I didn't draw anything around it.
And with respect to B, is that a separate impact?
I don't know that. There could be a situation in which some surface crossed the eyebrow and went over to the bridge of the nose, and they could be caused by one event. Different points of impact, but one event. It's possible.
Now,
There
what
could be
about-
separate ones. I don't know.
Okay. What about with respect to C? What is that designated there? And what's
That's
that
a bruise.
Okay. One event, or is that something?
Again, I don't know whether this could be a single event or it could be linked up with D, which is next door. There could have been some impact there that produced, because of bony anatomy or something else, two separate apparent injuries, but one impact.
All right. And with respect to E, what is that?
That looks more like not a bruise, but little tiny laceration maybe, or a little scratch underneath the left eyelid.
Okay. Now, would that be a separate event, or would that be connected to something?
That doesn't look like it is connected in any way that I can make sense of it. I don't know if it's separate or not. I just have to say it's there. I don't know how to conclude how it might have happened.
And were you aware that Ms. Peterson had chipped tooth?
I'm trying to remember that. I don't know if I remember that or not.
Okay, but it wouldn't surprise you if she did.
Well, I don't know. Somebody made the observation she has a chipped tooth, and she's got a chipped tooth.
Okay. All right. Okay. Now, let me show you what is marked in State's Exhibit P260 and ask whether you can identify that.
I can, and I have seen that.
Okay. Now we move what's marked in State's Exhibit P260 in evidence.
Hello.
And just from where you're seated, we'll hold this up. And,
all right.
And if you would, please, you've marked several different injuries on what's marked in State's Exhibit P260, haven't you?
Same exercise, bruises that I've circled. at your request.
All right. And at least with respect to those, they are individual bruises?
Well, they're separated. Again, that doesn't necessarily imply that there were however many 6 impacts to do that. These could occur in a single event.
But they could be separate impacts?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit P261 and ask whether you can identify that.
Yes, I've seen that.
We move what's marked as State's Exhibit P261.
So
and also what's marked as State's Exhibit P262. Doctor, you've seen that as well.
I sure have, yes.
Now we move what's marked as State's Exhibit P262 in evidence.
So
now, 261 is Ms. Peterson's left arm, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And P262 is her left hand.
Left hand.
All right, let's take these kind of together.
Okay.
I ask you to mark the different injuries that you saw from the left shoulder down to the hand of Ms. Peterson on the left side, didn't you?
I did. If you did, and I did.
Yes, sir. And with respect to these various circles, those are what types of injuries?
Okay, on the top, these all appear to be bruises or contusions, same difference.
And bruises on this document?
Yeah.
Was marked as State's Exhibit P262, is that?
The majority of these are bruises. There appear to be abrasions or tiny lacerations in at least, in 3 of them. These others are just bruises, and the others are bruises that may have a scraping or some other component to them.
All right. And I think you'd indicated, back up. Let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit P259 again. Did you make some markings on this photograph?
I did.
And with respect to the markings on this photograph, what do they depict?
I was asked to try to indicate on this photograph where the cornues or the horns of the thyroid cartilage would be. I did that and then drew a small sketch there to indicate sort of what the horn of the thyroid cartilage looks like and where the fracture was.
All right.
So it was on the left side at the base of this tiny ball.
Now, let me make sure I understand your opinion with respect to these falls, and you correct me if I'm wrong. You indicated that in your view, in your opinion, there were 2 falls with 4 impacts. Is that correct?
I think the scenario that makes most sense to me is that there were 2 falls. There may have been another one. I don't know. But I think 2 can explain it with 2 events within each fall.
Okay.
And there could be another one there too. But in other words, a fall, a couple of impacts on the way down or until the body came to rest. And then that situation repeated.
Well, let me make sure I'm clear here. If with that said, is there a minimum of 2 falls and 4 impacts?
I think that's fair. I think that number would explain it, but I couldn't rule out that there might have been another event or another event within an event, so to speak.
Okay. And I think I understood you to say that you were basing this opinion based on the injuries you found or didn't find.
Yes.
Based on aspects of blood spatter that you were aware of.
Yes.
Based on aspects of biomechanical engineering that you were aware of. Is that right?
Or aware of some of it anyway. Right.
Okay. Well, if you have that opinion, may I approach witness, please?
Yes.
Let's take what you have marked here as the complex injury or complex wound on the back of Ms. Peterson's head, and what's marked as State's Exhibit P257. Let me have you tell us, is this the first injury that she received, or do you know?
I don't know.
Would B be the first injury that she received, or do you know?
I don't know.
Would C be the first injury that she received, or do you know?
I don't know.
With respect to these two smaller lacerations, D, would those be the first injuries, or do you know?
That I doubt. I think these, as I can conceive of this, may have been the second event within a fall episode. In other words, they have a different plane, they have a different character, and again, I don't know which ones they're associated with necessarily, but I don't regard that as the first event.
Okay, well, let me make sure I'm clear on this. You can rule out that these at the bottom in the area of D are the first, but you don't know with respect to
Yeah, I don't know about ruling out. I think it's more likely that this is a secondary impact rather than those at the top.
Okay, well, Doctor, based on all that you know, all that you've considered, and all that you've talked about, would you please come over to what is marked as State's Exhibit M1 and describe the precise scenario that you contend happened that caused this movement?
Well, object to him contending to a precise scenario. I don't think he's testified that he has a precise scenario that in fact occurred.
Well, are you asking him if he does have a precise scenario? I just want to make sure that the witness understands what you're asking.
Do you have a precise scenario in mind?
No.
Do you have a general idea?
I have some thoughts that I think are more logical than others.
Okay, well, describe for the jury exactly what you think happened based on those thoughts.
Again, I object. He didn't say he can describe exactly what happened. He said he has some thoughts that are more logical than others. And I object to the characterization by the district attorney.
I think from the district attorney's questions, he's asking him to describe it, but I'll let the district attorney answer whatever he wants to.
You got scenarios in your mind about how this occurred, right?
I have some general ones. I have to hasten to add that I'm not an injury biomechanics guy. And I'm just, there are some things that seem logical to me, and I can share those with you. But in terms of precision, I wouldn't presume to be precise.
Well, you talked about the fact that these injuries are consistent with a fall.
That's
right. We've talked about that at length, right? Right. Well, if she fell and you have that opinion, can't you describe that for the jury using this model?
I can only go so far. I can say these things make some sense to me, and I'm going to have to defer to experts whose field this is. And to ask me, for example, to analyze all the blood spatter, the physical evidence, and so forth, I'm not qualified to do that.
Well, you certainly talked about those things.
Yes, but that is somebody else's opinion, and it's in my head, but isn't necessarily, I can't presume to testify about all.
Well, you considered all those things in coming up with your opinion that this was at least two falls, right?
Yes. I mean, I use what data I have and the experience and knowledge I have, and I don't put on blinders or close my ears when other issues are being discussed. And I'm always looking at things, well, wait a minute, what works, what doesn't work? Primarily what doesn't work, and I may have to reconsider my opinion.
Well, you said that these injuries were caused, at least this one right here, from the flat surface, right?
That's my opinion and understanding, yes.
And B, in your opinion, was caused by a flat surface, right?
I believe that to be true, yes.
And C was caused by a flat surface, right?
I believe that to be true also.
Well, there are a lot of flat surfaces in here. We have that opinion. You said that she fell down these steps, hit the flat surfaces that you contend she struck.
Well, I think I can say candidates, and I mean, does it rule out that it couldn't have been some other surface? I wouldn't want to leave that impression.
Well, in fact, Doctor, you can't say with absolute certainty that she wasn't struck with an instrument, can you?
That is not my opinion. Absolute certainty. There's very little in medicine and pathology that's absolute. My opinion is that she was not struck with an object, that she sustained these injuries by falling. And is that 1,000%? No, of course not. No opinion can be completely and utterly for certain.
Well, at least within your opinion, there is some room that the possibility exists that she was struck with an instrument, isn't there?
I always consider that possibility. I don't consider it very likely or reasonable in this case.
But it's still a possibility.
Within the realm of human existence, it's a possibility.
Please take your seat.
Okay.
Now, with respect to all of the injuries that are on Ms. Peterson's face, do you have an opinion as to what surface within the stairway she struck to cause all these?
No, these could be, I mean, for sure, these could be the edges of the stair. If one possibility I considered, and I have no way to go with it any more than saying, well, maybe something like this happened, is that she ended up somehow on her hands and knees while trying to get herself up after one of these falls, and somehow either fainted or slipped or something, and her face went down onto one of the stairs. I really can't do much better than that, and that's borders on speculation on my part.
Well, how many times would she have had to do that to cause these?
It could be one or two times. I don't know.
Could be more?
It's possible.
Well, can you say with certainty that she wasn't struck with some instrument to cause these?
Those don't look like blows with some instrument. There's virtually no pattern to them. They're bruise-like things. Could there be an instrument of some sort that could do that? Sure, there could. I just don't know what the impacting surface is.
In fact, these injuries could have been caused by fingernails. Is that possible?
The bruises, of course, it's pretty hard by just pressing on the skin unless you have long fingernails, or if you had short fingernails, I don't think you could do that. This lesion over the bridge of the nose does have some scraping to it, and I think below the left eye, there's some breaks in the skin there. Whether those are caused by a fingernail or not, it's something to consider, but I sure can't tell you.
It's at least possible.
It's possible.
Now, what about the injuries that are shown on Ms. Peterson's right elbow and wrist area?
Yes.
What surface did she contact to cause those?
I haven't a clue. I can't tell from that. It's not a sharp surface. It could be flat, could be rounded. I don't know. These are the kinds of bruises that one can have if they go down and hit their elbow.
But they could also be individually caused injuries as well, couldn't they?
I suppose in the realm of possibility, I'd have to concede that, but I doubt it.
Okay. And what about with respect to the injuries from Ms. Peterson's left shoulder down to her left hand? What surfaces would she have contacted to cause that?
Again, they don't look like sharp surface or pointed surface or rough surfaced surfaces, right? Those look like blunt impacts to something. The floor, the stairs, the wall, who knows?
Okay.
Don't know.
And at least it's possible that each of them is individually caused.
I suppose it is possible. I think that's unlikely. I think there's some economy here, and I think that's called for.
And then with respect to the fracture of the cornu, what surface would she have had to strike to cause that injury, where it's located?
There's no evidence of any surface. There's no skin injury. There's no soft tissue injury other than at that little cornu. I can't begin to indicate what might have done that. Don't know.
Okay. Now, with respect to the injuries on the back of Ms. Peterson's head,
Yes.
how far would she have to fall in order to cause, well, let's just start with laceration A?
Mm-hmm. I don't know. This is something that then gets into injury biomechanics, and I would not presume to have studied that or be able to render an opinion that is very precise.
But you have an opinion that she struck a flat surface.
Yes.
There's got to be some distance with
I don't
which
know
you would.
I don't know what the breaking strength of scalp skin is and how much velocity or whatever you'd have to do that. I simply have never studied that. I'm talking about flat surfaces because I've seen injuries like this that are caused that way, and I guess I'm simply talking about my experience and what I can learn from the textbooks and so forth. When you get into the engineering of this, that's where I don't consider myself competent enough to answer you.
So let's assume a fall from anywhere from a couple of feet to 10 feet. You wouldn't know with respect to the cause of injury as it relates to what's on the back of her head.
Okay, we can get into some experience here. I've certainly seen 3-foot backward falls and falls from certainly from height, from stools and things that can produce some pretty spectacular scalp lacerations. So I know that that's in the reality profile. Mm-hmm. But how few feet it would take to do this, I've never collected that systematically and frankly don't know. Obviously above 3 feet, of course. But where does that drop off occur exactly? What are the characteristics of what needs to be done or needs to be present? I don't know.
Well, along the lines of force, with respect to neuropathic findings in the brain, wouldn't you expect enough force to cause these would also cause some combination of an epidural hemorrhage, a subdural hemorrhage, a subarachnoid hemorrhage, or a brain contusion?
Okay. If knowing nothing more about the case, being shown that photograph and asked that question, I would say, well, okay, I'm going to expect to see injuries beneath that as just a matter of experience and logic.
Okay. And I think you also indicated that you looked at length at Dr. Barnes's report and at Dr. Radish's report as it relates to Elizabeth Rowley.
Yes, I have read that.
With respect to Dr. Barnes's report, you'd agree that he didn't weigh any of the organs. He approximated weight of the brain.
That's my understanding.
You'd agree that he didn't prepare any diagrams.
That's correct.
Okay. And you'd agree that he didn't take any photographs.
I'm aware of none, but it's not mentioned there either, so it looks like none were made.
Okay, and you certainly didn't see any.
That I would love to, but I have not.
In fact, the information from the AFIP indicates that all they got was the protocol in 2 slides, one being a slide of the brain and the other being a slide of the liver. Is that right?
I think that's correct. I took some pains to call the AFIP and say, what do you have? Because it was a little ambiguous in some of the wording, and that's what I was assured they had, and all. I said, sure you don't have any photographs? Because that often accompanies such consults, and they said no.
Okay, and with respect to this report, you are aware that he didn't measure any of the lacerations that he found.
That's true.
He didn't count any of the lacerations that he found.
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. He didn't describe their size in any way.
No.
You'd agree with that?
I agree.
As a forensic pathologist or forensic neuropathologist, we'll combine the two at this point for this question. Is this the type of report that you'd expect to see in a forensic autopsy?
I would not. I would expect to see a lot more, and that's not the type of report I would expect to see.
Okay. With respect to your experience at the AFIP, is that the type of report with 2 slides what the AFIP would expect in a forensic autopsy?
I can't speak for them. All I can say that as I was an officer there and would get a case like this, I would say, gee, isn't there more? Mm-hmm. And I can just leave it at that. I mean, it would be very nice to have more information, more complete information. It isn't there.
And I want to understand, I think that based on your testimony, you indicate that essentially you concur with Dr. Barnes's diagnoses that this death of Elizabeth Ratliff was caused by an intracranial hemorrhage complicated by von Willebrand's. Is that what I understand?
Yes.
Okay. And would you agree that no definite site of vessel rupture was found by Dr. Barnes?
Well, those are his words, and I have to go with them. I kept looking for some more precise anatomic reference points, and they weren't there, other than saying somewhere near where the brainstem and cerebellum meet, that appears to be where the problem is, and that's all I know.
From what he said or what you saw?
No, from what he said. And I mean, if the exhibits that had to do with microscopic slides of the lower brain or the mid brainstem area, there is something that I think is consistent with and most likely a vascular anomaly in that location. So are we really talking about the same spot or not? I think we are, but we might not be.
Okay, but at least with respect to the slide that was sent to the AFIP,
yeah,
at least Dr. Parisi didn't agree that it was a vascular anomaly,
well,
right?
He said, I forget what words he said, but it wasn't, he didn't favor that diagnosis for sure.
Okay, and you're aware that he talked with other doctors in the forensic neuropathology section with respect to that slide, and conference means that they talk about diagnoses, don't they?
Must be, yes.
And at least out of that conversation and that conference, he chose to document this file indicating that, at least in the opinion of the doctors in the conference, this wasn't a vascular malformation.
Objection, he said most likely.
You can answer if you have an opinion.
There's no vote, no poll of the delegation listed there. Dr. Parisi was the chief of the branch. I assume he did his job and listened to what people said, and he said, well, I can't go any farther than this, which is, he says he thinks it's unlikely, or words to that effect.
And if he's the chief, then the person that wrote the note that got scratched out was subordinate to him, right?
That's true.
Could have been somebody in training, couldn't it?
It's conceivable. There were And there have been fellows, that is, people who've completed most of their pathology training and come to AFIP for neuropathology training. So they could have completed it. They might be board certified even, or they could be a trainee that are somewhere along the process. I don't mean a medical student or something like that. They would never have their name on a report. So it's a physician at what level of competence or experience, I don't know.
Okay. And then with respect to the note on the back of what's marked as State's Exhibit 186, we don't know who made that note, but it appears to be another doctor, doesn't it?
That one, could you show that one to me?
Yes, sir. May I approach the witness, please?
Somehow
Yes.
it slipped my mind.
It's marked as State's Exhibit 186. And that's the back page.
Right. I don't know. This is a note by somebody. I would assume it's a physician, pathologist, who wrote something here.
Well, it's on this neuropathological consult. Would you assume it's another neuropathologist?
That's a good assumption, because if this were a paper from some other branch, why didn't they write on their own report? So this probably was within the neuropath branch. But again, I don't know for sure.
And this note says there's nothing diagnostic of von Willebrand's and that this is not in this section. This is not a typical demise. That's what the note says.
That's what it said.
Okay. Yet we have a final report, as the defendant put up on the screen, from looks like by two people, Michael Clark and Robert McMeekin.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you said you were familiar with him.
Yes.
Now, he was the director of the whole Armed Forces Institute.
That's right. He was Army guy, and they rotate that, and he happened to be director of the Institute at that time.
Well, isn't it true on all the reports they would put his name as the director?
That's my understanding. And when I was there, I think every report officially went out under the director's signature.
And that doesn't mean that he would necessarily even see any of this stuff, right?
That's true.
But it indicates also on the left-hand side that Michael Clark, PhD, MD, it says commander of the Medical Center, USN, Chief of Division of Forensic Pathology. He signed this as well, or at least caused it to be written.
That's true. I don't know whether those are his words or someone in his branch, but again, it went out over the chief's signature, and those are words that somebody in his branch or he approved of.
Okay, we don't even know whether he saw this protocol in this slide, right?
That would say the report 5.
Well, Your Honor, he was at the Institute. Overruled. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I can't answer that. I know my own experience. Some branches allowed people within the branch to sign the reports. Other ones, again, it's chain of command at a military. The chief signs and is responsible for whether they do it or not, the reports. So I don't know.
Okay. And with respect to Liz Ratliff's, all the photographs of the injuries to her head, I'm not going to bring those up there, but you still hold the opinion that she died of an accidental fall?
Well, she died. Fall is part of it. I think that's without, at least in my mind, too much doubt. She also had a natural disease process, a hemorrhage in her brain, and which came first, the chicken or the egg, I can't tell you.
So if I understand you correctly, then you absolutely disagree with Dr. Parisi in his description of what was contained in the brain and the other note on the back relating to von Willebrand's not being
Yeah, I don't know.
diagnostic of this.
Let's take it in pieces. The von Willebrandt's, I don't know how in the world I would ever diagnose von Willebrandt's disease from a microscopic slide or even a gross specimen. So I don't know where they're coming from with that. I don't know if I agree. I don't agree with that, not because I don't think I could do that. But that is the note on the back. On the front, I understand, I think, where Parisi is coming from. This is an issue I'm familiar with. I just would come down on the other side and say, for reasons that I testified to, that I think this is an arteriovenous malformation, and there it is.
Okay. So are you eliminating completely the possibility that Elizabeth Ratliff was struck by some instrument?
I think it's unlikely. Again, I have the same, well, not the same, but a series of problems with that analysis. What object? These are jagged wounds. There are a whole bunch of things that enter into it, and I think a fall, given the information I have, is the most likely cause for all of these lacerations on the head.
Okay. So, but at least it's possible that Elizabeth Ratliff was struck by some instrument.
I'll never say never, and never say always. So it is, there is a possibility. I'm unconvinced of that. I haven't seen a good scenario that I could digest regarding that.
Now, let me go back to Kathleen Peterson for just a second.
Okay.
Just about done. You looked at and identified what's marked as Defendant's Exhibit 246. Can you see it from here? Or
I don't know, it's 246, okay. But it's a slide of micrograph of lung that I took.
Okay, and precisely where in the lung was this located?
I don't know particularly. It is anatomically as good as I could say. It is out away from the normal large branching points. It's out near the periphery or deep. It's in deep lung tissue. In other words, it's not, if you go down the bronchus, it splits and then they arborize. It's not in that general vicinity. It's going to be out in the bronchial tree a bit more.
Okay. Now, with respect to what's depicted here in this diagram,
right?
How many cells of blood do you see?
Well, I didn't count them. There's got to be several hundred there, at least in this one section, I think. I don't know. Hard. I guess I could sit there with a pin and a magnifying glass and count them, but it's not 5, it's not 10, it's probably in the hundreds.
Okay. And with respect to this, in the lung, wherever,
yeah,
would it be seen by the naked eye?
No. That one, if I had a piece of the tissue here and could show it to somebody, I seriously doubt that they would be able to see that with their naked eye.
Okay, could we call this microscopic then?
It is.
Now, Dr. Leedsma, you've testified about exterior injuries to both Elizabeth Ratliff's body and Kathleen Peterson's. You've talked about the brain of Elizabeth Ratliff. You've talked about the brain, the lungs, and the heart of Kathleen Peterson.
Correct.
Okay. So that would cut, and you've talked about at least general scenarios that you believe exist as it relates to 2 falls and multiple impacts, right?
Yes.
And you talked about having considered aspects of blood spatter in the crime scene.
Yes.
So let me make sure I understand. You've talked about pathology, forensic pathology, neurology,
yes,
forensic neuropathology,
Yes.
cardiology,
Well, cardiac pathology, yes.
okay, biomechanical engineering,
A little bit.
and blood spatter.
A little bit.
In any of these other 100 cases that you've testified at in trial, or 200 depositions, have you ever testified about such a broad range of subjects?
Not necessarily as you've described, but frequently issues do go beyond the brain, involving heart, lung, other organs. And if they're there and it's relevant to my opinion or my analysis, fair game, I testify to it.
Well, doctor, what experience or educational background have you received as it relates to blood stain pattern analysis?
No formal education. I've attended a seminar on this subject and have a couple of books on the subject that I have explored, and just say, oh, so that's all about. A little bit of the method, understanding how somebody who knows what they're really doing can go about that business, and that's about it.
So you don't have any specific training in it?
No more so than I've told you. I attended I think it was a day-long seminar on blood spatter analysis somewhere. I think one of the pathology meetings, and then began to read some books and so forth, and that's it.
And with respect to biomechanical engineering, you've never received any formal education about that either?
Not formal education. I have several books on my shelf. I've taken the trouble to go back painfully to review my college physics and calculus courses to be able to interpret what I'm reading. And I certainly have been talking with people who are biomechanical engineers to try to bring my understanding and appreciation up. But in terms of taking courses or being in graduate school on that, no.
Okay. And you don't have any specific training in cardiology either, do you?
In cardiology, no, but cardiac pathology is part of what I've been trained and passed my boards on. So something I look at. Every autopsy I look at, if a heart has been sampled, I look at it microscopically.
Okay. And I'm going to have just a moment, please. No, we don't have any other questions of witness at this time.
Do you have other questions?
May I have a brief recess?
Yeah, we'll have 10 minutes, Mr. Smith.
Yes. Dr. Peterson, I don't have a large number of questions, but there's a couple of areas I want to go back over based on the questions that Mr. Harden asked. First of all, let me start where he ended. In terms of bloodstain interpretation, did you do that independently, or did you rely on someone else's work with regard to bloodstain interpretation?
I relied on somebody else.
And was that Dr. Lee?
It was.
And in connection with that, is that something that was essential to your medical opinions?
No, I would say it's more confirmatory or subsidiary, but obviously it went into the opinion or was part of it, but it was more confirmatory.
If, for example, what Dr. Lee had found or concluded was inconsistent with your opinions, would that have caused you to?
Well, I'd have to deal with that. I mean, in coming to an opinion, you have to listen to the sour notes and don't obscure them. I mean, go after them and see if you can figure out what's going on, how one's analysis would have to change because of that, or not change, as the case may be.
And is that why you
ignore it?
Is that why you were interested in knowing what his opinion was?
Absolutely.
Similarly, you were asked about injury biomechanics. Did you do your own injury biomechanical analysis?
It's similar to my being able to do arithmetic, but differential calculus might be beyond my competence. And so I can go so far, but then I have to rely on and listen very carefully in the same way to an expert in that.
And did you, in fact, rely on Dr. Bandak in terms of injury biomechanics?
Yes, very important.
And was there anything about Dr. Bandak's opinions that were in any way inconsistent with your findings?
No, I would say that essentially it isn't that we sit there and cook it up. We both have begin our own analysis, and at some point we meet and say, okay, what do you think of this? What do you think of that? And that's what we've done. And again, if there are sour notes on either side, they have to be resolved, identified, and dealt with.
And were there any?
No, I mean, there are questions, a lot of questions, but in terms of make or break type situations, I would say no.
Now, cardiac pathology. First of all, to what extent is pathology in the brain and pathology in the heart related in general terms?
Well, they're all connected. The brain doesn't live without the heart. The heart can live quite happily without the brain. But processes commonly involve both organ systems. And so routinely in any autopsy case.
I tuned out a long time ago. I don't know why they keep asking him questions. By now, I'd be like, okay, you can go. I have no idea. None. I don't know why he's still up there.
Case that I'm going to look at, there'd be questions that have to be asked, if you will, of the heart, and questions that have to be asked of the brain, and sometimes they come together, and I do that grossly, microscopically, and conceptually.
Are you board certified in anatomic pathology?
Yes, sir, I am.
And have you been so over 30 years?
Since 1970, so that would be 33 years probably.
How many slides of heart tissue would you say that you've conducted pathological review on over the years?
Boy, thousands and thousands. I mean, I have no idea how many, however many autopsies I've examined or reviewed or done, unless those organs are not included for one reason or another, they would usually be there. And so slides of heart, scores of thousands probably.
You were asked some questions about your diagnosis with regard to Elizabeth Ratliff having a stroke. Just so we're clear, did you base your opinion about that in part on the actual slide that was taken from the autopsy in 2003 by the ME's office in Chapel Hill and sent to you?
Yes.
And was that also based on the observation of intraventricular blood or blood in the ventricles?
Well, that's information that I had to deal with and incorporate or throw out, as the case may be. It was an important observation, I think a valid one.
Was there anything that you saw in the autopsy report done by Dr. Barnes that indicated to you that there was any reason to doubt both his report and what he testified to in front of this jury, that in fact he found blood in all the ventricles of the brain?
I have no reason to doubt it. I accept it.
With regard to Dr. Parisi, I think Mr. Harden asked you if he was the chief of neuropathology, and without being overly critical of the armed forces in any way, does the fact that he was the chief mean that he was the most competent neuropathologist there?
Well, one would hope so, but not necessarily so. He's the chief.
All right.
And that means sometimes different things than competence. And I wouldn't for a moment suggest that Joe Parisi is an incompetent neuropathologist, far from it.
Right. But in terms of back then, in 1986, would there be any reason to expect that he was more well qualified or more knowledgeable about VM malformations, VMs or vascular malformations, than someone else in his section who might have been under him from a military perspective.
I mean, that situation could certainly exist where a subordinate in rank or time might know more about that particular entity than the chief. Joe's had a lot of experience, and I wouldn't want to diminish that at all, but it's conceivable somebody might have more experience.
And if Dr. Parisi, for example, had a similar opinion about the slide that you looked at in 2003, if he said, well, gee, in my opinion, that's most likely artifact, would that be something that would cause you to change your opinion about that?
No, I wouldn't change my opinion because I already know that that might be an issue. It was an issue before, and I've examined that and feel that my interpretation is correct.
Let me, Mr. Harden asked you a bunch of questions about this article from the American Journal of Forensic Medicine and Pathology.
Yes.
I want to go back to that. First of all, I don't think he ever read the conclusion of that article.
Well, not out loud. I read it, but
yeah. Well, I don't think he read it out loud. So let me just read it, and then perhaps you can explain to the jury what they're talking about. The conclusion reads, and this is the last paragraph now, we feel that in these 5 deaths, ethanol augmentation of the effects of concussive brain injury with resultant post-traumatic apnea was the mechanism of death. Ethanol, as a nerve cell depressant, caused the neurons of the brainstem to be vulnerable to concussive brain injury, resulting in lethal post-traumatic apnea. Is that an accurate reading of the
That's conclusion? What I recall it was said in that article, yes.
Can you explain that in sort of everyday language to the jury?
A lot of words.
Somebody bring me some ethanol.
A concussive effect of the injury to the brain, I think we've probably heard enough words to that effect where the brain is shaken up or otherwise physical forces impinge on the brain to maybe do something, maybe not. In all of these cases, there were clear impacts to some parts of the head, sometimes the upper cranium, I think in one case, most of them the facial skeleton in one way or another. So we know that the head had to be victimized, if you will, by some sort of physical concussive forces. Okay, so they're saying that particular process may interact with other things, in this case, alcohol, that magnifies, augments, or in some way synergizes with this concussive effect to produce a fatal result, the mechanism of which being you quit breathing. Apnea. And you can put different words to it, but that cuts to the chase of what they're saying.
With regard to the amount of alcohol at issue in these 5 cases, how would it compare with the amount of, and we're not talking about blood alcohol content, the least amount here, how did that compare in those 5 cases with the amount present?
I think the minimum was about 3 times what Mrs. Peterson had. I think she was 0.07, and all of these were 0.22 or above.
All right. Let me read you another section that I don't think Mr. Harden read. Concussion alone rarely produces post-injury apnea. Do you agree with that?
I think that's probably correct, yeah.
If it does occur, it is brief, relatively mild, and not life-threatening.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Prolonged apnea of a lethal potential is extremely rare.
I would agree with that.
Although concussive brain injury alone rarely produces post-injury apnea, concussion.
How many hours has it been since they've even talked about the victim? All they're doing is reading case studies and asking him if he agrees with them. This has turned into medical school now, y'all.
Combined with alcohol can. Is that the point of this
That's
article?
the conclusion of that article. There's been a lot of discussions in that, apart from that article, about does the amount of alcohol on board modify certain things, particularly head trauma and the response to that. There's a literature on this subject, and this article is just one element of that.
All right. Now, Mr. Harden asked you a bunch of questions about the individual cases here.
Yeah.
First of all, let me ask you this. Is the fact that someone wrote and had published an article about this at all mean anything about how common or rare this phenomenon is?
Well, first of all, there might be a reason to write an article about something common, like the Journal of the American Medical Association would write an article on the common cold, for example. The nature of that article would have to be, here's what we know about it, some position situation. On an object or a subject that was more arcane or esoteric, the only reason to write a paper about it is that it is unusual and would be at the edges of a collective experience. Going back to what articles you publish in a journal, those that have topical interest, to the have some importance, move field forward, something like that. So publish an article, it would be a ho-hum. Why publish it? So I think just a priori, going out, the reason that you publish an article is that it either is unusual, presents a new point of view, something like that, and that article certainly does.
Now, Mr. Harden asked you some questions about the 5 cases, and there were some times when I objected that he hadn't finished reading something. I want to go through some of these facts. First of all, case number 1, I think he said 35-year-old white man found dead in the bed of his pickup truck, correct?
Yeah, as I remember.
Now, with that case, the injuries were confined to the face. Were confined to the face.
I think maybe I should have that. Can I have that copy someplace so that I can answer factually?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
It's on page 2.
Right.
The injuries in case number 1, the 35-year-old man, were simply confined to the face, correct?
That's what it says.
Appeared to be a fist fight of some sort, right?
They don't tell us what this was. It could be that, yes.
No weapon of any kind indicated.
Nothing mentioned, no.
And in this particular case, they mentioned that there was mild cerebral edema. Do they not?
Yes.
Was there any kind of cerebral edema in Kathleen Peterson's case?
Essentially, no. No.
And the blood level in this one was 0.28?
That's what they say, yes.
That'd be 4 times the amount that was measured in Kathleen Peterson's blood.
Yes.
Correct? All right. Case number 2, 31-year-old white man.
This is the last part of him.
The trauma was limited to the face, correct? And the hands?
Face and hands, yeah.
Again, most consistent with a fist fight of some sort?
Well, I think we'd be correct here. He said that there were some cuts and abrasions on the left side of the head as well, but a fight, I don't know. It could be that.
All right. Any indication that any weapon was used by anyone?
I don't think so.
Now,
it's not listed.
All right, Mr. Harden read up to the very end there. He said there were small lacerations on the nose, the upper right eyelid. The right eye had a small subconjunctival hemorrhage. And then he stopped, correct?
Let's see. Was that on the previous page?
On the very bottom of the page 2.
Yes, okay, I see that.
The next sentence that he did not read was, the nasal bones were fractured on palpation, correct?
Yes, that means feeling of them.
And one of the screens that you ran was whether there were any fractures anywhere on Kathleen Peterson's body, whether her nose, her eyes, her jaw, her ribs, her skull, her hands, anywhere.
That's right. And none were found.
So that's different than this particular case, correct?
Yes.
And this is the one where the blood alcohol was 0.22, correct?
Correct.
Case number 3. This involves a person being thrown over a railing, right?
That's what they say.
Don't know how far the person fell, whether it was 3 feet or 20 feet.
I don't know. They say a second-storied balcony onto a sidewalk, so that kind of implies 2 stories.
All right.
20 feet or thereabouts.
All right. And kicked in the head. Any indication of any kind of weapon, like a blow poke or any kind of...
I think the weapon is being kicked by a boot or shoe or whatever.
All right.
Boots, they say.
Again, fractures of the nasal bone?
Yes. And some teeth loosened, too.
Case number 4. Did this involve punching and kicking?
Correct.
Fractures of the nasal bones?
Yes.
And then down in the 3rd paragraph, I don't think Mr. Harden read this. Oh, no, maybe he did. Microscopic examination of the brain revealed petechia of the pons and cerebral pedicles, right?
Wait.
Correct.
What a petechia?
Pinpoint. And
Is he rereading the same ones that Harden read because he's reading the parts that Harden left out? God almighty knows. Rudolph.
the petechiae, and if you use the word hemorrhage, means bleeding, point-like bleeding.
Hemorrhages.
Yes.
And would you consider that to be some sort of evidence of an injury to the brain itself?
Yeah, it sure could be. That's why I wonder, why did they include this case? Because they're saying no brain injury. So I guess we'd need to know a little bit more about that. But that'd be a question mark for me.
In any event, did you find anything approximating petechia of the pons?
Not necessarily.
Or anything else in the brain?
No.
It could just be
And
the
this
blood
one,
vessels in your eye.
alcohol level was 0.33.
That's right.
Case 5. This is the only one where a specific weapon was identified, correct?
A wielded weapon, yeah, for sure.
Yes. And this one was a wooden axe handle.
That's what they say.
But again, it's blow to the face and to the chest, right?
That's right.
And just so the jury's clear, is there a difference between striking somebody, say, in the face, and there's no indication of whether it was a swing or a poke or what it was?
I have a great example.
Is there some difference between striking somebody in the face?
I have a great example. I have a great example of petechiae. You guys know I'm a huge Star Wars fan, right? For those of you who haven't seen it, the very first movie, Episode 4, came first. The very first movie. They're in the trash compactor, and there is... Am I loud enough? Am I loud enough? I'm there. That's louder. Okay. They're in the trash compactor, and there's... I forgot what the thing's called, but there's a creature down there with them. And the thing pulls Luke Skywalker under the water. Yeah, you can, Judy. You're right. You're right. The creature pulls Luke Skywalker under the water. George Lucas tells him, hold your breath as long as you can. Because he wanted him to stay under the water as long as he could. He stayed down there, held his breath so long. When he came up, his eye was bloodshot. No brain damage, no brain bleed, no nothing. Just a bloodshot eye. Because he ruptured a blood vessel in his eye. Because he held his breath for so long. Because he wanted it to be such a good shot. Yeah, and like Judy said, you can throw up and get petechia in your eyes. It means nothing. It's a blood vessel. You can sneeze too hard and get it in your face. It's not, it doesn't have to just be in the brain. It's a broken blood vessel. It's all it is. Dianoga. Thank you, Paul. I couldn't remember what it was called. But yeah, it has nothing to do with the brain. Petechiae, I have nothing. Thank you for admitting that. But yeah, has nothing. You can get petechiae anywhere. You can get it. Remember the old, like, what's it called? The Indian bird thing when you were a kid you used to do to people? I'm old. Maybe they don't do that anymore, but that can cause petechiae. It has nothing to do with the brain.
Face with a handle of an axe and striking somebody in the back of the head with one in terms of the effect on the brain?
Very much so.
Could you describe that?
Well, the whole basis behind physical injury is essentially momentum. In other words, what's the mass of the object that's going to hit you? How fast is it going? And in what kind of pattern, or arc, or whatever path it is to you. A wooden axe handle is a pretty formidable weapon. And if someone is struck in the face, we have to start saying, okay, there's so much energy available. Now, where's it going to go? In the face, as bad as it is, you break the nose. That soaks up some energy. You crack some teeth. That soaks up some energy. You maybe fracture the central face, rip up the skin, and so forth. This is analogous to the bumper on your car, which are now engineered to do precisely that, absorb energy. So what's left over will accelerate the head. Maybe some of it will directly find its way into the brain. So there's a protective mechanism, if you will, to that first scenario that I've talked about. On the other hand, if this axe handle goes directly onto the head, about the only protective thing you've got is your scalp and hair and stuff like that, which does absorb some energy, but the rest is pointing right into the brain and may have to be dissipated there, or will have to be dissipated there, and can cause trouble. So impacts of substance any place but the head is, in a sense, with respect to the brain, a good idea, because it means less energy, less force is going to get in there to do bad things.
All right. And with regard to case number 5, was there in fact found in that brain some mild edema or swelling and some mild cerebellar tonsillar coning?
Yes, there was.
Was there any such evidence in the brain of Kathleen Peterson?
No.
So just to sum these 5 cases up that Mr. Harden was asking you about, assuming for a second these are all beating cases, let's just take that as a given. In 3 of them there were broken bones, broken noses, correct?
I believe that's enough, yes.
In one of the ones where all of them involved pretty much injuries mostly to the face.
Right.
In one of the ones where there was no broken nose, there was mild cerebral edema.
Yes.
In one of the ones where there was a broken nose, there was petechiae of the pons and cerebral peduncles.
Yeah.
And in the last one where there wasn't a broken nose, there was mild edema and mild cerebellar tonsillar coning.
Correct.
So if we took these 5 cases and added them to our 257, it wouldn't change the results.
Well, I forgot what it was called too, Paul.
No.
You were asking questions about multiple lacerations in our study, in the study of the 257.
The 257 cases.
All right. Can we put that up on the board for a second? All right. Let's go to the number of multiple lacerations. We call it multiple impacts because obviously you can get more than one laceration from an impact, right?
Yeah.
And you looked at numbers of impacts or lacerations. That was one of the criteria you were looking at, correct?
That's right. It's one way of filtering out and segregating these cases.
All right. And I think you were asked how many of these were 7 or more or 6 or more. Once you get above 3 or 4, the more you have, the more likely you are to get skull fractures or brain injuries, correct?
Well, that seems to be so. I basically didn't tabulate that. I mean, after you've got multiple injuries, which is 2 or more, it wasn't the point of my analysis to focus in on how many more. So there's 1 more. I don't know if you could do any statistically meaningful analysis with that.
All right, well, just taking, so the 143 would include cases where there were only 2 lacerations.
Yes.
Or 4 lacerations, right. Or 6 lacerations.
Yeah.
Why are they scheduling it? That's kind of weird, isn't it? Everything else has just been, as soon as they knew something, they announced it. That seems weird to me that they're scheduling it for a certain time. I mean, of course, she's not with us anymore. She can't be after all this time. I would be very surprised if she was. So, if they're gonna announce that they found her, why didn't they just announce it when they found her? Why are they... that's just bizarre to me. Yeah, isn't it, Jill? It's just weird. Or maybe they're doing it so they can round up like the whole family and everything so they can be there or something. I don't know, but that's weird. Because everything else has just been, we found out this and we found out that, and we have footage from the camera on the porch, and it's everything's been, when they found it, they said it. Oh yeah, there's been a lot of misinformation. Because Savannah Guthrie went back to New York, right? Because didn't she go back to work? Or at least, I think they interviewed her on her own show or something, didn't they? But did she go back to work? I don't know, because I don't watch those kind of shows. But I know that they interviewed her, because I remember seeing something about Savannah Guthrie's first day back or something, and they were going to talk to her about her mom. I feel bad for them. I can't imagine. Like, they're not with us anymore. You have to. Yet you have no idea what happened to them or where they are. Oh, so she did go back to work. That happened to my husband. His mom disappeared. Still have no idea where she is. I haven't talked to him very much about this. I mean, he knows about it, but we haven't talked about it a lot because I don't want to trigger him, But that happened to his mom. It's got to be hell, man, to not know. Like, at least I know where my parents are, I know where they're buried. Like, I don't go because I don't believe they're not there, they're in heaven. So I don't go to their grave, but I could if I wanted to, Yeah. Yeah. But Travis doesn't have any place to go. If he wanted to go visit his mom's remains, there is no place. So that's got to be weird. That's got to be weird.
However many there were, once you got over 2 out of those 143 cases, can we put the next screen up? When you looked at skull, facial, or other fractures, you had 133. I mean, even if those 143 cases were all 2 lacerations, you still had 133 fractures.
That's right.
And of the other 10 cases, if we could put the next slide up, every single one of them had some sort of traumatic brain injury, correct?
They did.
Even if all you had were 2 impacts or 2 lacerations.
That's right.
And would you expect if those 143 cases were all 6 or 7 or 8, would you expect that to change the number of skull fractures or other fractures or the traumatic brain injury downward or upward?
If you segregated that way, I would expect. I'd be very surprised if it diminished the number of intracranial injuries. It would probably increase it.
You were asked about, that's fine, thank you. You were asked about Dr. Radish's study. And I think
I'm
Mr.
so
Hardy
sorry,
said, well, you looked at
Michelle.
autopsies and
That's
she
so
looked at
sad.
autopsies, so it's really the same thing. Essentially, that was the question.
Well, the process is, at least the first step is the same. I agree to that.
Do you have, I mean, you're someone who does peer reviews for academic journals, professional journals. If Dr. Radish came to you and she said, here's what I've done. I got 289 cases of falls downstairs, and I've selected 29 of them. And I can't tell you what the surface of the stairs are, those 29. And I picked out, a particular age range. And I want to write an article that says you never get more than one laceration from falling downstairs. Is that something that would be publishable?
No.
Could you explain to the jury why, what the problems would be with that?
Well, first of all, when you do an analysis of some sort, you have a question. You say, what am I trying to answer? Or you have a theory or a hypothesis of something. And then you collect data of some sort, whether it's case material or experiments or whatever, and say, now, what does that do to my hypothesis? If I did one experiment or collected one case, depending on what the hypothesis was, let's just say nobody ever hurt their head falling downstairs. Never happened. Can't happen. All I have to have is one case to shoot that down. It doesn't tell us how common it is. It doesn't do anything like that. It just tells you if that were your hypothesis, nobody ever hurt themselves going downstairs. And I have one case that shows that is true and factual and everything. The argument's over. Now, you're trying to do something more complex than that, trying to draw some kind of global conclusions about things, particularly regarding causality. You need lots and lots of cases to begin to do this. You have to be able to do statistical analysis that means something. And there's lots and lots of data and methods in all of this. A good example of this, of often how difficult it is, in spite of you just say, well, gee, that ought to be plain as the nose on your face, to actually take case material and prove something. It took years to pretty much establish that cigarette smoking causes lung cancer, or some other problem. Right now, the big question: do mammograms help prevent breast cancer in women and deaths from that? Well, it seems like it ought to, and yet there are studies out there that cast doubt on that. So, what Dr. Radish has done is collected a series of cases. Fine, they're cases.
Nature will kill you. It's not funny, but it is kind of. I don't like nature. I like water, though, and both of those are water nature things. I scuba dive. I shouldn't say I scuba dive. I haven't been diving in decades. I used to scuba dive. That'll kill you too. Probably why I don't do it anymore. Yeah. I admire people that can go out and do that kind of stuff, but it's so dangerous. So dangerous. I wouldn't climb a mountain, a cliff, cave dive. None of that stuff. It's beautiful and awe-inspiring. I like to watch other people do it. I like to watch, the National Geographic shows where they climb these cliffs and get all these good shots of animals that you only 3.5. But I don't want to do it. It's too dangerous. Nature is deadly. That is so sad. so sad.
They can be instructive as a single case, but the small number and the non-systematic way that data was attempted to be collected, notwithstanding the fact that there were a number of those cases, didn't have autopsies. So you start saying, well, how strong are the cases I have? What can I learn from them? You'd have to say, well, you haven't gone very far. And it's insufficient to publish in any kind of form. You want to get serious about them, there's the potential there. 289 stairway falls, that might be any more experience than anybody in the world has ever put down. And if you systematically did that, an analysis on it, did it right, and that won't happen in a week or 2 weeks, that's a year's work or more, that might be extraordinarily valuable to all of us, but that hasn't been done yet.
You were asked some questions about contra coup injuries in falls. And I think in your book you indicate that, correct me if I'm getting the wording wrong, but I think it says something like often or can be associated with a fall, you have a contra coup.
That's right. I remember those questions.
In your book or anywhere else, have you ever said that you have to have a contra coup contusion if you fall?
No,
you don't have to.
If that was said or implied, that would be incorrect. That isn't. It certainly can happen. It happens a lot if you hit right with the right energetics, but it isn't written in the stars, and it doesn't have to happen.
And what would control whether you get a contra coup contusion from a fall on your brain or not?
Okay, coming back to the basics of injury physics, if you will, is the moving head. How fast is it moving? What does it hit? How does it hit it? And basically, how long does it take to stop? In other words, you have a pillow against the wall, well, that's going to dampen out things. But if you're talking about head hitting something and with not much in between, you have to know how fast the head was going, to some degree, what it was doing in the course of this or at the moment of the death. And the relative masses of things involved.
Would you be less likely, for example, to get a contra coup contusion from a tangential hit? For example, something that might create an emulsion.
That's why we're here, Michelle.
I would say you would, because again, where's the energy, the force of energy, or the vector of energy and force is going to go? Into the head, into the ball, or away from it? Obviously, if it's tangential, the brain may escape and not do the things that cause contra coup contusions. So there's lots of factors: high energy impacts, low energy impacts, tangential. There's a whole bunch of factors that govern whether you're going to get a contra coup contusion.
You were asked some questions about the lacerations on the back of Kathleen Peterson's head, and just for the purpose of the audience, I want to put that up on the screen now, so I just wanted to give notice. That's good, thank you. Now, with regard, first of all, let's get our definitions right. When we're talking about lacerations or numbers of lacerations, the definition of a laceration is what?
A cut.
Tear,
a cut.
All right.
Yeah.
So it's a opening in essence in the skin.
A break in the skin surface, not otherwise described. I mean, you can add adjectives to it, but that's it. A cut or break.
Laceration does not equal impact, correct?
No, I mean, is if a razor blade hits your scalp, is that an impact? Well,
sure.
I don't think you think of it that way, but of course it is from a physics point of view.
So laceration can come from a single impact.
Yes.
Or is it also true that a single impact can cause more than one tear or split or cut?
That is true.
All right. For example, let's look at the two at the bottom, the very base of the scalp there. See those two I'm looking at? Yes, sir.
talking about those with
Yes.
the checks on.
And you talked yesterday, I think, about how those are two separate lacerations.
Well, they appear to be. There's a bridge of skin between them that makes them physically separate.
All right. So in counting up the lacerations, you would say, well, two, because there's two tears.
That's right.
All right. In terms of how those might be caused, I think you spoke yesterday about a single impact and the energy from a single impact being responsible, or at least those being consistent with that.
It could happen that way. I mean, and is consistent with that.
Could you just show the laceration? The contusion, and again demonstrate what we're talking about in terms of one impact, two lacerations.
Well, we have a kind of bilobed bruise here that's topside or above those lacerations. It looks, anyway, in terms of just the way the scalp is put together, down near the occiput or down near that label there is at the back of the head. I happen to know from removing many brains and peeling scalps back to get to them, that that's where the peeling stops. In other words, you have to exert a lot more force and sometimes actually cut the scalp back there to get it off the occiput.
Because there's more connective
tissue. It's anchored there for some reason. I never have trouble to find out why, but it just is. Which means that if one has an impact perhaps somewhere along this way and the vector of force is upward, the failure point of that skin could be expected to be down there, because that's kind of where the weakest point might be. So that is how such a wound could occur, potentially with a single impact with certain characteristics to it, and it just causes the split of the skin where I've indicated.
And when we're talking about those kinds of impacts, are we talking about impacts with relatively small cylindrical objects? Or are we talking about impacts with relatively flat surfaces?
Flat. A cylindrical object would not leave this type of mark or bruise.
Now, just so we're clear,
Hey, Al.
You said, I think you identified 7 potential lacerations, including that little one up on top, which
that's right.
You said might very well be associated with that other complex one, correct?
Yes.
How many impacts is it your opinion caused the number of lacerations that we're seeing there?
This may well be one impact that is complex and has torn and lifted the skin and separated it in a couple of places, created a flat.
Yes, sir.
That seems logical to me for a variety of reasons, namely bruise and other things in the center of it is most logically another impact that resulted in a complex tearing of the skin.
And we're talking about impacts with flat surfaces now.
That's right. We have an impact vicinity right about near the middle there that could do all of that.
All right. Next one.
Then we have this complex tear over on the right side of the scalp. That could be a single impact as well that somehow tore the scalp.
I think most of you, if not all of you, know that I'm a Christian, and that's not why I did the channel. And I don't talk about it a lot, and I don't push it on you guys because that's not what the channel's about. The channel's about true crime. But I do pray for you guys, and it seems like the people that are here are people that need each other. A lot of us have chronic illnesses, or we have things like that in our past. And I kind of feel like we found each other for a reason, and we become this nice little family. And I really, really enjoy you guys. I don't know if you guys feel the same way, but I just want to take this minute to let you guys know that I really enjoy hanging out with you guys, and I like what my channel has become, even though it's a very small channel and it's of no like monetary value or anything, but it's something that gets me out of the bed in the morning when I used to really have nothing to get out of bed for. And you guys have enriched my life being in my channel every day, and I've made some wonderful friends. And anytime you guys just want to talk about whatever to get it off your chest, I don't mind. Even if there's a trial playing like now that we're not paying attention to because we want this guy off the stand. It's fine. So thank you guys. I love you.
Semi-stellate wise.
Right.
And then we have this complex down here, which could have
You're a nurse, Elle? I didn't know that.
I'm talking about with a force of
I was a nurse
going up like that. So we have 4.
And of course, Mr. Harden asked you, well, is this possible or is that possible? Lots of things are possible, correct?
Yes, certainly.
And I think you said you never say never and you never say always.
It's kind of an internal contradiction, but I try not to do those.
Given your training and experience and knowledge, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to how many impacts caused those injuries?
My best estimate and conclusion is 4.
Mr. Harden asked you about the other injuries. You can take that down now. Thank you. I think he showed you some pictures of Kathleen Peterson's face, for example.
Yes.
Have you seen people, the faces of people who have been beaten with rods and other objects?
On the face, you mean?
Yes.
Yes, certainly.
And without getting too graphic, can you describe to the jury what a face looks like after it's been impacted by a blunt object with somebody trying to kill somebody?
It's not a very pretty picture. You will can have some pretty destructive lacerations, tears with underlying fractures and so forth. If it's on the forehead, that's part of the scalp, and you can end up with linear lacerations that way. If it involves the cheeks and so forth, you may tear open the cheek. They can be pretty graphic sometimes.
A moment, Your Honor. You see, oftentimes in those sorts of injuries, faces that are literally misshapen so that
oh yes, I mean if there's been the skin about the scalp and face is very vascular, and if injuries occur there, puffiness and bleeding into the tissues is a very common event. And depending on how long somebody survives after an attack or beating, there may be quite a lot
of God. He's putting us all together. That's what it is.
In addition to cuts and other things.
Well, for example,
whether you believe it or not, I don't care.
Here on page 228,
that's what's happening.
171. I won't put these up right now, but you can show the jury later. Are those examples of what faces can look like with after they've been beaten with in this case, just a fist?
Sometimes fists. Sometimes you may have a ring that is doing some of the damage, but they can be pretty ugly.
And did you see anything on the face of Kathleen Peterson that would be consistent with her being struck across the face in any way with this item?
I saw nothing that would be consistent with that, no.
Would you have expected to see much more severe injuries than those?
Yeah,
that's not the murder weapon, though. You know that, Rudolph. I keep wanting to call him Randolph today.
Implement there or something like it being employed to produce the bruises and minor lacerations that were on her face.
You were also shown some pictures of her back and her arms and her hands.
Correct.
And her elbows, I guess.
Yes.
First of all, with regard to the elbows, there was some bruising that sort of maybe 6 or 7 small, what appeared to be separate little areas of bruising around at least one of the elbows. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And was it your opinion that that was...
It's not the pokey straw thing. It's just a pokey straw thing. I still am floored by the fact that the cops found theirs the night she died and then took a picture of it and then put it back in a different place and then kept saying, "Where's your blowpoke? We can't find your blowpoke." And they were the ones that lost it. They lost it. By lost it, I mean, they had it and they put it back in a different place. Like, they knew it wasn't the murder weapon because it didn't have blood or anything on it. Why did they take it and take a picture of it and then put it back someplace else? That was a bad place to pause. I know what you meant, though. But I still can't get over that. Why did they do that? Why? It makes no sense unless they were determined to say he did it with the blowpoke from the beginning. Was that their plan from the beginning, to say that he beat her with the blowpoke before they'd even investigated anything? Why take it and photograph it? It doesn't make any sense. And so everybody knew through the entire first trial that wasn't the murder weapon, yet they kept pretending it was the murder weapon.
From 7 separate hits with an item?
I think that isn't reasonable.
Okay, what would your opinion be about what would cause 5 or 6 or 7 distinct areas of bruising?
I think this could be most likely explained by an elbow striking something in the course of a fall on the way down, perhaps a couple of times, bump on a stair or a wall, or some other surface of a flat type character.
When you hit an elbow on a flat surface, are there bony protuberances that stick out in various locations?
Yeah, that's right, especially if you're not flexed. I mean, if you're extended, you have a number of bony prominences there, parts of the bones of the elbow, and where these come nearer the surface, if there's an impact there, you can get a bruise.
All right. Same thing, for example, there was some bruising on her arm. Was that consistent with the ulna?
Yeah, the ulna, the second bone, major bone of the lower extremity, goes right along there. So if you ding something, that's the point of injury. And in people falling, striking things, it's very common to see a chain of bruises or one or more along that bone.
And by the way, bruising is a bleeding injury, right?
Yeah, it's bleeding, capillary, small vessel bleeding in the skin.
And can you get bruising that goes away from the actual place of impact?
Yeah, sometimes. I mean, a good example of that is somebody has some nose surgery and you get black eyes. Now, wait a minute, that wasn't anywhere near the eye. Well, in terms of fascial planes and vascular distribution, you can be. So that can happen.
All right. And for example, on the body of Kathleen Peterson, on the back and on the arms, if somebody is being beaten with a blowpoke like this, would you expect them, in trying to get away or protect themselves, to have linear marks on their back, on their shoulders, on their upper arms, those sorts of places?
That's a common finding. I would tend to expect that.
For example, let me show you this picture in Spitz's book on page 203.
Right.
You see that there?
Yes, there's the buttocks of someone who has a number of typical cylindrical type impact wounds, injuries there.
And did you see anything in the arms, the torso, anywhere on Kathleen Peterson's body that was consistent with her having been struck multiple times with an object such as State's Exhibit 72?
I did not.
Can't be hungry again.
Anything else, Tom? That's all I have. Thank you.
May have counsel for brief. Other questions from the state?
No, sir.
All right, Doctor, you can come down.
Thank you, sir.
Yay!
All right, counsel, 9:30. Come on. All right, members of jury, I'll send you.
Oh, we're going to go late tomorrow. I have my witness, so we're going to go late tomorrow. Is that right?
I think we had planned to.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Okay. All right, we'll take our afternoon recess at this time. Remember the instructions I've given you throughout the course of this trial. Keep an open mind. Don't talk about the case, even among yourselves. Don't watch television about the case. Don't read about the case. Don't do any independent research. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 9:30.
Witness, it's my impression that the defense intends to call Timothy Palmbach. The state would be objecting to
I have a friend whose name is Jennifer, and she goes by Jen, and she does the you know, where you can like just swipe to type. She does that. And so when it does the wrong word, you know, sometimes it'll be like a really close word. And she never proofreads it before she hits send. So sometimes it makes no sense whatsoever. She calls it Jinglish, as in Jinglish. So we've just had to learn to figure out what it is she said. So we call it Jinglish. So I guess I've gotten pretty good at figuring it out. So so speech to text is the same way as the little swipe thing. So I'm really good at figuring out what people are trying to say.
Witness's testimony and would ask the court to exclude that under Rule 615. I understand that the defense intends to stipulate that Mr. Palmbach was here during some portions of Agent Deaver's testimony. It's my impression, based on at least my own observations, that Mr. Palmbach was in the courtroom and was here throughout the entire voir dire where Agent Deaver gave his opinions and then was subjected to some cross-examination as it would relate to those opinions during the voir dire.
Is he an expert?
It's my impression that the court, and we've, I guess, addressed this several times now, allowed the defendant's motion for sequestration of witnesses.
If he's an expert, it's allowed.
The court did allow certain witnesses to remain in the courtroom during testimony and would not be excluded by the sequestration order. In the state's view, Mr. Palmbach was not one of those persons, and it's in the court's sound discretion, obviously, to enter a sequestration order. It's also in the court's sound discretion to exclude a witness's testimony because of a violation of the sequestration order. There are a few cases on that, not too many, but it's certainly something that the court can do. We're asking that you exclude Mr. Palmbach's testimony because of the violation of the court's sequestration order under Rule 615.
If I may respond to that, Your Honor, Mr. Palmbach is here. He is here to testify as an expert, principally on how the scene was managed, evidence was collected,
then he's allowed,
which quite frankly was not an area that Mr. Deaver
from the sequestration order because he's an expert.
But most importantly, as with any expert, the only way he can give a meaningful opinion is to know the information that he's commenting on, which would include the opinions of opposing experts. Experts here have clearly, in our contemplation, not been covered by the sequestration order. Dr. Radish, I think, talked Dr. Barnes. We didn't complain about that because as an expert, she's entitled to know what other doctors in the case have. Unlike a fact witness who could have their memory changed or could alter their testimony based on that, experts by definition are dealing with a different criteria, a different set of facts. And that's facts that largely they do not have personal knowledge of. And the only way they can acquire that is through review of discovery or exposure to what testimony has been given in court. And that's what Mr. Palmbach has done. The purpose of the sequestration order, which I believe excluded experts and certainly was not meant to prevent experts such as the state now has an expert, a bloodstain expert, sitting in court to listen to Mr. Palmbach, is to keep fact witnesses, strictly fact witnesses, for example, the police officers at the scene, from having their memories affected by hearing what somebody else has testified. It certainly does not encompass the purpose of expert witnesses whose whole purpose is to come in and take a set of facts that they've learned largely secondhand and apply their expertise, their training, their experience to give the jury an opinion that the jury can then find useful. So we would ask that the evidence not be excluded. It's important evidence that goes to areas that the state has relied upon in terms of how the scene was managed, how evidence was processed. And to the extent the state feels that Mr. Palmbach's testimony has improperly been influenced by hearing their witness, they're free to cross-examine him about that. But given the nature of his testimony, it would be inappropriate to deprive Mr. Peterson of his right to present, his constitutional right to present evidence of an expert nature just because the expert knows what other experts have testified to. That's how experts operate.
Yeah. That's the whole
Anything else,
purpose.
Mr. Hard?
Yes, well, the statute doesn't refer to an exception as it relates to expert witnesses. The object of the statute, in my view, is that witnesses don't hear the direct testimony or cross-examination testimony of a witness with the idea that if they don't hear those things, they can't conform their testimony to whatever the witness that was observed and heard has said in the courtroom.
No.
They've had Agent Deaver's reports. They've had autopsy reports, SBI reports. They've had statements from witnesses, everything under the sun, so that they can make their own independent decisions about their opinions as it relates to the subject matters he intends to address. But I do believe it's inappropriate for the expert witness to be in the courtroom listening to the other witness that describes expert testimony and then be able to conform what they say to what they heard.
How many trials have we watched where the expert has sat in on the other side on purpose so they could rebut their testimony? So they could listen to their testimony so they could rebut it. It's common practice. I don't know where you've been, Hardin. Well, maybe they didn't do it back then. This is an old trial. But it's done all the time now.
In direct and cross-examination format. We do not, Mr. Labor is here with us, as they indicate. He is not going to be testifying. He's here merely to assist us in formulating questions that make sense with respect to the testimony. So again, I don't think the statute excludes experts. I don't think it addresses it particularly, but we'd ask that the court disallow this testimony because of a violation of what we believe was the court's order.
Just very briefly, for example, to say that we could prepare our expert properly just by reading Agent Deaver's reports ignores the fact that Agent Deaver himself says he doesn't put his opinions in his reports. He only puts conclusions, and there's this difference. So how is our expert supposed to know what opinions he may have to address without having access to that information? And there's no practical difference between us telling him Agent Deaver testified to such and such, or showing him a transcript, or having him here. He's here to comment on information that he's been given. We didn't object when Dr. Radish said she talked to Dr. Barnes, because it's perfectly appropriate for an expert to have had contact with another expert to gather that type of information. And the testimony that Mr. Palmbach is going to give is important. It would be a bizarre rule that says, well, if you want somebody to assist you in a voir dire or watch a voir dire, they can read the transcript, but they can't be there, or you have to hire a different expert to watch, who would then talk to your expert. It's just not a manageable rule. We have no problem if they put Mr. Labron later as rebuttal witness with the fact he would have heard this testimony. It makes sense that he would be in a position to actually comment on what the testimony was as opposed to getting it secondhand. So given the defendant's constitutional right to present testimony and the importance of this testimony to the case, we would urge the court to deny the motion.
Mr. Maher, you mentioned the word bizarre. I think the interpretation of the court's sequestration order has been bizarre on both the state's side and the defendant's side. And I told you all when we started this case, I don't favor sequestration orders, and both of you agreed with it, and that's fine. But at the Superior Court level, this case, all the witnesses you've talked about, you've seen statements from all the witnesses who've testified. They're required to provide statements on both sides before you cross-examine. I might be concerned with fact witnesses or lay witnesses being in court watching the testimony of another person. But once that person gets on cross-examination, you can tell the jury that they've been sitting in there watching the testimony and that they've tailored their testimony. You can do that in your closing argument. I have absolutely no concern about expert witnesses of the caliber that have been involved in this case being influenced or improperly or suggestively by the testimony that they may watch in court. They're too professional to change their opinions based on that. They may modify them based on some conclusions. I'm not worried about them being improperly influenced by watching anybody's testimony. That's just not the way the experts work. And in the sequestration order, I wasn't even thinking about that, to tell you the truth. I was thinking about lay witnesses, people who might form their basis for opinions sitting in the courtroom. So I'm not concerned with professional witnesses, expert witnesses coming in here and viewing the testimony of someone that they may have to comment on when they testify. As far as fact witnesses go, we can keep that order in place. I think it's important that they not develop their idea about what happened in a case as they're sitting in the courtroom watching someone else testify and conform their opinions. I'm not worried about the experts' opinion. So the state's request is denied, and I'm ready to go. What are we doing?
We're ready to proceed.
Okay, call your witness. Bring the jury in.
Good morning. Could you introduce yourself to the jury and tell them what your current position is?
Certainly. My name is Timothy Palmbach. I have kind of a bifurcated life here, but my position as being here is as a consultant along with Dr. Lee for the Forensic Research Training Center.
Do you hold another full-time position?
Yes, that's correct. That's more or less a sideline position. My full-time employment, and it has been so for 21 years, is with the state of Connecticut, with the Department of Public Safety and Department of State Police, and now specifically with an entity that we refer to as Division of Scientific Services, which more simply stated is I'm the commanding officer and the director for that division. And in that capacity, I oversee the forensic science laboratory, the controlled substance and drug laboratory, and the electronic evidence and computer crime laboratory.
Okay, and could you spell your last name so the court has it correctly?
Palmbach.
Now, we're going to go into your opinions in more detail later, but I want you to first tell the jury just whether you have opinions about a couple different subject matters. And the first is, are you prepared to offer this jury an opinion on the manner in which the scene at 1810 Cedar Street, from the time the police took control of it until they released it, was managed by law enforcement in a proper way?
Yes, I do have an overall opinion about how it was managed.
Okay, and you also have an opinion about how the scene was processed in terms of evidence being collected, documented, and tested.
The collection, preservation, documentation, and the testing of the evidence, yes, my opinion would encompass all of that.
Okay, and we'll talk about those in detail. Let me ask you, have you worked with Dr. Lee in doing an analysis of the stain patterns and evidence that was collected at that scene?
Yes, I did.
Okay, now I'm not going to ask you about those, but if Mr. Harden wishes to ask you about that, are you prepared to answer those questions?
Certainly.
Okay, and we're going to try to keep things a little bit direct today. Do you have something happening tomorrow up at your lab that's important for you to be there? If you could explain to the jury what your time constraints are and why you need to be back.
Okay. So as the director of the facility, tomorrow we are hosting a meeting with the National Institute of Justice and their staff. And the purpose of that is to evaluate our current grant programs and our research projects that we've been doing for the past few years and the likelihood of additional grant projects in the future. The simple truth of the matter is, as any government agency, our budget's extremely tight. We don't have a lot of money, and we depend very heavily on grant funding. And the National Institute of Justice has been extremely well to us.
Let's not get too far into that.
So,
okay,
that's why I need to be there. It's important.
Let me hand you what I'm marking as Exhibit 250. And I ask you if you recognize the document.
Yes, I do.
What is that?
It's a copy of my curriculum vitae that's current as of around March of this year.
Okay, are there additional, for example, training programs that you've been involved in that are not reflected on Exhibit 250?
Those would be those that I did between March of this year and now, yes.
Okay. We would move the introduction of Exhibit 250. So, and we have a copy for each of the jurors, so if he goes through it, they can follow along. If we can hand those.
If he's being offered as an expert in the field of crime scene management, we will not object to that tender.
We intend to offer him, I think the jury's entitled to hear about his experience in evaluating the weight of his testimony.
Is there some objection? Y'all just stand up making statements, or there's
no, sir.
Okay.
Okay, let's start off with, before we talk about your educational background, I want to know a little bit more about the Division of Scientific Services. Who does that's a state agency, I think you explained?
Yes, it is. In the state government structure, it's structured into large entities called departments. And one of the departments in Connecticut is the Department of Public Safety. And that then is further broken down into essentially 4 subdivisions, or we actually call them divisions. One would be the Division of State Police. One would be the Division of Scientific Services, which I currently oversee. Third would be a division of, we call it Building and Fire Services, fire marshals, building inspections. And the fourth is a new division created, which is called Homeland Security.
And if local law enforcement, for example, in Connecticut, needs assistance in forensic matters that are beyond their training or their resources, who do they contact in Connecticut to get that assistance?
They would contact the division. We're a little unique in that we are the only laboratory in the state. A lot of states have regional laboratories and county laboratories. We're it. We're the one laboratory for all local, state, and federal agencies, and we cover all the forensic testing, like I said, which goes right down to computers, as well as drug testing, as well as traditional forensics.
Now, I want to talk a bit about your educational background and how you came to have the position you have. Could you tell us about your undergraduate degrees, what you studied, and the degrees you received?
Sure. In 1982, I graduated from the University of New Haven in Connecticut with 2 bachelor's degrees. One was in chemistry, and the second bachelor's degree was in forensic sciences.
And did you then receive a more advanced degree in forensic sciences?
I did. It was, I believe, in 1985, I obtained a master's of science degree in forensic science, and I had what they refer to as a criminalistics concentration. The program is divided into criminalistics or advanced investigation. Simply put, criminalistics is more aligned with laboratory work or laboratory analysis.
And could you give the jury just an overview of what it means to study forensic science?
By its definition, forensic science is the application of natural sciences to matters of the law. Natural sciences are chemistry, biology, and physics. And the legal application may be in a criminal trial, it may be in a civil trial, maybe in a product liability trial, maybe in a paternity trial. But it's the application of those natural sciences as well as what we refer to as applied sciences, which are sciences that have roots within the natural sciences, but where we've applied it. And a great example of that is in reconstruction. Crime scene reconstruction, for example, would be considered an applied science.
Now, is part of what you do reconstruction or analysis of the scene based on bloodstain patterns?
Yes, it is.
And when you do that, is the science that, or the principles of science somehow different when you're doing bloodstain analysis than when you're doing other scientific endeavors?
Good science is good science. Either it's done with a solid foundation, proper methodology, and following the scientific principle, or it's not. It really doesn't matter what the science is.
Now, I noticed that you also have a law degree. Why is it that you went and got a law degree?
Essentially because, as I said, the definition of forensic science is the applications of science, natural sciences, as they relate to the law. So that's really a two-sided definition and component. I had worked and studied and developed my scientific background, and I felt it was necessary to complete it and understand the legal aspects. Because quite honestly, what we do in forensic laboratories, the final work product, the final value of that is deemed here, is when we present it in an open court.
Do you actually practice law, or do you work full-time as a forensic scientist?
No, I do not practice law.
Now, what I'd like to do, turn to the second page of your resume or CV, is kind of work chronologically through your jobs and talk about how your work and professional experience applies to your analysis of how the scene was managed. And if you'd start off telling the jury...
Who goes to law school and doesn't use the degree? That's an awful lot of work to not use it. And why is he on the stand? If he works with Dr. Lee, why is he testifying? Because Dr. Lee's going to be on here. There's 5 videos of Dr. Lee, and they're all probably going to be 2 hours apiece. I don't know. I've not looked yet. I'm just saying. Why are we listening to him? Why can't we go right to Dr. Lee?
What the beginning of your career was in law enforcement.
Okay. I've been in the state police. I'm still a sworn member of the state police for 21 years. I started out in the general patrol capacity. I was assigned to a rural community where we provided basic police services to the community. I did that for around 4 years, and then I was transferred into the major crime unit. And the major crime unit had 2 responsibilities. One is they actually investigated serious crimes, homicides, rapes, murders, kidnappings, as well as they did the scene processing, the crime scene processing. And I stayed in that capacity for around 7 years. The vast majority of the time when I was in the major crime unit, my functions were to do crime scene processing. That was the predominant function, although I did participate in some of the investigations. Thereafter, I was promoted to sergeant, which is a rank within the state police, and the requirement was that I leave that specialized unit and go back and supervise patrol forces, basic patrol services. And I did that for a year, and then was promoted back into a supervisory capacity in the major crime unit, and spent approximately another 5 years in supervising major crime incidents. At that point, I transitioned out of the investigative crime scene services over to the forensic laboratory. And my first stop there was as an assistant director. I was there for, I believe, a couple of years. At that time, under the direction of Dr. Henry Lee, who was the director of the laboratory. And then, I believe in 1998, he was appointed commissioner for all of public safety.
You guys remember Dr. Henry Lee, right? He was the one that concealed evidence in the Phil Spector trial.
For the state of Connecticut. He left the laboratory to go to that position, and he appointed me as chief of staff for the Department of Public Safety. So for a 2-year period, I transitioned and moved over to that administrative position. And then in 2000, when Dr. Lee retired again, I think he's done it 3 or 4 times now, retired from his role as commissioner, I moved back in charge of the Division of Scientific Services, where I currently am.
And do you hold a rank within the police?
I do. My sworn rank is the rank of major.
Okay. Now, I want to go back and talk a little bit about your experience starting as a detective with the Major Crime Unit. You've indicated on your resume that you processed approximately 300 crime scenes. What type of crime scenes were you personally involved in processing?
Again, the majority of what we dealt with were what commonly referred to as index crimes, that being homicides, serious assaults, robberies, sexual assaults. There's occasions to do burglaries and larcenies and other crimes, but by and large, it was the serious crimes we dealt with.
And had you received training about how to properly process scenes up through the time you were a detective?
Yes, and then actually I still receive training. Many of the certifications that I have required that I maintain training.
And what types of activities were you responsible for in processing these major crime scenes?
We usually had a 4 or 5 person crew when we processed a crime scene, and we had versatility. In other words, we all could do almost any job, but yeah, we had special jobs that we tended to do more often than not. Regularly, I was called upon to either take the photographs, the crime scene photographs, work on the evidence collection, and almost exclusively, if there was blood evidence, I dealt with that. Whether we would do presumptive testing or some stain interpretations, I almost always exclusively did that.
Now, while your job,
Really?
as you've been promoted, has involved other duties, have you remained involved in either processing scenes or reviewing the work of others who have processed major crime scenes?
Yes, in 2 capacities. One, in my official capacity with the state. We have a policy in the laboratory that so you don't become a hopeless bureaucrat. We make sure everyone maintains an active caseload. So every director, every manager,
feels like you've been
in
here
addition
forever,
to their
Nichelle.
management oversight, must maintain an active caseload.
I mean that in a
And
good way.
Obviously, I need to do that myself. And so I've maintained a caseload, and my caseload is within the reconstruction. I will take reconstruction case review requests, and even those that I'm not initially assigned, I review all of the reconstruction work and results that go out of our laboratory. The other area in which I do that is as I am down here for the Forensic Research Training Center, when I primarily work with Dr. Lee on other cases.
Now, throughout your career, have you testified to the results of your analysis and investigations?
Yes.
And principally, who has called you as a witness during your career?
Probably 90% of the time it's for the state or the government or law enforcement.
In the times you've been called by the defense, have those been as a privately retained expert, or have those been through your official duties?
Rarely as a private expert. More often we'll be called within the state of Connecticut by defense directly because we did testing or have testimony relevant to at some point they want to make in the case. So we've been called directly by public defenders and private attorneys in the state.
Now, I want to talk a little bit about some of the other things you've done. Have you been involved in research and writing that has been published?
Yes, I have.
Okay, let me show you what we'll mark as Defendant's Exhibit 251. I'm going to ask you if you're familiar with this.
I hope so. Yes.
What is Defendant's Exhibit 251?
It's a textbook published by Academic Press. It's entitled Henry Lee's Crime Scene Handbook, and I was a co-author for this.
Okay, and when was that published? Do you remember?
Can I flip?
Yes,
I think it's 2001, but I'm not positive on it. Yes, 2001.
And who is that book intended to help?
Really, it's meant to be a textbook. It's meant for practitioners in the field, anyone who would practice and have need to practice and understand crime scene principles. That's the target. Having said that, obviously the majority of the people will be law enforcement or crime scene related people.
Now, your resume also lists some other publications, for example, publications in the Journal of Forensic Science. What is the Journal of Forensic Science?
Okay. The Journal of Forensic Science is the official journal for the American Academy of Forensic Sciences. And that is arguably, one of the elite groups or memberships for forensic scientists practicing in this country as well as abroad.
In addition to doing the work you described and the writing and publications, have you been involved in teaching in the field of forensic science?
Yes, I have.
Could you, and this, I think you've listed some of this, or most of this beginning on page 3 of your resume, but could you tell us about the positions you've held teaching and what courses or programs you've taught in?
I've taught at the college level, primarily at the University of New Haven. I first did that in 84, 85 as I was finishing up my graduate program. And then starting in 92 through the present, I've been there teaching continually. Presently, I'm what they refer to as a practitioner in residence in the forensic science program, which simply means I'm contracted to, committed to, and am paid for teaching 3 classes a year, mainly in the graduate program, but also in the undergraduate forensic science program. But in addition, I've been teaching pretty consistently at one of our state colleges in their criminology department, and I've done guest lectures at a variety of other universities or law schools. The other primary area I teach in is through the Institute being the Henry Lee Institute of Forensic Science, which is independent but yet associated with the University of New Haven. And that target group is to provide professional level in-service training to professionals. And the type of courses that we would provide would be, for example, a 40-hour bloodstain course, or an advanced shooting reconstruction course, or a course in the principles of reconstruction, or an expert testimony course.
And is that, I think was that the course that you just described, are those offered through the Institute of Forensic Science?
Yes, they are.
And what exactly is that institute? What is its function and goals?
Its primary it's a multifaceted function, but its primary function was to create a place and an entity whereby professionals could be trained, conduct research. They also provide consultation and references for a variety of individuals in casework. And so it was to provide an academic and professional training medium for essentially law enforcement personnel. Now that's changed a bit because one of the grants that is currently down there is a grant from NIJ, and that one is designed to provide forensic laboratory personnel with experience in crime scene procedures.
And before I move on, is the resume on page 3 complete as to your publications, or do you have a new article that you've either in process of being published about crime scene?
There are additions. Most notably, I just completed an article for Academic Press for a volume that is going to be titled, I believe it's Encyclopedia of Legal and Forensic Medicine. I believe it will be published next year. And I wrote an article in that on evidence collection and preservation and chain of custody issues. We are also working on a second edition of this book, as well as a field guide of this book. And I'm working on an additional, participating as an author in a book on non-traditional uses of DNA analysis.
Now, you list here that you're a certified law enforcement instructor. Tell the jury what you do and what it means to be a certified law enforcement instructor.
Okay. Police officers in every state must meet minimum training requirements every year, and that is that they have to take certain courses, in whether it be patrol or first aid or a variety of other topics. They have to take those courses, and they have to take them by people who are certified, post-certified instructors. So I am a post-certified instructor, and the areas that I have certification in are essentially criminal investigation and crime scene processing related fields such as photography.
Now, are you also a member of some professional organizations in your field?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and are those listed starting on page 4 of the resume?
Yes, they are.
I'm not going to go through all of them, but I'd like you to tell the jury about a few of them. Can you tell us what the American Academy of Forensic Scientists is and what its membership consists of?
Okay. Again, I said arguably so, but it is, I think, correctly the premier organization for forensic science professionals. It covers a broad discipline, and that is that they would give membership for specialties such as criminalistics and jurisprudence and odontology and a variety of other subdisciplines. But regardless of the subdiscipline area in which you are a member, you must meet fairly stringent membership requirements. And that is that you must demonstrate academic backgrounds, training backgrounds, you're practicing in the field, you're publishing in the field, you're doing presentations and lecturing in the field, you're making positive contributions to the field, you're subjecting yourself to peer review and analysis. And they also publish ethical and professional standards that they unequivocally require all professionals to maintain, or you lose your membership.
Now let's talk a bit about, here it says you're a senior crime scene analyst certified by the International Association of Identification. What is that and how do you get to that status?
Okay. The International Association of Identification is another well-known, well-recognized group, and they undertook a certification process for crime scene personnel. There are 3 levels of certification, and the highest level is a senior crime scene analyst. To that, you must meet minimum requirements, which again will be that you've worked in the field, that field being crime scene processing, for a prescribed period of time, that you receive adequate training, and you maintain your training. You have to continue training requirements. And again, they look to issues of, are you testifying? Are you publishing? Are you contributing positively to the field?
And what about the International Association of Blood Spatter Analysts? What is that, and who can be a member?
Okay. That is an organization that is very specific to blood spatter analysts, and they also have membership criteria. They will require that you take and successfully complete a 40-hour basic crimes blood spatter analysis program, and that you have to be tested. You have to demonstrate proficiency at the end of that. And they as well will look at, what are you doing? Are you going to court? Are you subjecting yourself to peer review? Are you lecturing? Are you maintaining yourself as a professional in the field?
I want to ask you a bit about some of the presentations you've made that begin on page 6. I'm not obviously going to go through all of these because there's a couple pages of them, but for example, if you could tell the jury a bit about the type of presentations you've made, and maybe using as an example some of the recent ones, such as the bloodstain pattern analysis that was done in June of last year, or the reconstruction of shooting incidents.
Right. Actually, I did that bloodstain pattern analysis for the New Jersey State Police Advanced Homicide Investigation Conference, both the last year, and I repeated it again this year, June 2003. Okay. And that was a 4-hour lecture on the general principles and applications of bloodstain evidence in investigations, primarily homicide investigations.
Okay, and is that a conference that's attended by law enforcement officers?
Yes, it is. It is hosted and sponsored by the New Jersey State Police, and primarily for law enforcement officials.
Now, and is that true of a number of these professional presentations, that they are made to law enforcement organizations and law enforcement professionals?
Yes, predominantly. We do provide training for attorneys, both district attorneys and state attorneys, as well as public defenders or private attorneys. But yeah, without a doubt, the majority of the training is for law enforcement personnel.
Now, have you testified as an expert witness prior to today?
Yes.
Okay, and what areas have you testified as an expert in the past?
Crime scene procedures, bloodstain interpretation, shooting incident reconstruction, the use of digital enhancement of pattern evidence.
And generally, who calls you as an expert witness in those cases?
Well, the majority of the times it's for the state or district attorneys.
Now, I think you mentioned at the beginning here that you're not here today as part of your job with your full-time job with the laboratory, but rather you're here because of your involvement with the Forensic Research Training Center. Could you tell the jury about what the training center does and what your involvement with the training center is?
Okay. Again, it's a private corporation of which Dr. Lee is the president, and it's got a multifaceted purpose. Some of the things that it does is it does obviously provide expert consultation. We also provide training. We provide research opportunities. We provide funding and scholarships for people to participate in those opportunities. We supplement and buy equipment for our laboratory, and when there's no other means to do so. So that's the general nature of what transpires there. My involvement is that
whenever I can, and have the available time, and Dr. Lee requests assistance either to work on a case or do a lecture or work into a training environment, I make the time and do it.
Now, does a research training center, or you specifically through the center, do consultation on specific cases in addition to training and lectures?
Yes.
And is that for both people who are facing criminal charges and for law enforcement agencies?
Correct.
Now, do people who have obtained that type of consultation services generally pay the training center for the work that's done?
Yes, generally we will seek reimbursement, and with the money's used for what I previously discussed. And a certain percentage of the cases are pro bono, where there's no money available to do it.
Now, you said in describing the center that we do this or we do that. Are you an employee of the center?
I guess to some capacity I am. Sometimes I feel more like a volunteer, but I mean, to some capacity I'm an employee.
Well, for example, you've been working on this case since approximately when?
We've probably started having conversations with Attorney Rudolph as early as the latter part of December of 2001, and have been working on it ever since, which I've been down here several times, and they've been up to our place several times. We've had several conferences with other experts.
During the calendar year 2002, did you work as a consultant on some other cases in addition to this case?
For forensic research? Yes, definitely. Okay,
and how much in total were you personally paid for that type of work for all the cases you did for the calendar year 2002?
Beyond expenses?
Right.
No more than $2,000.
And that's for more than just this case?
That's for everything, including the lecturing for the research center.
Well, if you're only paid $2,000 for doing all that work, why do you do it?
That's a good question I ask myself.
Objection.
Probably three reasons. One, my own personal development. I have the opportunity to work daily with Dr. Lee, who, at least in my opinion, is the absolute top of the field, as well as a variety of other very, very key experts. So it's selfishly my own personal and professional development. Secondly, it absolutely is a betterment to my involvement in my job for the state of Connecticut. And let me explain that. For us to work on both sides of the equation, as it were, for both the state as well as the defense, and not really give any deference as to who calls us, it supports what we state is our ideology, and that is that science has to be objective. That if we're going to do good science, which I know we do out of our laboratory, we do it independent of the results. Frankly, we could care less who calls us, who pays the bill, or whether anybody's paying the bill. That testimony is going to be exactly the same. And from my perspective, it's easy to get up there and publicly say, I believe that, but it's another thing to do it. And so I do these types of cases, and we encourage our laboratory personnel as well that they also should do it for their own professional development as well as for the positive image of our agency.
Your Honor, at this time we would tender Major Palmbach as an expert in crime scene processing, including management, testing, and documentation, as well as handling of blood stains at a crime scene. And at this point, we're going to be getting into this approach.
All right, Mr. Meyer.
Major Palmbach, could you tell us briefly, do you have an opinion about whether the scene at 1810 was managed in a way that may have adversely affected the reliability of any evidence collected or analysis of the scene?
Yes, I do.
And what is that opinion?
I believe that it was affected, that there was some alterations and improper control of the scene that ultimately is going to make it difficult to fully interpret the scene, as well as the likelihood that some evidence could have been altered or destroyed.
Okay, and do you have an opinion as to whether the scene and the testing that was done at the scene was documented in a reliable and professional manner such that one could rely on the information collected from the scene?
Some of the documentation was done well. Where I have some problems is when you get down to the nuance of the close-up and particularly close-up photographs or documentation, or really the lack thereof, of the very particular, whether it be droplets or areas of pattern evidence that were there or were not there in the scene.
Okay, do you have an opinion on documentation of testing, such as luminol testing that was done in the kitchen?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and you, what is your opinion as to whether luminol testing was properly documented?
I have a variety of opinions on the luminol issue. I believe that this should have been more done for pattern enhancement. That what was done improperly and damaged the area, and that additional areas should have been processed, maybe not even with luminol, but other enhancement reagents.
Okay, and I believe you're aware that Agent Devers testified about a process where he drew strings to determine points of convergence in the stairwell itself. Do you have an opinion as to whether that process was properly documented in terms of recording what drops were used, recording the results of the stringing process?
Yes, I do have an opinion, and that is that it wasn't properly documented.
I've been calling him Beaton. Oh, well. You knew who I was talking about.
Luminol issue, in addition to documentation, do you have an opinion as to whether there were other substances or reagents that could or should have been used in the kitchen to determine whether there were blood trails of significance and to record those?
Yes, I do, and I believe that additional blood enhancement reagents should have been used not only in the kitchen, but in many other areas of the residence, including the hallway outside of the stairs, as well as many areas within the staircase itself.
Yeah, I was going to ask you specifically about that. Do you have an opinion, for example, of whether there were reagents that could or should have been used on the void area, on the north wall, and on the surface of the 17th step?
Yes, I do have an opinion about that.
And what is your opinion?
Two, one, I believe that luminol was improperly used in that area, thus damaging much of the available information. And two, I believe that it was very important to properly use enhancement reagents, particularly in an area that is either a shadow or a wipe or a swipe or a clean area.
By the way, are you aware that Candace Zamperini has testified that the runs that are visible in pictures taken of the north wall and also the residue that's visible on the surface of the 17th step were the results of her attempt to clean up after the police released the scene?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
And do you have an opinion as to whether that residue is in fact luminol?
In my opinion, based on my experience, that now what is a whitish residue, which is in a dried kind of a splashed residue that we see from the top of the landing down numerous stairs, on several, the base of several of the stairs down at the lower part of the landing, steps 18, 17, and as well as what we see running down primarily the picture on the north wall. That's all consistent with dried luminol reagent.
And going back to, I think you mentioned in general, kind of management or control of the scene, do you have opinions as to whether law enforcement failed properly to control people at the scene, such as family members, and B, whether that could have affected the bloodstains or other evidence at the scene in terms of reliable interpretation?
Yes, I believe there came a point in time when they did fail to properly control that scene. And I think they could have very significant consequences on the ability to not only interpret patterns at the scene, but to interpret potential patterns on the clothing of either Kathleen Peterson or Mike Peterson or Todd Peterson or anybody else who was present.
Okay, and I won't go through the details of each critique you have on that, but are there examples you're prepared to give of ways in which the scene wasn't managed and how that would affect the evidence that was collected?
Yes.
Okay. Do you also have an opinion about whether evidence was properly collected? And by that I mean, was there significant or potentially important evidence that was not collected? And was there evidence that was collected in a manner that may have affected the importance or significance of that evidence?
Yes, I believe there was certain items of evidence that were not collected that absolutely should have been. And it appears that some of the items of evidence were not preserved and packaged and maintained in a manner that would have best protected them in the integrity of that evidence.
And do you have an opinion as to whether some of the evidence may have been moved around at the scene in a way to affect the scene itself and the significance of the evidence that was collected?
Yes, I have an opinion that some of the evidence may have been moved around and or failed to be protected, and thus you have to say that the final interpretation is going to be very, very limited.
Okay. And you mentioned, I think, that there was some documentation which you thought was done appropriately. Were there photographs that were taken, or that do you have an opinion as to whether there were photographs that were either taken or not taken in a way that undermines the ability to analyze the scene?
Yes.
And are there specific areas you're prepared to talk about in terms of photographs that could have been taken or ones that were taken but weren't done properly?
Yes, certainly.
Do you have an opinion about whether there was further testing of the clothing items that were taken that the state did not do that would have been useful in analyzing, for example, the existence of spatter on a dark T-shirt?
Yeah, I think they could have gone further than they did to ensure either that there were or were not patterns on the shirt that were relevant.
Now, you're aware that Agent Deaver has done analysis of the scene, and in the course of testified that he did not do a drop count and had never heard of a drop count. Have you ever heard of a drop count?
Yes, it's a procedure that we use frequently in particularly bloodstain pattern analysis.
Okay, do you have an opinion as to whether that would have been a useful tool in analyzing this scene?
Absolutely would.
Now, you have seen, have you not, video of what Agent Deaver testified to as being experiments he conducted in the course of his analysis of this scene?
Yes, I have.
And do you, first of all, have an opinion about the general parameters of what makes an experiment scientifically reliable or valid?
Yes, and that's essentially one that follows the scientific method, which is essentially the 5-step process of data collection, conjecture, hypothesis, then testing, and ultimately theory formation.
And is that different in the context of doing experiments that involve bloodstain analysis?
No, as I said earlier, science is science and good science is good science.
Okay, and do you have an opinion as to whether some of the experiments that Agent Deaver performed lack scientific validity to the point that the results would not be reliable?
Yes, in my opinion, a majority of them lack the requisite scientific method that we should view them as scientific analysis.
If I can have one moment, Your Honor. That's an outline of the opinions that Major Palmbach is prepared to give. Obviously, there'll be more details about examples, but that's the areas we would cover.
All right, Mr. Howard.
Yes, sir, I would have questions, but with respect to the request for a recess, can we have one very quickly?
All right, let me talk to you.
Wow, it's 5 o'clock. Guess that's it for today. I don't want to leave. I want to hang out with you guys some more. I guess I'll have to wait till tomorrow. So I'll be back tomorrow at 9. I'll see you guys then. Have a good evening. And remember, be kind to people. Love your family. And Jesus loves you, and so do I. Bye, guys. Have a fantastic evening. I will see you again tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Thank you for coming out and hanging out with me all day. See you guys tomorrow. Bye, Marty. Bye, guys. I love you all. Behave.